Who's gonna jump? Who's gonna jump? Hello, hello. Hi. Who jumped? Did I make you jump? I'm sorry, my voice still sounds really rough. Just give me a second. It's been a while. It's been a while. I was really sick for like 2 weeks straight. Um, I made a couple of videos. I had some stuff I wanted to do. I want to try and get back to streaming at least somewhat regularly. I don't know how long that'll take, but I don't know. Also, if it sounds weird, I've kind of changed my setup quite a lot. There was a lot of issues with like background noise and stuff, which I think should be better. I don't know. I would ask Purple Parry Gaming because he always talks about it, but he's busy right now. And no one else I know bitches about it, so I don't know. I think I might, hang on. I haven't tested any of this. I changed my setup and shit. I do that because sometimes it's jumping way up. Okay, I'll see how that goes. If it sounds like shit, someone tell me, I guess. It's Pride Month. Happy Pride Month. Uh, I don't know. I actually listen. We're already halfway through June. I haven't even fucking noticed. Like maybe in town, it's a bit more. It's a bit more like gay shit everywhere. It kind of seems like. It kind of seems like. It's not on the way out. It's probably always going to be a thing now, but it's kind of calmed down a lot, I think. Like a few years ago, Pride Month was kind of a bit everywhere. Whereas now it's kind of it's ignorable. I mean, isn't that you'd think that's what we wanted, right? Is for it to be ignorable. You can just kind of partake if you want and not partake if you don't want. But at the same time, people are still whinging constantly about it. So I'm not sure. We'll get into some stuff. Dr. Helen Weberly has made a new powerful enemy. Who do you mean? I can't see anything offhand. I saw all the stuff with that Maeve person. I watched the Cambridge thing. It was one of my last streams before I was off for ages. But yeah, like the stream, etc. Make sure you like the stream. Don't forget you can join the channel. You can super chat on YouTube or Streamlabs. In the link in the description, I have a Discord, I have Patreon. Oh, Alphabet. Oh yeah, no, I saw the review. Has Alphabet been talking about her again? Hang on. Is there like more to the story? I've seen the review. I don't know. Does Alphabet still even like post anywhere? Like a change.org petition from like 3 years ago to get Alphabet off of TikTok. They're on X. Hang on, sorry. I'll watch stuff in a sec. I'm just looking at something. Is it just me or is like X like the worst fucking website? It's like so slow. It takes like fucking half a minute to load like anything. It's like text on a screen. Why is it this shit? You'd think fucking all them scammers on TikTok and where police responded. I'm gonna have to see. Hang on. Okay, fuck X. It's taking too long. 404 not found. How do I find this fucking person on TikTok? What about Helen Wabberley? I would rather just look on YouTube, but I have a feeling she posts more on TikTok than YouTube. I mean, listen, Alphabet is welcome to come on my stream and explain what happened. Just this woman's face gives me the fucking heebie-jeebies. Let me just share my screen. Hang on. Here we go. Which one is it?
I had someone who was upset and they messaged me from TikTok and they said, Helen, have you seen that person? They're at it again, slagging off Gender GP because they've got a problem with it. They were saying, you know, what they're saying is so awful and they're going to share emails and they're going to be really mean about you. And I'm like, yeah, I know, they've been doing that for years. What can I do? If someone wants to do that, then they can.
Isn't like Alphabet's been doing this for years?
But then this person came back to me and said, but the trouble is, it puts vulnerable people off. There are people out there who want to...
Because the thing is, hang on. I saw the review, but the review wasn't from years ago. Is she saying that, like, people have been being mean about her for years, or does she mean Alphabet specifically? It's plausible that Alphabet's been, like, in communication with them for years, for sure. It was Google reviews, wasn't it? This is running slow as well. I will find it. I hate Black. Was it Google reviews? I thought it was. Has GB News called me for an interview? No. I'd be amazed if anything comes of my video. I was thinking of sending it to that Elliot Buick guy because I was hassling him about platforming Monty Toms, like talking utter bullshit about his mate getting arrested. I swear to God there was a Google review and now I can't find it. Are you shitting me? Maybe it's been taken down. I don't know. I swear it was from fairly recently. I thought the review was recently. Like, Alphabet left like a negative review. Has it been taken down? Full email exchange with Gender GP.
Let me show you, because girl, this is what we have, okay? Are you ready? Okay.
We really...
Hello, it's been years and I feel like I've been...
We're really gonna do it like this? Fuck me, dude.
Okay, just read it. Can you see my screen? Oh, it's frozen. Hello, it's been...
I feel like I've been scammed. Didn't receive my treatment.
years and I feel like I've been...
No way to get the treatment I'm entitled to.
Okay, just read it. Can you see my screen? Oh, it's frozen. Okay, hold on. Girl, if you can't see it, that's okay, but girl, don't stress the queen out, please.
Girl.
Okay.
Seen a lot of negativity about Young Bob on Twitter. Well, Young Bob got someone arrested, didn't he? This TikTok, yes. Yeah, I've seen the 1-star Google review. I thought it was recently. It's possible that she's been dealing with him for years and something happened more recently. Yeah, Young Bob. This is the fucking hell, dude, because I was watching... Okay, I watched the fucking Southampton riots from like a week ago. And I was watching that fucking UK sploosh dickhead. And he's just like filming people literally fucking kicking the police and like chucking stuff at the police. Young Bob was presumably doing the same shit. They're basically like fucking grassing. Those like auditors and shit, those ones that show up to those protests to like get involved, or like film everything and get a bunch of like fucking super chats and shit, which I bet they didn't donate to Henry Novak's family, by the way. I fucking bet you. But like, yeah, they just film these people doing these fucking crimes. Like, where are the police going to get their information from when they start rounding people up? They're going to watch these like live streams, right? Hang on. Because there was a news article. Yeah, there was a news article like blaming Young Bob. Sorry, this is going to be like tangent after tangent because so much shit has happened. Yeah, so there was a riot in Southampton. I would show some footage, but I'm trying not to talk about stuff like this at the moment because I'm genuinely worried about my own safety if I do. But yeah, so according to this, I mean, Searchlight I think is like left leaning, so maybe they're gonna want to like stir shit. But it's true, they all film these people doing this like illegal shit. Like the police are gonna fucking find that footage, and that's gonna be what they're gonna use. You know what I mean? Oh, thank you for the membership.
Why am I dancing with that trans person?
Thank you for the membership. Thank you. Hope you're good. Billboard Steve got his hat nicked. Yeah, I saw that. That was quite funny. I'm gonna wait for the actual video. He went back to Blackpool as well, to that man bar, and he was like doing his thing there. It was pretty embarrassing. To be honest, like, as much as Billboard Steve is the kind of thing I guess I can fall back to when I don't really have much else to talk about, I'm kind of over his content, to be honest. It's just kind of shit, really. It's the same old thing. He doesn't learn or grow or anything. But yeah, a bunch of people got arrested for the violence. For this, there was like a protest in town in Southampton city centre, and then they all went down to where was it? Very local areas and shit. They went down to the area where Henry Novak was killed. And they like assaulted the police. There were like 11 people. I was watching it like all evening when it was going on. They're absolutely fucking crazy. People have gone absolutely fucking nuts in this country. We're all pushing this like fucking anti-white racism with the police. It's just not even fucking true. You look at the Henry Novak thing and you actually think about it for any length of time. Like, what happened was awful, and the police really fucked it up, and their response was fucking dreadful. And he died in, like, indignity because of them. But, like, what's the evidence that he was treated that way because he's white, you know? Like, it might have affected it, the fact that it was reported as, like, a hate crime and stuff. But white people are not the only people that do hate crimes, or are capable of doing hate crime. And we're doing all this, like, White Lives Matter shit. Like, the anger towards the police is understandable. I don't think injuring fucking 11 of them that had nothing to do with the whole thing was fucking understandable. But people like Young Bob, they're filming these fucking people doing it. Like, who's the police gonna go to when they need the fucking footage? They don't need CCTV if there even is any of that area. They got all these fucking auditors filming their mates doing all this illegal shit, and then they get arrested. Those are the fucking people. Those are the fucking people ratting their friends out. Like, Young Bob is a fucking loser, but he's not the only one, that's the thing. Like, that UK sploosh guy, when I was watching him, he was getting like 20,000 viewers. And he'd stop with other people every now. Oh, how many views you got? Oh, I got so many viewers and shit. Like, bro, someone fucking died. Are you donating your super chats? Are you donating your super chats to fucking Henry Novak's family? Are you gonna donate all the new memberships? Like, here's a month towards those people? I ain't fucking doing that. Fuck that shit. And they're outing their mates doing illegal shit. It's great. More of this, please, honestly. Like, these people are going to end up becoming a target at these rallies. I bet you. Someone like Young Bob or like fucking AY Audits or UK Sploosh or Wesley Winter or something. Some people are eventually going to start putting two and two together and realizing that when those people are present at these fucking riots, they're the ones that are getting people arrested, and they're going to start turning on them. So yeah, these people got arrested. Big ups Young Bob for, you know, back in the blue. We're all thin blue liners around here, so Young Bob did the world a service. It's nice to know that we got feds in their ranks. You know, we got infiltrators like Young Bob, Antifa super soldiers in the fucking right-wing riots, getting involved, getting people put away. You know, I've grown a lot of respect for Young Bob over this, quite frankly. I've said a lot of mean shit about him. But hey, listen, it is what it is. Also, his name's not even Bob, it's not even Robert, it's fucking Thomas. Anyway, fucking tangents on tangents on tangents. Well, yeah, I mean, it's kind of inevitable. These people are going to realize that that's why they're getting fucking arrested, because you've got these like fame-hungry fucking losers profiting off of it, you know. Anyway, that was that. What was their Elphaba thing? So they had an email exchange with Gender GP. The worst thing is, Elphaba is like batshit insane. So most likely, Elphaba's the one being unreasonable. I don't like Gender GP, and I fucking don't like Helen Weberly. Which is why I made a video about her. But like, I don't know. This is not the person to bring a case against them, I don't think.
Girl, Jessica Foster love. Okay, but can you see? Girl, okay.
So fucking incompetent. Just screenshot it.
Okay, there we go. Can you see? Put yes in chat if you can see. Can you see?
That's really funny. She could have read this out in much less time by now.
You can't see. Okay, I'm not going to show you then. Oh my god, I'm literally going to just like... Okay, so you can see, okay. Let's go here. Okay, so it says here. Hi Alpha, thanks for reaching out. Can you please request as you haven't prescription since 2024?
The Gender GP is saying they haven't been paying their subscription for ages. I mean, if she's not paying, I don't know why she'd expect treatment. That's fair enough.
Just see that? Thank you. And then I said this.
Just read it out. Yeah, that's like... If you're making content nowadays, that's like a golden rule. Like, if someone's just listening and not watching, they have to still know what's going on.
Right? Then I said this. Girl, why are you meowing? And then I said this. Meow. Okay. Anyway. Thanks for coming back to me. I appreciate it. We'd be happy to support your journey however we can. However, we need you to rejoin us in order to do this, as you do not have an active membership.
What we need is proof that they do, in fact, have an active membership. My guess is there isn't any.
It says rejoin. Do you see that? Rejoin. So they know who I am since 2024. It says so. You haven't been.
Yeah, they probably ran your name through a system
since 2024. Girl, no, that does mean I paid them because it says 2024. Are you okay? Like, do you read? Like, do you read or anything? Or, okay. Can we all see that it says since 2024? You can all see that with your eyes correct? Because, like, I'm literally not going to, like, talk to people who do not read with this.
What point does this idiot think they're making?
Sense. Like, are you actually okay?
Bro, they're saying that you haven't been paying for a subscription since 2024.
You haven't.
So, like, prove that you have been paying them, and then maybe there's an issue that needs resolving, you know?
Had a subscription with us since. You didn't pay with the subscription. Can you read? Subscription with us since. Can you read that? if you can't read that, then learn. Okay? Love, okay? And then I paid money before and never got my hormones. I'd like to join. I'm not paying extra £250. I already have. What are you doing?
The other thing is the subscription to Gender GP is like, it's its own payment, right? I'm sure the hormone costs and shit would be extra. Does this person think it's included?
Okay, now. Okay.
I could check on their website. I've looked at their website like 1,000 fucking times. They charge like the subscription fee, and then you pay extra for like hormones. It's like very expensive for what it is.
Okay, so I literally. Okay, I'm not doing.
What is it? Talking about being suicidal? Hang on.
No. Let me show you, because girl,
I hate to
pay with the subscription. Can you read? And then I paid money before.
I literally became suicidal because of you not giving me hormones. Like, that's what people do, though. That's what people do. Like, people try and get put to the front of like queues for like gender affirming care by just pestering, oh, I'm gonna kill myself, I'm gonna kill myself, I'm gonna kill myself. Like, this is kind of learned behavior for some trans people, unfortunately. I remember that, what's that guy called? Like Michael or something. He was on like Andrew Gold recently, I think it was. All of this kind of, I was just threatening to kill myself all the time, and then they gave me hormones. But they shouldn't have given me hormones, though. It's like, fucking hell, man.
Or I never got my hormones. I'd like to join. I'm not paying extra £250. I already have. What are you doing? Okay, now. Okay.
Withholding hormones from a struggling trans woman during the month of Pride. I guess that's one way of looking at it.
Okay, so I literally. Okay, I'm not doing that. Okay.
Doesn't want to read that one.
Just look at these emails. I'm not going to read it out because I'm not getting.
So I have been a member of Gender, well, and prove it, you know.
Bananaed. Fucking hell, zoomies. Right, anyway.
Okay. Even when I was a member, so they're admitting that they're not a member anymore. They paid hundreds of pounds. You never gave me my hormones. I mean, I don't know, man. I don't know. This person's so dumb. Did a big fundraiser. Yeah, I mean, that wouldn't surprise me. This person is, like, retarded. It's bordering on, like, Firebat levels, you know? It's like... It can be funny to make fun of these kinds of people, but I mean, I don't know how much I believe in the concept of punching down, but at a certain point, even I'm like, yeah, this is a bit much, you know. This person is like legitimately special needs. Like when you get those kind of people, those like customers that are just like stupid and unreasonable in like equal quantities, both to a large degree. This is just what it's like. There's just nothing you can fucking say.
Yeah, because do you see what I mean? Hold on, let me find. I'll find the previous email as well.
I tell you what, though. People are sending Helen Weberly this fucking retard's fucking video. But not mine. Excuse me. I want Helen Weberly to respond to something. I got something way better than this fucking idiot. There's like all these kind of... I don't know who the Observer is. I'm always worried it's like commentary shit. 2 hours? 2 hours? How is it like a whole live? There's just this person like ranting about gender GP.
You do realise if you're spamming emojis, you're paying me right now. You understand that, right? Fine, yeah. We're just going to downplay what you just said. We're downplaying everything you just said. And just say, you need a helpline. Not like, oh my god, this disgusting Alphaba. What the fuck? We're humans, we need to stand up with you.
Okay, I'm bored. What did Weberly say in response? Let's just get that.
I had someone who was upset and they messaged me from TikTok and they said, Helen, have you seen that person? They're at it again, slagging off Gender GP because they've got a problem with it. They were saying...
I like how she's got fucking minions on fucking TikTok as well.
You know, what they're saying is so awful and they're going to share emails and they're going to be really mean about you. And I'm like, yeah, I know, they've been doing that for years. What can I do? If someone wants to do that, then they can. But then this person came back to me and said, but the trouble is, it puts vulnerable people off. There are people out there who want to transition, who might listen to that, and they might hear things that aren't true, and they might believe them, and it might stop them in going along their path to transition, to help, to support, to being who they are, to living happily and successfully in their proper gender identity. And that's the thing.
Which doesn't exist, but okay.
That you see, these people who spout off on social media about me, about Gender GP, they don't hurt me. They don't bother me. They can do what they like. But what it does do is it hurts other people. It puts people off unnecessarily. There are so few good places to get...
I think telling trans people that they're being Section 28'd when it's patently untrue, or being genocided when it's patently untrue, also hurts people, but... I don't know, different standards, I guess.
Gender-affirming care. There are so few specialists providing this care, and we've got to look after the ones that we've got. So please, if you're hearing stuff out there about me, about the services that I provide, about Gender GP, about transgender people in general, just think, are they actually telling the truth? I had someone who was...
I mean, my video is telling the truth. That's why I showed like receipts. That's why I went through loads of like court documents and stuff, because I wanted to tell the truth. But I don't know. She would never respond to someone like me. Someone like Alphaba who's like retarded and stupid and useless. Like, you know, you can knock that one out the park. You know, that's easy enough. But you pick the easy targets. It doesn't matter what side you're on. It doesn't matter what you're doing with yourself. You got to pick the easy targets. You know. Trans man from Northern Ireland was so upset at the Gender GP slander, he made a TikTok telling Alphaba he dreamt of torturing her like the scene in the Reservoir Dogs. What the fuck? Listen, I don't really go on TikTok because it's like bottom of the barrel, like bullshit. Like, people are fucking cracked out on here. Is that still here, do you reckon? Yeah, this is the review. I don't know if it's been removed, maybe. When's this from?
Do I have your attention?
Yeah, 3 days ago. This was probably screenshotted around the time this was made, so yeah, I don't know. I couldn't find this review when I had a look. So I don't know if Gender GP is saying that Alphaba has been being mean about them for years, or if it's just people in general. Okay, copyright. Yeah, I don't know. TikTok. I mean, there's not much to this. Like, most likely, Alphabet's being really stupid, as per usual. This person is what is this?
So for the third video of today, guys, before I piss off and go and relax and not think about him. So obviously the
What the fuck is that haircut?
transition things coming up, and it seems to be a race to transition to get some sort of idea of his feminization for Instagram. I don't know really what's going on with it. I don't see how him proving himself to be a female or trans is going to help with the identification process. I think it's because the fact
What is this guy saying? Hang on.
So for the third video of today,
what is this guy saying? He's calling himself Common Sense Talk and he can barely speak fucking English.
So for the third video of today, guys, before I piss off and go and relax and not think about him. So obviously the transition thing's coming up, and it seems to be a race to transition to get some sort of idea of his feminization. To get some sort of idea of his feminization.
What the fuck is this guy saying?
For Instagram, I think it's...
This guy went to the police over comments Alphabet made over Donald Trump. Well, this guy here? Is this guy even bigger a fucking lolcow than fucking Alphabet? What the fuck is TikTok?
I don't know really what's going on with it. I don't see how him proving himself to be a female or trans is going to help with the identification process. I think it's because the fact he's trying to lie and say his name's one thing and he hasn't got anything else to prove that his fucking name is Alphabet Orion Doherty, because he simply has...
What are we talking about?
...hasn't paid to have that documentation on. But...
Optation?
Because he simply hasn't paid to have that documentation on. But we all know he's trying to fortify the trans process. He hasn't got a diagnosis for dysphoria. He's trying to cheat that process. He doesn't seem to realize that you do need a diagnosis for all that. But we all know in our hearts of heart he will fail, and his transition
in our hearts of heart
is the biggest scam ever in order for him to get this money in. But very interestingly, we show, you know how he always blames Gender GP for that he's paid and they never gave him what he wanted in regards to his hormones, those bits and bobs, which I think there's gaps in that story. So
awareness community, yeah, it's like Firebat but on TikTok. And it's just this one utter spastic who is kind of a bad person and has done some pretty bad things and probably continues to not live their life in a very proper kind of way. And then just a whole bunch of other equally retarded people just like documenting every fucking move. It's so fucking strange.
How, if he hasn't got a diagnosis of being gender
listening to this person, I feel like I'm having a stroke. This is what English must sound like to people that don't know English, you know?
Dysphoria, how if they then processed the medication and the hormones? Was he paying? Why would he be paying for the hormones if he's haven't had the right blood tests, hasn't had all their bits done? So that's confusing to me also. But there are, if you look through these
I have a feeling a lot of things are confusing to this person.
messages from Gender GP, there is paid payments and chased payments because the payments didn't go through. So there's, if you look very carefully, there's payments. So he probably didn't pay them in full anyway. That's why nothing went forward.
I'm gonna send it to outer space. Find another race.
So the payments probably stopped going through. I don't know. Why are we showing it? Like, just show a few screenshots, you know? Didn't they bully an artist off the internet? Maybe. Weren't able to charge the credit card. Okay, so they It was like non-payment. Yeah, I mean, I'm not surprised. Alphabet is a pretty deranged fucking person. Its song choice. I mean, it's not very helpful to me right now. Do I think society is getting more stupid? I don't know about that. I think there's probably always been a lot of stupidity. It does seem like things are getting crazier and crazier. Now, I want to know who this fucking guy is. What was the Donald Trump thing? Was it this? Hang on. Away. There we go.
Bitch. And then we walk back.
And then you got evicted. It's all me. I did it. It's all my fault.
Okay. Bullied some artists off the internet for being transphobic. I thought that was Keffals. Yeah, no, you're thinking of Keffals. That was that Mutahar video. Wait, he did that Keffals video. And that artist drew Keffals in that kind of ugly way, which was completely the same as their other stuff. And it was Keffals. Herlock got him bullied off. What was the Donald Trump one? I want to know what that was.
Morning guys, hope you're well today. So I've got another video clip of what it seems to be Orion talking about myself. Listen, he seems to be
Orion talking about myself.
Getting quite sort of angry at the situation, but then, you know, if he's innocent of the things that I am going to be reporting, then he shouldn't really be worried, should he, at the end of the day? But he actually said quite a few things that could be deemed offensive and completely discredit his argument. You know, the buzzwords are, I'm trans.
He's reporting Alphabet to the police.
Dead name and mentally disabled. Let's get into it.
And that's it. I won't be talking about this person anymore because it's just tiring. He's like one of...
I bet you will. And as for tiring...
Went to the Met Police because he thought Alphabet said she wanted to assassinate Trump. Jeez.
Yeah, we thought it was tiring every time you sung Defying Gravity over and over again.
Sick burn, oh.
We think it's tiring when you S-bait online over and over again. We think it's tiring when you say absolutely despicable things and wish people death online. We think that's tiring, but hey, we've got to put up with it. But hopefully that's going to stop soon.
You've got to put up with it. Yes, you have to watch Alphabet's TikToks all the time. You have to do that. You have to put up with that for sure.
Those other ones I've just seen before, you know, seen it all. He's one of those gays that just want to...
I thought we would do things his way because you know how he likes to use ChatGTP.
Is this ChatGTP? Fucking hell, bro. Is this like Google AI?
For everything, you know. So you've just discredited all your, you know, you're saying I'm factually stating what your name is, Orion Doherty, and I'm factually stating you are a man is what your birth certificate says. You have not transitioned, you are a man and your name is what your name is. But by you just saying you're just one of them gays, there's a few things that it can indicate. Number one, you're being homophobic, prejudice or discrimination, and using sexuality as an insult, which I believe you were just doing all three. So I just wanted to educate you on what you've just done there.
Great drama, get some views, get some money, monetize off this bullshit, lie about a fucking case, trying to use an intimidation
Is the Donald Trump thing in this one? I can't tell.
tactic against me when it won't fucking work. Because you misgendering me, if there was... And I mean, any sort of case against me, which there isn't, but if there was, this works in my favour. Because what you're doing is you're talking about a case online.
I would suggest you just calm down because your voice is getting a little bit wobbly, like a little bit like you're panicking there a little bit, Orion. But monetize and make money from this. How can I? I've never ever been live on
I think 80 is very, very generous, to be honest.
any of my 3 accounts. I've not on any of the creator funds. Look at my following. I don't have 10,000 followers. So how can I monetize of a situation like you reporting you to the police? And I think you're misunderstanding, right? I have reported you to the police for the crimes that you have partaken in. Okay, so I've reported you to the police. I have an interview.
Like, he's got an interview with the police so that he can show them a bunch of TikToks by this utter cretin. Like, what is happening? What is happening?
With the police on Saturday to discuss what I want to go into the case. Whatever happens from that point on will not be discussed, and I will let the police deal with it. However, I have started to collate all my video evidence. I've started to collate all the laws in which you have broken.
What's the date on this? Is this recent? When it says 3/6, does that mean like 3rd of June? I don't understand TikTok.
And the criminal acts you have actually broken, and I've already began to write.
Oh no, it'll be March 6th, because there's other ones that are like 3/14. So this is like a few months ago.
What I want to say so that I am clear, concise, and I speak with conviction. So there is a police report.
One way of putting it.
I've reported you to the police. They text me, and I'm having an interview on Saturday. Look into my eyes. You can believe in your delusional world that you believe in.
Look into my eyes, squints massively.
That this is not happening like you do.
How do I look into this guy's eye? Help
with everything like you
help if you open them a little bit.
The police. They text me, and I'm having an interview on Saturday. Look into my eyes. You can believe in your delusional world that you believe in, that this is not happening like you do with everything, like you disregard all your behaviour. You disregard everything because you think TikTok is this made up world. Me and my followers live in the real world, right? This is the real world, right? I have got all the support which you don't have. You don't have any support of your idiot supporters because they are just as deluded as you, and they don't have a fucking clue. I've seen an overwhelming amount of support from my.
Yeah, this is literally just like listening to like a skinny version of the trough. There's like no difference.
Followers, overwhelming amount. But I'm a big boy. I can handle things myself. But it's just.
That's an idea actually. Who's still in with the trough? We need someone to get him onto this like alphabet shit. Get him on TikTok. Get him talking about fucking Alphabet. Listen, just make out the fucking Alphabet as a fucking rapist or whatever shit. That's what we need to do. That's the hero we need in this story right now.
You believe that if it makes you feel good, but if you want to look into my eyes now, I've reported you to the police for the crimes that you have partaken in. Right? I've reported you to the police, and if the investigation will be held from the evidence that I've got. And that will be the end of me discussing it. And I will be talking to the police officers and asking them what I can and can't discuss regarding it.
Which police would advise you not to do so. Am I fucking wrong?
Well, if the police choose to if the police, which they probably more than likely will do, because the severity of the things that I am reporting, they probably will say to me, please don't discuss this case online. And at that point, I should not do so. The police have said no such thing to me. I've reported it. I received a phone call from a police officer who dealt with the report that I did online. And once I had told him what I wanted to report, he then advised, we're going to need to put you in a 2-hour interview on Saturday, face-to-face via the mobile link which we've seen in the text. So I have plenty of time and opportunity to be able to discuss your behaviour or not.
Okay, we're rambling. I just want to see the Donald Trump one. That sounds funny.
Good morning on this sunny Thursday morning. I hope you're doing all right today. I thought I'd just give you an update on what's going on regarding the case I've raised. So I did speak to them last night, and
no, I need him announcing it. So this was March. We don't get dates, which is very helpful. Does he talk about other stuff, or just Alphabet like all the time?
So during his come down lives, and that's exactly what it was, ladies and gentlemen.
This one's also about Alphabet.
And he was probably So Ryan has stated the reason why he's in that house and is due to SA, right? Whether that happened or
Can I search someone's? I don't think I can search his like videos.
Not on me, darling. I've got a clear conscience, unlike you, supporting a convicted one, darling. Not on me, darling.
Wow. I'm not gonna find it. This guy is in. Oh, he's got a GoFundMe. What's this? Getting evicted. Owner of the apartment not paying ground rent. Oof. I mean, that almost sounds like he might actually be hard done by, to be honest. Oh, CLA. I like CLA. I have a Chelsea Lee art shirt somewhere that my girlfriend got me because she thinks she's funny. Yeah, I don't know. It's hard to have too much of a problem with shit like this. Like, if your landlord's not been paying ground rent, that's kind of you're being fucked over a little bit. I mean, I don't know what you expect the letting agent to do. Like, take responsibility. Like, what responsibility is it the letting agent to make sure the landlord pays ground rent to a different company? The letting agency that I rent through refused to take any responsibility, regardless of me making them aware of the letters I was receiving in the owner's name and raising concerns. Ground rent is still not being paid, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, it's not really anything to do with the letting agent, but this guy seems really stupid, so. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know what the dates on any of these are. So this guy just like obsessively talks about like Alphabet every single day. Jesus. I don't know where I'd find the Trump one. The same fucking face over and over. Yeah, I don't know. Jojo Misfits. Yeah, it's almost always the case that these people that troll the fuck out of people on the internet are either just as or even more pathetic. Wait, you can't even see? That's fucking lame. Are they like gender critical or something? Is that what these hearts are? What can someone do as a renter if the landlord stops paying? Well, they can't do anything. Like, you're kind of fucked. But it's also like he's complaining about his letting agent, but it's nothing to do with the letting agent. I don't know. I used to be one. I know about this kind of stuff. So this person here.
Because I've been doing my research.
How old is this? What are you doing, bro?
Have you ever heard
I've been doing my research about Alphabet Orion Doherty. By the way, I'm like fucking 60. What are you doing?
A private prosecution. Because that's the point I'm at. With all the information I know and all the information I can prove, I am going to take you to court and I will sell every possession.
What is the point in this? What is wrong with these people?
I own to afford it.
I will sell every possession I own in order to take fucking Alphabet Orion Doherty to court. Okay, man. Okay, man.
Okay. And we'll start with
54. Okay. That's terrifying, man.
Animal abuse, and we'll work our way from there, shall we? I hope you're seeing this, and I hope you're seeing the expression on my face, because this is the...
What are you fucking saying?
...face of somebody who is absolutely going to follow through. You're on notice. You'll probably get a letter pretty soon. Oh, and I'm not suing you, honey. I wouldn't take any money off you. I know where it comes from. But I'm going to make sure that you cannot own another animal. And I will sell every...
I mean, listen, I don't know about the animal stuff. Someone like Alphaba, you already know that they probably shouldn't be keeping animals. They're probably not up to their responsibility. Is this the same person?
I'm fuming.
I'm not surprised, love, because it was put across that you were the PDF last night. We were all like, Jojo.
I will send you the receipts.
Yeah, we know.
As always.
I love your little sign that you've got.
And I will send EQ all the proof. Because EQ owes me nothing, and if I'm lying, she'll tell you.
You've had videos made about you by other creators as well, saying that you've done something wrong.
Yep. I'll send you all the proof. As soon as I come off here, EQ, I'll send you all the proof. And you can tell them whether I'm lying or not. Do you know? Will I send the proof to EQ? Yes. Have the awareness community seen the proof? Yes. I need to give it to EQ. Here's the thing. Here's the thing.
Wow. These people are all incredibly embarrassing. So you can't actually look at it unless you're logged in. That's bullshit. Well, I don't know. So there's like, so what is there like a gender critical community on TikTok that just goes on about fucking Alphaba all day? That's like nuts. Because the other guy was giving me kind of like, you know, LGB Alliance kind of vibes. I don't know. I went to watch some Pride stuff today. Pride Month. Pride Month. Don't you remember what Pride Month is? Don't forget to like the stream, by the way. You can super chat on YouTube or Streamlabs in the links in my description. I have Patreon. I have Discord. I don't know. That's enough TikTok, I think, for one lifetime. Hang on. Exactly. Pride Month. Someone gets it. Someone gets it. It's not GC or TERF, it's a coincidence. Okay, fair enough. The what was it? Common Sense guy. He definitely seemed like he had like LGB without the T kind of vibes. Which I really want to get into that subject and like make a thing about it. But I still don't actually know what it even fucking means. Like, other than just like a statement of rejection for like trans people, like queers and shit. Like, I don't actually know what this whole divorcing the TQ plus shit actually means. Like maybe I need to get hold of one of those people that talks about it endlessly and have it explained to me or something. I'm not sure. I don't know. I want to watch this. Because I watched a bit of it and it was pretty stupid. The sound is going to be absolutely appalling on this, by the way. Pride has nothing to do with lesbians and gays anymore. So Mr. Menu went on the Mike Graham show. This isn't actually Mike Graham, it's someone called Russell Quirk. Mike Graham is the guy that thinks you can grow concrete. He used to be on Talk TV, and then they decided that he was too racist for them, which, you know, you have to go pretty hard to be too racist for them, but apparently he managed it or something. But yeah, Mr. Menu went on there. We're complaining that Pride isn't about lesbians and gays anymore. I don't know. I'm at the point now, a lot of these people, they've got decent amounts of money, they've got decent amounts of connections, they're all in with like LGB Alliance. Do they like do their own events? Why haven't they just not put their own shit on? You're allowed, you know, you want to do a gay men's thing. You're allowed to just do it like biological men, you're allowed to put women's events on or like lesbian events on that are just like female people if you want to. Like since the ruling and stuff. I'm starting to really wonder like what the fuck these people are even complaining about anymore, to be quite honest. But let's see. The LGB needs to divorce the TQ. So it's here as well. Yeah, I really want to get into this, but like Voices with Vicky. Yeah, I see her sometimes. But all she does, all it is like trans bad, like constantly. But like, what does that actually mean? What does it mean for the LGB to divorce the TQ+? You have LGB Alliance. You have places you can go if you don't want it to be about trans people. You know what I mean? So I don't know what this actually means. Like, okay, let's divorce the TQ+ from the LGB. What's happened? What's the meaningful outcome of that beyond a bunch of you don't like trans people and talk about it? Because you already do that. You already fucking talk about that. I don't fucking understand. Anyway, let's see if we can be educated here. I don't know. Like the stream, etc.
Men that are identifying as women that
So this guy is very insecure about his manhood because he has the bass boost cranked to fucking max. It sounds utterly appalling.
Because they like women, they identify as lesbians and are now trying to get the female lesbian that likes other women to like them as a woman, even though they're a man.
Dude, it's the fucking ContraPoints meme. It's always the... You know, there is plenty that I don't like about... Oh, there's a thing about Palestine action. I don't know. I'm gonna get distracted if I keep... Fuck, what was I gonna look at? Wasn't it in this one?
But you're gay in the opposite. Dating a woman who has a penis. You are a female penis that used to be a male penis. So you're attracted to a woman, but you were born a man and you're attracted has a penis.
There is plenty of stuff that I don't like about ContraPoints, but she was kind of like, what's the word, prescient? I don't know. She really saw the future with this kind of stuff.
Yeah, but hang on, whoa, hang on. Men that are identifying as women, that because they like women, they identify as lesbians and are now trying to get the female lesbian that likes other women to like them as a woman, even though they're a man. Have I got that right?
They run workshops.
It's exactly the same. Like parody has become reality, you know?
For it. The biggest threat to gay rights is not reform, it's not the right wing, it's the left. So one thing that we have to do is...
The biggest threat to gay rights is the trans people.
A man, have I got that right?
They run workshops for it. The biggest threat to gay rights is not reform.
I bet this fucking guy doesn't live in one of the areas that's been fucking besieged by rightoids recently. Because I can tell you something. The right is fucking more of a threat to basically fucking anything you can name right now than anyone else. Like, I don't know, what was it? How many police officers was it in Southampton that got injured? How many of them were gay? Statistically, probably one of them. You know what I mean? Like, it's so fucking... It's like pussified as fuck. These people know where their bread is buttered. They know where their audience is. So they'll play fucking constant cover for like the right wing. And never fucking criticize them. Like, there's one thing, like, most of these, like, gender critical and, like, gay channels that claim to be, like, left-leaning, they're all fucking like this. The only one that I can think of that actually fucking speaks his mind is fucking King Critical. I actually have some respect for him because he at least fucking says what he thinks about stuff, even if he knows it's not going to be popular. But these people are so fucking cocked. It's, like, disgusting. At a certain point, like, people are so... We go on about how, oh, you can't say this or that or the other anymore in case it offends, like, leftists or offends fucking trans people. At what point is he going to wake up and realize that if he says the slightest thing against, like, his fucking rightoid mates, that'll probably be fucking it, you know? It's, like, crazy to me.
It's not the right wing, it's the left. So one thing that we have to do is just get rid of this whole notion of identifying as. I don't care how you identify, there is a thing called reality.
Right, what we're doing next, we've got 10 or 11 minutes left. I think we might have Mr. Menno on the line. Mr. Menno, sir, how are you? Thank you for joining me.
Thanks for having me. Good morning.
It's Pride Month. Yippee!
Not again.
I know. Would you like to elaborate on your disdain for Pride Month?
The first time I went to Pride was here in London in 96 or 97. And I loved it because I'd never seen anything like it in my life. But it's become a completely different beast, now in 2026. Last year, I went to, I think, 5...
It's not about me anymore.
...different Pride events just to see what was...
Is it not embarrassing? Is it not embarrassing? Oh, it's not about me and my people anymore. Is it not embarrassing to say that as like an older person? If we're going to say that Pride is a protest, and that's what its origins are, then doesn't it make sense that there wouldn't be that much left to protest about in like somewhere like the UK,
going on, and it's got nothing to do with lesbians or gays anymore. It's all just about gender identity and trans this and trans that. And as a gay man who takes issue with that, who doesn't support that at all, I'm not welcome there.
I was going to say, are you ostracised because
I'm not welcome there.
I was going to say, are you ostracised because
ostracized?
The issue I have, I was talking to Poocher about this before we went on air. I said, look, hopefully right-minded people understand that, sexuality is a matter for the individual, right? And I'm one of the biggest proponents of gay marriage. I think it's up to you who you love and whether you want to get married or not. The problem is with the whole LGBTQI plus, however many other letters there are this week, movement is that it isn't any longer just about...
When was the last time they even added a letter? Certainly in this country.
Gay and lesbian right. The problem is with the whole LGBTQI plus, however many other letters there are this week.
I agree that some of the shit, like some of the fetishy kind of stuff, like kink at Pride, stuff like that, when it's, in the public events, when kids are seeing all kinds of shit that probably isn't appropriate. I agree that stuff like that is too much and they should really consider making it a bit more family friendly. And keeping the weird sex shit for the after hours things for 18 plus and that. That really has nothing to do with with Pride being more about trans shit and queer shit as well as gay shit,
Movement is that it isn't any longer just about gay and lesbian rights, which I would hope we are all for. It's turned into this thing where the trans ideology, the kind of propaganda debate around trans has become very sinister, I think, on the basis that does supporting LGBTQ, does that mean that I have to support a man in a wig with a penis going into a changing room that supports himself being a woman or wants to identify as being a woman?
It's a sentence. What are we saying?
Support a man in a wig with a penis.
Man in a wig who also has a penis. Wow.
Going into a changing room that supports himself being a woman or
supports himself being a woman.
Wants to identify as being a woman, even though my 3 teenage daughters are in there getting changed for netball. This LGBTQ thing, Mr. Mello, has now just got too wide.
Has this happened? Is this personal experience?
And broad in its scope, don't you think?
It's completely bonkers. And you're asking the question from a straight dad's point of view, but these blokes in I call them the men with the magical lady feels, they also call themselves lesbians, and they want to get in on lesbian spaces and they want to go to lesbian events.
But they're men.
And they're men, but they even have workshops on how to convince actual lesbians, to date.
Overcoming the cotton ceiling. Oh, I've seen this. What did I look at this in relation to? Hang on. What did I look at this in relation to? Fuck. I can't remember. I looked at this. I used this for something. This is fucking weird. This is one thing in fucking Toronto. Bear in mind. They're having workshops about doing this. When even was this? At least 7 years ago. Hope they let actual lesbians attend them workshops too. We'll just all sit here and wait for X to load. You get King Tech Bro Elon Musk running your platform, so of course it has to now run like shit. How are we doing? Make sure you like the stream, etc. Hope the weather's nice. What he's talking about is from at least 7 years ago, because there's a tweet from 7 years ago. Sanity. Where is it? Yeah, this was posted in 2018. They're running workshops, and this is the one thing that we bring as evidence. Something from 2018. Okay, man. Sure.
Them, which is...
Yeah, but hang on.
I don't really like this, by the way. I mean, I'd need to, like, go to this, I guess, to really understand what this means. It's something you could definitely read as kind of sinister, but it really depends on what's actually going on.
Wow, whoa, hang on. This starts to become a bit of a mind melt, doesn't it? So men that are identifying as women, that because they like women, because they're men, but whatever, they identify as lesbians. And
Alex Drummond, another very timely reference. Oh, this person... Fuck, where was it? I think it was on Twitter as well. They did a speech at one of those protests about the Girl Guides. Yeah, there's this bit where he's like, I wish I knew my gender identity at that age. I didn't know. It just makes me laugh. Where was it, man? Where was it? Brianna Wu. Fuck, where was it? I did search. Name again? Straight men have been chasing after lesbians for years. Yep, very true. Oh, is this guy? Is this one? Sorry, I misgendered.
We are gathered here today in support with the guides who have been told that they must leave the organisation by September. Friends are no longer allowed to be with them.
Political candidate, by the way. Observe the public speaking skills on offer.
Their friends, lives that are being ripped apart because of who an individual is. Trans people have been around for as long as cisgendered people have. This has been proven throughout the past. We stand here today with all the parents and the carers of those children who are having to go through their child being excluded for who they are. This doesn't just affect children. This exclusion also affects their families and loved ones around them. As a parent myself, seeing my child hurting hurts me. Parent and carers up and down this country are hurting. The leadership claim that they continue to work towards a fairer, more equal world for every girl, yet excluding a girl or young person because of they want to be themselves is achieving that. How? Trans girls know who they are. I wish I had known at that age. I didn't know.
I love that bit.
On Thursday, it marks a year since the Supreme Court ruled that one line of the Equality Act should be based on biological sex. What is biological sex? There are so much that goes into biology that even people in power don't know their own biology. This decision excludes intersex people as well. The judge
in-sex people.
Also ruled that his decision shouldn't exclude trans people from public life. What has it done? We also need to mention that this
Bro, you're speaking publicly and no one's stopping you. Like, why don't you tell me?
Labour government, they have allowed 46 trans children and counting not to be around because of their inaction. The government is complicit. Anyone who supports them also is complicit in their innocent.
Like, this is completely retarded. This kind of shit. You want trans rights to progress. Get the fuck rid of these people. Stop all this being who you really are on the inside, all this like innate gender identity shit. It's just nonsense. It's just fucking nonsense. Anyway.
Now trying to get the female...
I mean, you can tell just looking at them, right?
Whatever. Yeah. They identify as lesbians. And
you can tell just looking at them. Like, on both sides, unfortunately, we're like radicalizing the fuck out of the dumbest and most fucking brain-broken people. And this is the result. So... yay.
They're now trying to get the female lesbian that likes other women to like them as a woman, even though they're a man. Have I got that right?
They run workshops for it. And similarly, there are workshops. I'm not joking,
right? I shouldn't laugh. Are you making this up?
But
workshops.
And it's real. So there are workshops. There was a workshop in London last year for gay men on how to learn to pleasure female genitalia.
Why is this bad? Bearing in mind, you can just not go if you already know that you never want to date a trans man. So why is this bad? Isn't this for, like, gay guys that think, hey, maybe I would get with a trans man? Like, I don't know, man. I don't know what I'm supposed to be so outraged by.
Like, these are workshops. People pay.
Yeah, don't tell my wife.
It'd be fucked if they tried to drag gay men to these kind of things against their will, for sure. But that's really obviously not what's happening, you know.
Sign me up. I'm allowed to say that.
So, I mean, it's nuts. So, like, one thing that I do...
It's nuts. I see what you did there. It's nuts.
Yeah, well, like, I'm working... Like, I do, like, satirical material and songs. So one song that I'm working on is I beg your pardon, I won't be going down no lady garden. Because why do we have to explain this? And this is just, it's so bonkers. And last year at Pride, one thing I went to, last year we had a huge ruling by the Supreme Court that sex in the Equality Act means sex.
Which many in the public sector, and it seems the Greater Manchester Fire Brigade, according to Connie Shaw, have ignored.
It's nuts. I wish I...
Speaking of Connie Shaw, you should watch my new video.
I have something more eloquent to say, but I've been looking at this for like 6 years, and that's just the only conclusion I can come to. But one thing that was really important about that Supreme Court ruling is what it meant for gay rights. So the judges were very clear, and this is because of a group called the Lesbian Interveners who were part of that. The Supreme Court said, if you don't base sex on sex, then sexual orientation becomes meaningless
on biological
for you
sex.
as well, right? As a straight man.
Well, sexual orientation means different things to different people anyway.
But I'm confused as to what I should think. I mean, I'm part of a council that has decided that our libraries won't...
Like if you kind of think about it in terms of attraction rather than sexual orientation, it suddenly becomes a lot more kind of, you know, it's not as like cut and dry, and you've got gay, straight, and bi people, and they're very distinct, like clean categories and stuff. Like it doesn't really exist that way, really.
Celebrate Pride Month, and it's not because we're not supportive of the gay movement. Of course we are, but what we're not supportive of is the glorification of something that actually as a council we should be neutral on, right? And I don't think, you know, I'm elected twice, just so that you know. So I'm elected in Brentwood, I'm elected in Essex. So we control Essex County Council. We've decided that, you know, we're not going to...
This guy Reform by any chance? Who is this? Yeah, Reform UK. Yeah, Menno loves fucking swanning around with like Reform UK types. Like he had that interview with that Mandy Clare woman who seems really fucking strange, to be honest. Like when you listen to her, like when she kind of explains like her more supposedly left-leaning perspectives and stuff, they just straight up do not mesh with the kind of things that Reform want to do. Like, she's worried about, oh, my kid's going to university and then getting ripped off by landlords and stuff. Whilst Reform is trying to, like, strip away tenant protections and things like that. It doesn't make any fucking sense. But yeah, Brentwood Council, UK, Reform UK Ward, Hutton South. Oh, incredible. Incredible.
Going to celebrate or promote or spend public money on Pride events or indeed Black History Month and so on. The same as we're not going to support Movember in November, right? We are a council. We are there to fix potholes, adult social care, children's services.
Pick up the rubbish.
Exactly, right? That's our thing, right? But I drive past Brentwood Town Hall and it's got a Pride flag up, and
oh no.
I'd look and I think
there's a big thing this year actually about Pride flags. There's quite a few councils not flying them anymore. I'll be honest, I could give a fuck less whether there's a Pride flag flying or not. Like, who fucking cares? Who fucking cares? Yeah, so like there's a lot of this going on at the moment. There's quite a few Reform-led councils now. Yeah, I don't know, man.
I don't need there to be a Pride flag up to tell me that Brentwood Council is not homophobic or transphobic. I mean, it's performative nonsense.
If I see that as a gay man...
What about, like, flying the British flag? Is that performative? Do I need to see a British flag to know what country I'm in? Do I need to see a British flag to think, oh, this person doesn't hate their country? Isn't flag flying definitionally kind of performative?
To me, I don't want any, if I see a business with a Pride flag, I'm not going to go in because I know that they won't even acknowledge what a gay man or a lesbian is.
That's really retarded. Like, this dude is like lost in the sauce.
So why would I put my money somewhere that supports the removal of my rights? And there's one thing I want to point out about the trans movement, and I do this because I don't see it as a civil rights movement at all. I think it's an...
Yeah, I went to look at Blair White's Pride Month video. I haven't made fun of her in a while.
Absolute sham of a movement. There's one thing.
Do you think it's a cult? Do you think it's a cult?
It has become very cult-like, but there's one very fundamental thing about it that's different from any...
Would never see this about the fucking White Lives Matter dipshits fucking filling up the streets of the UK right now.
Any movement we've ever seen before, right? Whether you look at the women's rights movement to get the vote, or the civil rights movement where black people were like, hey, can you like not treat us like shit just because we're black?
Which is fair.
And even the gay rights movement, what the trans movement does, it is a movement that identifies into classes of people that already exist within their own right. And that's why it causes so much trouble. Because they're saying we are something that we are not. And now we want the rights of the thing that we're identifying into. So one thing that we have to do is just get rid of this whole notion of identifying as. I have to be polite, right? I don't care how you identify. There is a thing called reality. And when a man says, I'm a lesbian, no, you're not.
Yeah.
You know, and the first man to call himself a lesbian was 1970. You know, this goes back a long time.
Men calling themselves lesbians, there's a
what the fuck is that?
Any logic to that, isn't there? Samantha Niblett.
Last year I was
getting worse and worse. What are they doing to this guy's microphone?
That's an event just for gay men, which was, you know, it was naked, you know, just gay men trying to get together in the forest, and there was a woman there who claimed to be a gay man, and she had surgery where they stripped the arm skin.
So you're willing to run around naked in a forest around other people, naked in a forest, and you're complaining that one of them's female. Like, I don't fucking get it. So put your own fucking thing on, where you run around with other men in the forest, and they have to do a fucking chromosome test to make sure that they're definitely male, I guess. What is this? What is this?
Skin of her arm and hang it between her legs, and they wanted me to accept her as a gay man, and I just went no. So
yeah, don't worry about the cost of living or the fucking insane fucking right-wing rioting happening constantly. What matters is you can't run around in a forest as a gay man without potentially there being a post-op trans man somewhere in there.
I actually filed a court claim because I felt that was deeply inappropriate and
filed a court claim.
Her as a gay man, and I just went no. So I actually filed a court claim because I felt that was deeply inappropriate and could potentially constitute sexual harassment. You know, these are quite serious things.
By that logic, if a person flies a pride flag because it makes them happy and proud and grounded and home, then that's not performative either.
So as a gay man these days, where do you go? You can't go to Pride because if you say a gay man is a male homosexual, they'll give you abuse. You can't go. Last year was supposed to go to a gay bar in Brighton for sort of like an alternative to Pride event. So this is for the gays who don't want to go to Pride but want something else that's just about gay men getting together. We were refused service at the bar. They booted us out, even though we'd booked a room in advance. But then some trans activists complained, so we were booted out. So now we have to take them to court. So, like, where do you go?
Your world is extremely complicated, isn't it? I'm glad I'm a straight guy.
It shouldn't have to be. And it's all because of this stupid gender stuff.
Charlotte here, who, as you know, is the
life is so hard.
Brains of the operation, has asked me to ask you about Samantha Niblett's tweet. Tell me, I don't follow Samantha Niblett, despite the fact she has a very amusing surname. But what is it exactly she said?
She posted a video and it was about they, them pronouns, right? So for a non-binary person. So she's like, oh, just say the pronouns, you know. It's not, just respect other people's wishes for how they want to be referred to. It's not hard.
Yeah, that's pretty cringe, I agree.
You know, it's always really condescending. So I responded to that saying, no, I will not call a man a lesbian. I will not call a woman a gay man. It's not good manners to lie and to deny what homosexuality is. And
what happened as a consequence of that? So she's responded?
Yeah.
Can we say she? I mean, I was going to say, do I have to say they? I'm not going to say they. So she.
Of course, she.
This guy is actually so fucking... Who the fuck is this? Someone elected this guy. This is a councillor. Fuck me, dude.
She said, it's always strange to see an oppressed group whose hard-earned rights were fought for and who often still face adversity attacking another. So she's completely sidestepping the issue, and then she's pretending that she understands the original, you know, fight for gay rights, but completely ignoring the struggle that we have on our hands at the moment. You know, the biggest threat to gay rights is not reform. It's not the right wing. It's the left and their gender.
I can assure you that within reform there are lots and lots of gay.
I mean, this is kind of nonsense as well. Like, I guess if you're saying the left, you probably don't mean Labour, but like, what else is there? What other threats are there to like supposed gay rights? Where, according to the Equality Act, you do have the right to organise single-sex events if that's what you want to do. You know, they're not transitioning kids anymore, apart from in a very limited trial, which these people all want to shut down, which means that it's going to be far more easy to just kind of bring that whole thing back if you do shut it down. I don't know. I don't know why people care about flying flags. I don't know. When we start arguing about whether this flag or that flag should be flown, we've officially fucking lost it. Lots of people can't afford to eat. Lots of people can't afford fucking housing. Lots of people can't get help for like mental health issues, and then we wonder why so many people aren't fucking working. But we're complaining about, oh, there was a trans man at my forest prancing event, you know? We're complaining about the most luxury fucking bullshit. Oh, there's a pride flag outside my city hall or whatever. Who fucking cares, honestly? I mean, you want to talk about like flags becoming symbols of like, I guess, bad things. I think the British flag has become far more of that than the pride flag ever has.
people, including the man David Ball that's just stepped down as chairman, as a gay individual. There are lots and lots of gay people in Reform, and long may that continue, because they're not a threat. We're good with it. But what I'm not good with is the enforced progressive politics, which you're outlining, Mr. Menno.
I mean, I'll say, I don't know if I specifically think that Reform is like threatening gay people. It kind of depends. It's like the broader cultural shift, I think, that more progressive gay people are feeling, and that's why they're very wary about all the Reform kind of stuff.
Which is being told what to say, being told what to think.
At all.
Yeah.
Everything about this movement is fake. You have men saying they're women, no. You have them saying they're progressive, no. You have them saying this is about human rights, no. They're taking away other people's human rights.
I'm going to mock people that cry about fucking events having one trans man at them, because it just doesn't fucking matter. It's just incredibly spoiled and privileged to be whining about that kind of shit. Like I said, some of us have real problems. So it's irritating to constantly hear about this, that, and the other. That doesn't fucking matter. When these people can set up their own things. Like, I'm sorry you got kicked out of a bar. You gotta maybe make sure that whichever pub you're going to knows exactly what it is that you're doing. And if they don't want any part of it, they can say no. And then hopefully there's less chance of them saying no later on because people complained, you know?
Sad to see the LGBT...
Like, this fucking spoiled fucking meltdown is just going to go on till the end of time, I guess. And it's going to make like this side of the aisle look far more ridiculous than the progressives look right now. I mean, the other thing is, like, a lot of the progressive shit is like dead in the water. It's at a pretty low ebb right now. But like, these people don't talk about real shit. They don't talk about like cost of living shit. They just whine about their lives being like 1% less fucking privileged than it could be. And that's what we need to fucking focus on. I'm just over it.
TQI, however many other letters of the alphabet.
We need to say to the TQ plus girl.
Okay, I don't know what the fuck you say. Why mock it? Yes, why mock? Yes, because it's essential for the mental health of men that when some gay men want to prance around in the forest, that there's not any trans men around, I guess. You can keep talking past me and generalizing it to male spaces when I'm talking about specific things that I just don't think are worth bitching about. But all that's happening is that you're talking past me, and I don't fucking care, quite frankly. I already booked a room there. Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, I can't remember the situation. It's bad that, like, some TRAs called a venue and got them kicked out. But, like, how much did the venue know about what they were doing there, if that was the case? And what kind of venue was it, you know? I feel like they probably could have done stuff to guarantee that their shit would have gone ahead.
Go on now, go.
Do you know what you need to do? You need to do one of those Monty Python things. You know, the...
I could look into it, to be fair. Alternative pride refers to, like, you know, goth and shit. I don't know if I'm going to find it.
People's Front of Palestine and the Palestinian Liberal Front, People's Front, you need to kind of divide, because look, you all basically stand for the same thing, which is rights. I'm not sure that anyone doesn't have rights in this country, whether they're gay, trans or otherwise, but
exactly.
Anyway, right, we must move on because I've got to talk about Poochie's dog. Good job it's not a cat.
Feminized man on HRT post-op frolicking around. He wouldn't like it. He'd find some other reason to come up with as to why that person shouldn't be there either, no doubt, but I don't know. Oh, you're showing off, you're proud of being mutilated. You're showing off your mutilation, that kind of thing.
Because I would have said something else.
Why does it matter that they are naked in the forest in their men's space? Well, who fucking cares if one trans man is there? Like, it's the dumbest thing to fucking complain about. It's just dumb. Like, who cares? Why do these people never talk about real shit? But they'll go on these fucking shitty rightoid shows to whine about how they couldn't frolic in the forest with a guarantee they might not see the odd fucking zipper scar around someone's fucking chest. Like, just who cares? I don't know. I just don't fucking get it. Like, no one has any real problems anymore, I guess. So we invent problems, like the police supposedly being racist against white people, which is complete bollocks, by the way. Or, you know, like the kind of resources like the LGB Alliance have, the kind of events they already put on. Would it be that fucking difficult for them to just do their own thing?
Instead of the word cat.
Did you hear the case about the non-binary sausage dog?
Go on.
You think you've heard it all, right? But every time there's another case. No, I think it was last year or the year before, where actually a lesbian was harassed and discriminated against by Cambridge County Council because she talked to. There was a guy who had a non-binary sausage dog, and she's like, I don't go along with that, and that's it. Council came after her. And that was a lesbian.
This is comedic. So how would a sausage dog know that they were non-binary?
People have already kind of won. Well, currently, yeah. I mean, it's never a done deal. Shit might go the other way again. And if they do, I think part of it will be because of how beyond parody a lot of these people are. The people are going to start listening to this kind of shit and realize sooner or later that they're whining about the most fucking unimportant stuff. And their demands are getting a bit ridiculous. You know, stopping the puberty blockers trial, just wanting it to be a given that you don't transition kids, which, I mean, I agree with the stance that you shouldn't transition kids. But if we don't get the evidence, then it's just going to keep swinging back and forth. You get a more left-leaning fucking... I said hello, and if I didn't, then why do you care? This is what I mean. None of you people have any real fucking problems. And you all just want to bitch endlessly. Oh no, someone didn't say hello to me. Oh no, I saw a fucking mastectomy scar. Oh my god, get some real problems, all of you. Fuck me, dude. What was I saying? I can't remember. Yeah, all the kind of... The puberty blockers trial, we need evidence. All of these people bigged up the Cass review. And Hillary Cass is saying, we need evidence. So they're going to get evidence. Maybe it'll go the way these people want, maybe it won't. But like scrapping the trial altogether, that's just leaving the question on the table. And you're always going to get a more left-leaning government that'll come in one day that might just decide, well, no, we actually do believe in the evidence that already exists, so let's just go ahead with it anyway. It's a bit harder to do if it sets a precedent where it's like, well, based on this research that we've done that we think is a lot stronger than what already existed, then, you know, making a decision based on that. I don't know. It's a fucking mess right now. Trans Firebat has lost his job again. Wow.
If they choose, I don't think so. You know what sausage dogs choose? They want to be walked
Maybe they
and
poop
fed.
pronouns, I don't know.
That's it. It's a bit like Hollywood celebrities, isn't it? Just before we go, you know, the amount of Hollywood celebrities that have trans children, almost like it's a fashion. Almost like they've decided that they want to make sure. I think Charlize Theron is one, and several others.
There's loads of them.
But disproportionately, right? But disproportionately, almost like they're a fashion accessory.
Yeah, but also most of these kids, they will simply grow up to be gay or lesbian if just left alone. Yeah. And that's where this gets really serious.
But Mr. Mello, that is the point.
Away the gay.
That is the point. They need to be left alone. You can probably hear that fire alarm. Is that the train?
Zach Polanski. I mean, listen. Thankfully, I don't think Zach Polanski is ever going to run the country.
To arrest Mr. Mello and I told you I'll be arrested one day. It looks like this is the time.
Okay, I don't know what the fuck's happening. I don't know, man. Like, Pride is a lot more ignorable than it used to be. I feel like all this complaining that it's shifted in meaning to other stuff. From these rich as fuck people with like prominence, with connections and shit that could just be doing their own fucking thing. Instead, we got to bellyache endlessly over stuff that just doesn't matter. I just fucking miss me with this shit, man. I don't know, we had Blair White, we gotta watch that. Make sure you like the stream. Etc. Happy Pride Month.
Happy Pride from the Teletubbies.
I timed him out because he's annoying me.
Here is a Washington State.
I didn't realize it would like remove his comments, so sorry, I guess. I don't know.
Youth Pride Coalition.
I don't like, why do people show up in like chat and stuff, like attention seeking? Why do you want attention in chat? Like, I just don't get people, you know? I just don't fucking get anyone. And I can't be asked to anymore, quite frankly, because the more I get to know most people, the more I realize that maybe it's a good thing that I don't get them. All right, anyway, stop. Well, they're not transing any child who is stereotypically naturally gender non-conforming. That's a massive exaggeration. What's happening is that some parents are being encouraged to see gender non-conformity as a sign that their kid might be trans. And if they're trans, then it will help their quality of life to transition them as early as possible. It's not any child that's naturally GNC. That doesn't make any sense to say. Anyway.
Happy Pride from the Teletubbies. Here is a Washington State Youth Pride Coalition, specifically for kids, the Sesame Street Twitter account.
I am an activist. I am a substitute teacher.
Of course you are. Drag queen twerking for young children at a family-friendly all-ages Pride Festival in Connecticut today. I'm sorry, this just looks ghetto more than anything. Where's the budget? What I'm noticing this year is it's a lot of kids stuff. I really think a lot of adults are done with Pride, but they're still able to like indoctrinate kids with this. Pride Month is basically 9/11 every year for gay and trans people at this point. It's crazy how it's this month that was created to celebrate the LGBT community, that group of people, and it's actually, because it's just so cringe and so degenerate at this point, become a net negative for gay and trans people, the LGBT community, whatever the acronym is now, right? It's become something that actually cringe.
I remember when Heather Herbert was sticking up for this shit. Nasty. Nasty. By the way, there was a recent video from like Heather Herbert and Sophie Molly and whatever the other one's called. I'm going to be honest, there were points where like Heather and the other one were actually being kind of real. Like you had Sophie Molly crashing out about how it's the end of the world, that this, that, or the other has happened. And they're actually trying to fucking reassure them, you know. I was like actually impressed for once.
And so degenerate at this point, become a net negative for gay and trans people, the LGBT community, whatever the acronym is now, right? It's become something that actually hurts them in terms of their PR, right? You know how a candle like flickers the most when it's about to burn out? That's kind of what's happening here. Like it's kind of extra gross and like a weird way. Let's look at some of the stuff. Happy Pride from the Teletubbies.
Oh no.
Because that's normal, that's okay. Isn't Teletubbies not even on the air, but they're crafting pride messages? Like that is okay. Interestingly, I feel like adults
I haven't even tried to come up with something that
are kind of like done with Pride, but they're just pumping out all this kids stuff. You have the Sesame Street Twitter account. The Sesame Street, the kids television show, putting out a Pride message. Happy Pride Month from Sesame Street. Join us in celebrating and uplifting the LGBT, I'm not even reading that, members of our community. Unnecessary is an understatement. Nefarious is probably more like, at this point, I'm wondering if corporations are actually the most homophobic and transphobic people of all. I'm actually wondering if corporations hate gay people so much that they are doing everything they can to associate it with kids. Like, what I'm noticing this year is it's a lot of kids stuff. I really think a lot of adults are done with Pride, but they're still able to like indoctrinate kids with this because they're fresh and green on the earth and they don't know what's going on, obviously, which is
this is like actual brain rot.
So sick. The number one agenda that the LGBT community needs to have right now is separating itself and beating these like groomer, you know, messing with the kids allegations. Like that is the main allegation, that if there is any hope for the PR of this group of people, that needs to be the thing that is, you know, exercised as a demon would be. Unfortunately, these corporations, I guess, hate gay people more than anybody, because I'm only seeing like kid stuff being released for Pride. We have Peppa Pig, which is a little kid show. Put out Happy Pride Month to all our friends. We're celebrating the joy of being yourself and the many wonderful families and friendships that make our world special. Like, I haven't even seen the RuPaul's Drag Race Twitter, if that's a thing, post anything about Pride. I'm seeing like kids show.
Sesame Street had gay stuff since the 70s. Fair enough. Again, like, I don't, it's not that I'm down particularly with aiming this kind of stuff at kids, but like, I don't know, bro. Am I supposed to care that much? Am I supposed to care this much? I don't think she cares about this, to be quite honest. I think she just brings a few things up, gets fucking stoned as shit, fucking says a few words, and then pumps out a 6-figure view video because she can.
Shows on Nickelodeon posting about it, and we know about Nickelodeon, so they should be trying to beat those allegations too, if you think about it. The city of Boston, which, no offense to anybody in Boston, it is one of my least favorite cities. It does have a tacky white lib vibe, and as evidenced by this, they're hosting 19 drag queen kids storytime events in the month of June. 19 of them.
The city library.
Why don't you do some real journalism, actually attend some of these, and then come back and tell us what they were like?
Is also planning 19 drag queen story hours next month, with most events geared towards kids 5 and under.
I'm glad he said the exact same thing that she just said. Wow.
One of the scheduled performers described...
Don't you believe me? They said it on Fox News.
...what happens at these events a few years ago.
Right. I mean, the power of drag is that you can be anything you want to be. You can express yourself. There's drag performers that look all kinds of different crazy fun ways. And we think in my community that that's a great thing to show kids.
And for anybody that wants to give them the benefit of the doubt that these are like somehow appropriate if you're that demented, if you look at the actual drag queens that are holding the events, here's one of them making fun of Jesus dying on the cross. Notice how they never make fun of Buddha.
Okay. But you'll make fun of, like, Islam.
Notice how they never make fun of Muhammad. Notice how they never make fun of whatever the Jewish God is. Like, they never make fun of that, right?
Isn't the Jewish, the Christian, and the Islamic God, aren't they all the same one? Aren't they all just interpretations of the same thing?
Why is that? We know why. You know, I would think that a performer that is hired to do a bunch of events with kids would also not be doing adult events, but here you have pictures of like a drag strip show type.
I mean, we say we know why, but really, like, you're a mostly Christian country, and some of that Christianity is pretty oppressive towards, like, gay shit. Kind of makes sense why they'd focus on Christianity when it's kind of the immediate, if you want to say threat, I guess, you know?
Thing, very, very like sexual pictures, like just a total nefarious pick, right? A total demonic pick as in like the choice for this person to do this. It's like, for anyone doubting this kind of stuff is intentional, and then there is not some really dark forces, you know, with those puppet strings making this a thing. I don't know how you could be so dense to think that this isn't 100% coordinated, and that there are deeply dark, insidious groups that actually do promote this.
Yeah, there is like hints and like stuff in all kinds of like all ages TV shows, not just towards like gay shit, but like sex and stuff in general. Like you watch like The Simpsons as a kid, it's a slightly different show to if you watch it as an adult, because they slip all sorts of stuff in there that you're not supposed to get if you're a kid. I imagine the gay shit is probably similar in that way. Maybe it's a bit more on the nose these days, I'm not sure, but...
sort of stuff towards kids intentionally. A drag queen twerking for young children at a family-friendly, all-ages Pride Festival in Connecticut today. I'm sorry, this just looks ghetto more than anything.
I don't care about it.
Where's the budget? Y'all are like in an open field?
This was a woman doing this with this person care.
Okay, so this one was actually funny to me. This is one of the front runners for the governor in California.
I'm Tom Steyer.
Yeah, it's all ages. The Simpsons is all ages. That's why I said the words all ages. What I meant by that was it's all ages, so it's for adults and kids rather than made for kids, which is not something that I said.
About to ride the D. and I'm about to ride the D.
This man is straight, supposedly. I don't know what's going on with him, but I actually do have hope for California recently. It's looking like California maybe wants to try something other than communism. You know what I mean? Spencer Pratt just moved on to the next round. And
communism. Oh yes, that fucking famous communist state, California.
The election, and I feel like things are looking up. I don't know if he's going to win the governor race. I'm more of a Steve Hilton person, but according to our besties at Kalshi, this guy riding the D, Tom Steyer, only has a 13% chance of winning and taking it. They have Steve Hilton at around 10% and Xavier Becerra, who I don't want to win, unfortunately, at 77%. Anyway, Kalshi is the first CFTC-regulated exchange dedicated to the prediction of the outcome of future events. We love Kalshi on this channel. Here is a Washington State Youth Pride Coalition festival, specifically for kids, for the youth. Drag queen for an all ages show. Is it that Pride is just such a business now? It's such a capitalist thing that like there's not enough adults really partaking.
I wouldn't want to bring my kid to something like this personally. But like, are these kids being like scarred for life by this? I do think like our instinct around kids is like fucking horrendous. And I wish they'd kind of consider taking a step back from this kind of shit. But we're acting like these kids are like, they're all going to grow up to be like fucking school shooters as a result of this.
Partaking in it, and so...
Okay, you're being tedious. I'm bored of you. Go away. Just leave me the fuck alone.
So it has to be all about kids, because if that's the case, that's pretty scary. All the LGBT community has to do for a 50% increase in their PR is just go one Pride Month without doing anything involving kids. Just one. And I guarantee you, here's the thing. Everyone acts like we live in such a hateful, divisive culture. People do love to forgive. Forgiveness feels good. I feel like the general public would act.
Yeah, Panto Dames. Don't see her complaining about that.
Actually, if y'all just give them one Pride Month where y'all are not doing the most, I feel like you'll be forgiven. People will forget, the stuff. People don't want to hate y'all. People don't like having hate in their heart. People don't like feeling that, actually. And it does make it inconvenient to live in modern life, to have resentments towards this group of people, because we all have to work with each other. We all have to collaborate. We all have to be in industry together, people in our families that are gay. So all I'm saying is just don't give people ammunition. And it could be that simple. It could be that simple. But we live with this mythos that like when a group has backlash against it, whether it's a race or religion or, gays or whatever, there's this weird idea that it's never actually their fault, that all hate is completely unjustified, that all resentment towards groups is completely unjustified, that it has nothing to do with what that group's actually doing. And that's just so ignorant, and that's just so like nonsensical. It's also a time for
Yeah, now do MAGA, but you won't.
Celebrities to virtue signal how much they love gay people, which I actually don't blame Jennifer Lopez for this, because honestly, if you're a female singer, you have to court the gays. You do have to, but it's still annoying.
Hi, beautiful people. It's Jennifer Lopez, star of Office Romance, and I am here to wish you a very happy Pride Month. Let's be honest, you deserve all 12 months of the year, so make sure this one is extra, extra special.
Notice how the first thing she said was the name of her show she's promoting. But people will act like these are genuine, this is genuine support when celebrities do this.
Do they?
Honey, she introduced herself saying, "My name's Jennifer Lopez, star of the show, blah, blah, blah. Happy Pride." That's the least important thing in the sentence. Name, the show she wants you to watch, and also, yeah, shout out to the gays. Like, you just have to be so easily fooled to be like, oh my God, this is so special. The United Nations Refugee Agency posted that.
To be honest, I just kind of see British drag as like a shit version of American drag. That's the main difference I've ever noticed.
This Pride message: say no to homophobia, say no to biphobia. Who hates bi people? I don't feel like anybody hates bi people. Say no to transphobia, say no to intersex phobia. Who hates intersex people? Like, no one. This is kind of also like when they do the whole ableism thing. Like, I ain't never met anybody in my life who truly has animosity or makes fun of like retarded people. Like, I've never even seen that word used for somebody who actually is mentally retarded. That word is 99.9% of the time reserved for somebody who...
Pretty sure I used that word to describe retarded people like 10 times earlier.
Who is not mentally disabled but is actually acting like it. Which I would say...
Like, this is such fucking... Oh my god. Someone fucking UNHCR tweeted this. Who fucking cares? Who fucking cares? Why don't any of these people talk about real shit? Like, ever? Jesus Christ.
Acting like a retard if you're not. But that's a whole other topic. But there are some cities fighting back. The city of Fresno actually banned Drag Queen Story Hour in libraries. And here's what someone had to say at the city.
Wow, that's going to put food on the kids' tables for sure.
The council meeting.
Hello. Hi. I'm Morgana. I am a drag queen. I am an activist. I am a substitute teacher. I am part of County District Number 1. And I am here to advocate that libraries are safe spaces. Are part of our queer youth.
I agree libraries should be safe spaces for kids. And so that usually means no adult performers in the building. That's usually what that means. You know, I was thinking this morning, I'm like, okay, so what would possess a person other than a demon to go up to a city council meeting looking like this and thinking they're going to be commanding any type of respect? Any type of respect. And I think about the world and how much stuff is going on, and I'm like, you know what? I think we really underestimate and sometimes we forget how many people are just on drugs. How many people are just crackheads, and because of that, their heads are cracked like eggs, and they're actually living in a completely different reality simply and purely because of hard drugs. You can only have this cartoonish idea of what like the drag queen world is, what the community like that is, if you're a completely naive person. You're around any of these people for 2 seconds. When I lived in LA, and like they're all on drugs all the time, they're all on a bender. Like, drag queens are not the kind of people you want around kids, even just because of their lifestyles outside of drag. Like, this is a crackhead, clearly. So in conclusion, keep it cute this year, gays and trans. And I say, by the way, it's a lot of gays out here who act like the tea is the sole reason why there's backlash against the community as a whole, by the way. And I am so sorry to burst your gay little bubble. Drag queen story hours are all gay men. Drag queens twerking for kids are all gay men. All the vile videos that come out every year of Pride, y'all doing all the nasty stuff, those are always gay men. So if anything, it's lesbians and bi people that really take all the smoke and don't do nothing to earn it. Let me know in the comments what y'all think about all this. Should Pride be in the casket?
Don't do what again?
Done? Or is there a reason to continue it? Let me know. Thank you so much to Kalshi for sponsoring this episode of the Blair White Project podcast. Make sure you guys...
I'm going to be honest. I actually think Blair White's content fucking sucks. I actually think it's fucking dreadful. Oh, what else did I have? Jesus Christ. Maybe it's my fault for watching stuff about... Jesus, fucking calm down. We'll get to you in a sec. Jesus Christ. Maybe it's my fault for watching Pride shit, thinking any of this was going to be of consequence to anything. And it isn't just people going on about fucking nothing ad nauseum. I wait to see from the other side. I have no idea who this person is. They might be lovely, they might be terrible, who fucking knows. Gift of the Gav. I've got why Pride feels so different in 2026. Like, my guess is this person is like the other side of the coin to people like Blair, etc. Or Menno, probably more accurately. I'm guessing this is a gay man. But I don't know. Let's see.
The year is 2015. The U.S. Supreme Court has just ruled in favor of gay marriage with the Obergefell v. Hodges case with a landmark 5-4 decision. Close, right? As a little gay boy, I remember where I was when I heard the news. My mom had called me because she's an ally, and she was like, Gavin, you can...
Has Blair always been this bad? I can't, like, I'm not an expert because I actually only really watched her much like a couple of years ago, and even then it was for a while and I kind of got bored quite quickly. I can imagine that her like early stuff is probably quite interesting to an extent, but nowadays I think she's like gotten big and she's got a formula that she knows she's always going to get like viewership from, and I have a feeling it's just like slop at this point. It's an awful lot of like reacting to tweets and reacting to like TikTok bullshit. it just seems like the laziest shit in the world. But when you get big, like, you can just do that. Like, you don't really need to put any effort in anymore. And you can just pump out that kind of shit ad nauseum. And you've got your kind of dedicated audience that are gonna clap along time and time again. I mean, it's the same with like Buck Angel. You look at Buck Angel's shit, you know. It's just the same thing over and over again. It's just watching retards on TikTok and then bitching about it. Like, over and over and over again. That's all there is to it. Like, anyone can do that kind of shit. But you get away with it if you're big, because people will come back because they like you, you know, as a person. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think I've ever found her especially intelligent, to be honest. But I imagine that her stuff, she probably used to put in some effort and probably used to think about what she was doing a little more than she does now, I would imagine.
Get married, and I think I fully played Born This Way by Lady Gaga and pranced around my house like a queen. Nothing staged. I felt like
I hate Lady Gaga.
My country had begun to mold into something that I could.
This is what I've realized. I'm not like culturally queer, like, at all. Like, most of that shit just passes me by. Like, I'm very at odds with a lot of that shit. And that's not to say that I'm like culturally straight or whatever, because I think it's two different things to be one thing and to not be another thing, you know. But I just don't get a lot of it. I just don't get a lot of it. And it's a right trip. Like, I think it's quite a unique thing. I wonder if there's like other trans women that feel similar. When like you were a straight guy before you transitioned, and like you weren't gay. You didn't really hang out with gay people, or if you did, it was more because you felt like nowhere else would accept you. And like it's just not, you're just not on the same wavelength in a way. But you're still trans. And you're still supposedly part of that group. But you just have nothing in common with anyone of that group. You know what I mean? Watching people on YT and shitting on GC isn't any better. Okay. Sure, man. I mean, I think that calling out lying and shit, which is what I've actually more been doing with my content. You might have noticed I did a scripted thing. You could watch it and like give me your thoughts on it if you wanted to. But you can just bitch in my comment. I might time you out for that, to be honest. I'm not really in the mood. I wasn't straight before and I still feel the same way. Well, yeah, I think the other thing is, I guess a lot of us are like autistic and weird and like loners and stuff. I think you're more likely to just be an outsider in general if you're trans. And then like supposedly that means that you're part of this like group now. But you're really not part of the group. And if you try and be part of the group, it's not going to work potentially. Because you just kind of came into it by transitioning. But you haven't changed as a person. You're not like suddenly queer now if you weren't queer before. It's hard to explain what I mean. I watched that Tiptoe thing and I had some thoughts about that kind of thing. I'm honestly wondering if I should do like a media review or something like that. And like go through some of my thoughts. Because I found it interesting. Like I liked it in some ways and I really hated it in other ways. But it gave me a lot to think about. So I might do that. Calling me autistic. I mean, listen, it's just playing the odds. If someone says they're trans on the internet, then it's just playing the odds to say that they're probably autistic. But I don't know. It would be cool. I don't know who I'd find that would kind of relate to me on this. And to be truthful, like, I don't fit in places. I don't fit in with most straight people either. I don't fit in places for kind of deeper reasons than just I'm trans, you know. Like, I'm trans and I was heterosexual beforehand, but like it's kind of, you know, when you're like visibly and like openly mentally ill, it's kind of, you're always going to struggle, especially if you tend to act out. So I don't know. I need to think about that whole thing more.
Be, for lack of a better term, proud of. And the best part, this decision was made in...
I think when I went to gay bars and stuff, it was kind of, I was just there for the people, you know? I was just there because I'd made friends with some of these people. And I don't give a fuck, truly, if someone's gay or straight or whatever, or what color they are. I just care if I get on with people. So I was willing to grin and bear it and have a whole lot of like fucking Lady Gaga and Black Eyed Peas and stuff playing constantly. And I hate all of that kind of music, but it's like, well, you know, at least I know the people here and they're probably not going to judge me for being like a weird gender person and stuff. So I don't know.
June, just in time for Pride Month, and similarly to my feelings of Little Gay Pride, a lot of corporations started to feel the pride too. Immediately following the ruling, Chipotle released their now iconic Homo Estas advertisement, picturing a burrito wrapped in rainbow aluminum, which would totally not happen now. And other corporations quickly...
Well, yeah, it was new. They jumped on the trend. I guess support for gays was at a high 10 years ago. It's gone down a bit. It seems like it's not going to go down super low, but you never know, I guess. Like, yeah, it's like a new customer base. At the time, I guess it was novel. It's like, here's a new group of people we can appeal to. But now we've done the appealing to them, you know? So I think the rise and fall of rainbow capitalism, I guess, was inevitable. And depending how things go, it might happen again. We might get another like big flourish of corporations like virtue signaling in that way. And it is like cynical ultimately. It is about just wanting money. It is just about, here's a group of people we haven't specifically like pushed towards. Let's try doing that. And they get a bit more money for it. And, you know, it'll come and go, I guess.
Follow suit. Hi, gay. Hi, gay. Hello, homosexual. Hi, gay. LGBT. Hello, gay. Have you slayed today? Queer visibility explodes. Xbox has a pride logo.
I feel this has got worse since COVID. I mean, I got way worse because of COVID. But again, it's hard to know. It's hard to know to what extent how different things like affect things to what extent, you know? Like in terms of fitting into communities, that's always going to be very difficult if you're super unsociable and just shit with people in general. And like have kind of expectations and principles that other people don't necessarily share. It's hard to explain what I mean though. I mean, lockdown fucked up a lot of people, unfortunately.
Logo. Apple is gay. Even T-Mobile is LGBT. Stupid. That's stupid. And last but not least, Target releases a high-volume Pride collection exclusively designed for 45-year-old lesbians and gay people in middle school. I'm talking about me. And the reception is lukewarm at best. But fast forward to 2026, and little did we know how lucky we were. We had it so good. Or did we? This is one of the saddest Pride months I've ever experienced. Nary a rainbow corporate logo in sight. The Target selection is now a flaccid kiosk attempt at inclusion.
Argue this is good because it's more ignorable. I don't know. It depends on your perspective.
I went with a friend this month to see the Pride selection.
For me, I prefer like going under the radar. I prefer that the fucking gammon types are not constantly being baited. It's probably a good move right now, considering how insane half the country has gone over. Like any time a fucking brown person does literally anything, you know? We probably don't want to divert those kinds of people's attention towards us right now, you know? There's enough shit going on.
That they shoved in the back, and it was literally a rainbow flower and a Britney Spears vinyl. That feels targeted, but this makes sense. Since 2022,
That's another weird thing, but why is gay music just like really, really basic popular music? Why is it like all the same stuff that just plays on the radio anyway? I always find that really strange.
Towards queer people have been on the negative decline. And with Trump in office, homophobes feel even more empowered to be openly discriminatory. And the larger byproduct of these...
What was that?
Homophobes feel even more empowered to be openly
Extreme cases of anti-LGBT bullying have risen 25% in 3 years. Oof.
Discriminatory. And the larger byproduct of these changing times are...
I mean, you never know how much to take from those kind of statistics and stuff.
queer dollar is no longer lucrative. And that's what corporate rainbow washing was always about, the dollar. In the slurry of colors and credit cards, we've forgotten that the first Pride was a protest. I'd even go so far as to say that we, the newer generation of queer people, have gotten comfortable. Like, middle class owns 3 cars and has a time.
I mean, you still look comfortable, I will say.
Share in Florida comfortable. And the rug is about to be pulled out from under us, if it hasn't been already. That's why today I want to talk about why Pride in 2026 feels so different than Prides of the past. We'll cover the first Pride, the history of pinkwashing, and ultimately what's next for corporations, our pride, and queer rights as we know it. But before we jump into the video, my name is Gab. Hello, I talk about all things queer history, media, and culture. Subscribing helps support me make more content about homosexuals. One day I could even buy a microphone. Like and subscribe to hear more about gay things. That was so good. Okay, let's jump right in. Part 1. The original Pride. Before we can talk about where we are now, we must remember where we began. And so many of us don't know what happened at Stonewall, despite Stonewall being the reason Pride Month is in June to begin with. So listen up, baby gays. And to my older gays, hello, thank you for watching. I can't wait for you to tell me how wrong I'm getting things. It's June 28th, 1969 at the Stonewall Inn in New York City. It's 1:30 in the morning.
His name is gay. Is what you're saying, that he's gay? His middle name is gay, his first name is also gay, and his last name is the same. Is that what you're saying?
Hours before, gay icon Judy Garland's funeral was held down the street in Manhattan. 21,000 homosexuals.
Loud gays don't need microphones. This gay could do with maybe getting a microphone and talking a bit less loud, because it's like reverberating. And it does make me feel like I'm being shouted at a little.
Homosexuals marched and mourned in her honor. When trans activist Sylvia Rivera heard about Garland's death, she became quote unquote absolutely hysterical. And this, my friends, would become the backdrop of gay liberation. Fast forward to the Stonewall Inn, and 9 policemen raided the bar to make arrests. Now this was normal and completely weird. Let me explain why. The mafia ran many queer establishments because queer people had nowhere else to turn to. New York wouldn't give queer bars a valid liquor license. And police could raid bars for these liquor licenses alongside anti-sodomy laws and masquerade laws, which essentially outlawed cross-dressing, which yes, included trans people even though it doesn't apply to them. To be clear, the mafia was not woke. They just knew they could make money off the gays. Sound familiar? So the Stonewall Inn was run by the mafia, and usually they would—
I mean, it's not a great allegory towards, like, rainbow capitalism, considering the mafia were doing it because they could. Because it's like, what are the gays going to do? Say no, you know? Probably not going to happen. And I always worry when we get these, like, history lessons and stuff. It's not that I don't understand and, like, appreciate it and stuff. It's more, we always act like we're going to return to those days. We're not going to return to the days where, like, gay bars could only get liquor licenses by going to the mafia. I think there is a certain amount of progress that is kind of here to stay. I think there are things worth worrying about that might change. But I do worry what we're trying to say with some of this stuff sometimes.
Pay off police in exchange for warnings on raids. But on the night of Stonewall, no warning came. But just hours after Garland's funeral, police raided a group of people that were already emboldened and ready to fight. When they arrested the bartenders on the grounds of having an invalid liquor license, a crowd in the hundreds started to form outside of Stonewall. Somehow, someway, queer people just decided that they had enough. A fight breaks out. And contrary to popular belief, no single brick was thrown. Nobody died. But the police were so spooked that they retreated into Stonewall and barricaded themselves inside. And somehow, the bar gets set on fire with police trapped behind the doors. And while they eventually escaped, the riots would persist for—
Don't look too disappointed that the police didn't die in a fire.
For 3 days. And that, my friends, is how this rainbow-touting, corporate-sponsored Pride Parade Float Month began. With discrimination, violence, and collective resistance, mainly spearheaded by POC trans folk. So how did we get here?
Pretty sure Marsha P. Johnson wasn't trans, by the way.
Part 2. pinkwashing. Somewhere along the way, pride changed. Okay, let's fast forward through a bunch of history. Stonewall's birth of the Gay Liberation Front would catapult queer rights to the national scene. The AIDS crisis makes our plight even more visible, with thousands of us dying without any recognition from Ronald Reagan. Dark times that we will have to talk about later. Eventually, after a lot of pain and dying, things start to cool off a little bit. But for the sake of this video, all you need to know is by the 90s, gay people were a bit more accepted than they were before. Although we still had a long way to go and still do. I mean, come on, we had Will and Grace in 1998, but the average American could still not explain to you what a trans person is. That's what—
That was the thing in that tiptoe thing, was like, oh, the 90s were so great. No one was homophobic in the 90s. I found that very, very hard to believe.
Where we are. And while Pride had been celebrated ever since Stonewall, in 1999, Bill Clinton would officially recognize June as Gay and Lesbian Pride Month. Woo! And in 2011, Barack Obama would expand Pride Month to include all of the LGBTQ+ community, meaning historically, Pride as we know it has been around for less than 20 years, at least in its officially sanctioned government way. Cut to the 2015 Obergefell v. Hodges decision. Now, same-sex marriage is legalized, and there's a pride boom. Before you know it, every company is trying to pander to the gays. Rainbows are everywhere. Queer people clown on companies for trying to pander to us with merchandise that is unequivocally out of touch. Let's review my favorite products now. Just happy Pride! Happy Pride! Come out, come out!
Dude, are we seriously saying that there aren't like queers that eat this shit up? I agree. This is like fucking gash. Like, this is ridiculous. But it worked. That's the thing. It fucking worked. This person probably knows at least one fucking queer that has this literal t-shirt.
Wherever you are. That feels ominous. In my gay era, the gay agenda. Note the taco.
That's very hideous.
Break. This is the version of Pride I grew up with, marked by corporate eagerness to capitalize off of gay rights, selling my little gay self on flattering rainbow t-shirts. In a way, corporations become the new Stonewall Mafia. They don't care about us. They're making money off of us, while still actively donating to anti-LGBTQ+ organizations. And I think
this is a bit tenuous. I think it's fair enough to point out. I don't know, it's about like the mafia stuff. It's a bit different, you know.
Plus organizations. And I think it's very important to note that not every gay person was just blindly happy about this, right? In fact, many of us weren't. A lot of the discourse online was talking about how out of touch and hollow this celebration was. There was a clear disconnect with providing us with Pride merch, but then actively funding our discrimination behind the scenes. So fun. Woo. And that, my friends, is where I think the queer people that rioted for us—
I think this might have been more effective if we showed examples of like Pride merch and stuff from these kind of companies. Like, I would want to see something like that, to be honest.
During the night of Stonewall would roll across the floor if they saw what happened in the 2010s. Put simply, the pinkwashing of Pride Month literally defanged the movement. No longer were gays militant and ready to fight for our rights.
And the other thing is, I don't know how to word this. We'll still shout out like all these like gay music fucking icons who are largely straight women, largely from like fucking nepo backgrounds. You know, like I think everyone's guilty to some extent, but it's how culture is in general. Like, the gay shit just got swallowed up by the rest of it, you know. You're not gay but you like Pokemon, then you'll see a thing like a fucking pack of biscuits or something, and you won't want that one, but you see the same one that's like £1 more and it's got Pokemon all over it. It's like, oh, fucking give me that, you know? It's like taking advantage of like a existing thing, I guess. And it's like already ingrained in like kind of Western consumerist culture or whatever. It kind of makes sense that the gay would get swallowed up into that eventually. And it's never going to stop.
Many of us became complacent. And by many of us, I mean cis white gay men who were happy to stop the fight at marriage equality and slam the door behind us. But when you subscribe to the Leopards Eating People's Faces party, eventually the leopards are gonna get hungry. And that, my friends, is where we find ourselves in 2026. Part 3. Empty promises and empty wallets. Well, here we are. No more rainbows in sight. Our president hates us. Many of us are finding ourselves reminiscing on the days in which they at least attempted to pander to us, but now this pride feels weirdly silent to me. It feels eerie. Like a giant elephant in the room, America is refusing to acknowledge. That scares me. So what do we do now? What does our...
I mean, honestly, I almost kind of... Like, America's, like, fucked up at the moment. Like, the kind of shit they're doing internationally, especially. I almost feel similarly watching this as I do with, like, Mr. Meno or Blair White, where it's like, you know, what we're talking about here is, like, pretty low on the priority list. I like how fucked up things are, if that makes sense. Well, I don't know. I mean, this isn't quite as annoying as Mr. Mano, I guess.
Future look like? Do we return to the days of Stonewall, or do we continue to yearn for the proverbial minds of the old Target section? Before we answer that, let me make something clear. Our movement is split. On one...
Well, you talk about, like, we talk about yearning for the days of Stonewall. Like, the problem is, like, people still do, like, queers and shit in this country, certainly. They're still protesting shit. There's still that kind of energy. The problem is their energy is towards, like, the trans girl guides ban and shit like that. Or like, the Supreme Court decision. It's towards shit that doesn't matter. Like, even if we get rid of all, like, the rainbow capitalism kind of shit, we have kind of become spoiled to the extent we're all, like, obsessing endlessly over shit that doesn't matter on both sides. You know, so it's not just about having that energy. It's not just about bringing back, like, the days of Stonewall. It's about actually uniting over real shit and then bringing back, like, the Stonewall shit. There's no point in just fucking protesting every tiny thing. But that's where we're at now, you know?
On one hand, you have the homonormative white picket fence gay men who are content to be apolitical. They're minding their own business, doing real estate in Long Island, and listen to Slater once a month. On the other hand, you have, once again, the most marginalized among us continuing to advocate for our rights. This is the trap of inclusion. The most privileged among us fall for the traps of pinkwashing and leave our most marginalized brothers, sisters, and siblings behind. And I think that's a large part of why Pride feels so weird this year. They got us, gal. So let's return to the question. Is Pride in 2026 being so quiet a bad thing? Yes and no. While corporations are no longer pandering to us, their pandering was empty to begin with. It didn't truly advance us in any meaningful way. If anything, I believe this is our chance to return to the true spirit of pride, defiance, solidarity, and community building. Go to Pride, see a drag show, build your queer network. Do not let your pride be defined by whether or not government and corporations deem it legitimate. The very spirit of our pride is in the bonds you form with your community. Don't let that opportunity escape you, my friend. And remember, you have to listen to at least 2 Slater songs a month.
Yeah, but hang on. Whoa, hang on. Men that are identifying as women.
I don't know what the fuck Slater is, but I'm not. I don't know, man. I have the same problem on both sides at this point. Like, the fact that we're complaining about,
you can do this, that.
About some of the shit that we are. It's like we complain that we've got comfortable, but we kind of are, you know. Anyway, I wanted to watch this English Ned thing. Apparently talks to some people that were at Crewe Pride, which is in Cheshire or something, like south of, like, Liverpool, that kind of area. Yeah, apparently English Ned was there and chatted to a bunch of Pride attendees. So we'll watch this. I don't know. Make sure you like the stream. Don't forget you can super chat, you can join the channel, etc.
They're the only ones who are demonic enough to think this shit. Say hello, baby. What's your name?
Pepsi.
Oh my god, I saw a dog called Pepsi. And that's Pixel. Oh, I love the doggy woggies. Is right. Smile, you're on candid camera. You alright, the boys? You've just been to Pride events.
Yeah.
So can I ask you the question? Seriously?
Yeah.
Seriously, yeah, because I've got nothing to do, my brother's gay, I know lesbians, I've got mates and all that kind of stuff, but for me, the thing that's wrong with that movement, because when I was a kid, the LGB, it was just LGB, and they fought for their rights, and they got them, and the normal ones just went away and lived their lives and all that. You know, they got the respect. You can do this, that, and the other, right? Yeah.
Isn't being comfortable what gay people wanted? Well, it's an issue if you get comfortable when you shouldn't, I guess, is the point being made.
But then for us, the trans jumped onto your bandwagon and they've turned it into something about kids, about teaching.
This guy is such a fucking cringe lord.
Kids in school, about all this fucking.
You just know he's listened to idiots like Mr. Menno and just fucking taken it on wholesale and doesn't really understand any of this shit. And doesn't actually care about any of this shit. It's just shit he can push. Because it'll help him appeal to a certain audience. I don't know what the fuck gay people are watching fucking English Ned, but hey.
Fucking inclusivity. And the thing that I want to say to you is that when I was a kid, there was gay clubs, there was lesbian clubs, there was bondage clubs, there was clubs where a woman could stand on someone's balls. There was all these types of clubs when I was a kid, and all.
Yeah, Ned loves gay people. Just don't insinuate you might be gay, or he'll get his mates to chase you down and assault you.
All of a sudden, they've all been mixed in now. Like, for me, yeah, I don't care.
It's just complete bollocks. Like, would trans people have always been going to like the lesbian clubs and the gay clubs and shit like that? Wouldn't that have always been a thing? Like, you know, I guess I was pre-trans and I was going to like gay bars and stuff. But if you're like gender non-conforming, you go to those kind of places, even if you're not gay yourself. Like, I was technically a straight guy going to like gay bars. Is that like a problem? Does it matter? There were other straight people that went there. Because like the gay people that have got like straight friends, they bring their straight friends there, you know? And if they got trans friends, they bring their trans friends there. Like, what the fuck problem is he think he's talking about here?
Care what you do. You don't.
Like, we talk about lesbian bars. Well, lesbian bars don't fucking run. Because they can't fucking afford to. Because lesbians aren't going out the same way that gay men are, you know? Just home from surgery. Oh, congratulations. Hope it all went well. Listen. The recovery, assuming you mean like bottom surgery, the recovery is going to be rough as fuck, but once you get through it, you'll be glad that you did, you know.
I don't care what I do. We live our own lives, yeah. But when you're teaching it to kids in schools, like for me, if you're gay, if you're gay, you're gay.
Yeah.
You don't need to be indoctrinated to it.
No.
You know what I mean? If you fancy men, you fancy men. If I fancy women, I fancy women.
Yeah.
I don't need to be taught it.
No.
But in schools, they're basically from what I can see is you can't really be gay anymore. If you're gay, you're really a woman, and you have to transition, and that's kind.
Oh, this is so retarded, man. Like, I think what he's trying to say is that you're more likely to transition as a kid if you're gay, which there is some truth to. There is some there's some like statistics that do kind of back that up, and there are kind of reasons for it. Like, it's not good. I mean, I'm not for transitioning kids, so you know. But like.
You're really a woman, and you have to transition, and that's.
I think there's a bit more to it than this. And I mean, we talk about transition, we talk about teaching kids about this kind of stuff. Labour are already heading that off anyway. From the next school year, they're not meant to be teaching people things like everyone has a gender identity, which I agree with, because it's a pretty stupid thing. Like, what the fuck is gender identity? Like, point to it in someone's brain, you can't. It's just what someone says they are, which is meaningless. So I think they made the right decision. Like, they want to teach people that these people exist. And like what rights you have as this, that, or the other person. I think that's fine. Like, these people go on about these problems as if it's like the most urgent shit in the world. Or they're teaching kids about trans. Well, they're kind of undoing a lot of that.
Kind of the narrative that's being pushed these days. So for me, I want the gays, the lesbians, the bis to come out and try and distance themselves away from the trans.
Says a straight man. No skin in the game.
They've added so many fucking other, like...
It's the cutie, it's the queer. It's like, you know that two-spirit thing that they've got on it?
Yeah.
Do you know what that is? That's nothing to do with anything, that's just to do...
Mate, they don't even use that in the UK.
With fucking Indians in America.
I mean, queer though used to be a fucking derogatory term anyway. Like, queer wasn't allowed to.
Wait, did he find the most Mr. Menno fucking guys at the Pride thing?
Yeah. Because for me the queer part and the plus part is for what's to come, and obviously you've heard about maps, haven't you? And that is kind of being tied into that part. And so for me, because I've got a gay brother, I've got mates and all that, I'm kind of saying distance yourself away from that, because people like me are going to start going maps, minor attracted people, and that's part of that ideology. Well, it's not part of that ideology because it's not part of the LGB ideology, it's part of the TQ plus fucking ideology, and that's the thing for me. Do you know what I mean? Because you're gay and I love you as a human being, okay? And that's what I love about you, okay? Is right.
Hear that, Ned?
Yes, lad. Yes, lad.
That lad with the mask,
Yes,
your
lad.
mate. Two girls have been in there complaining about his mask and what have you.
Whose mask?
Is it your mate? He's got a Deathcore mask.
Oh yeah.
So we're just talking to these lads over here.
Oh yeah.
They've literally gone in there to complain about him about his mask because he's wearing a mask.
Really? What's that?
I just say subscribe to me on YouTube.
Why watch his YouTuber?
One guy with a cape. Well, if it's a rainbow flag, it's because they've been at Pride.
I can find it now.
What's your YouTube account?
It was like plants. Yeah. None of them are progress flags either.
Still trying to figure it out now.
Have you not got one?
I do have one. It's mine and my brother's combined.
What do you do?
Daniel Adams 18.
What do you do?
We stream Fortnite, Call of Duty, GTA, and
Are you going to get back into the new DMZ?
I am. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I have to.
Because I can't fucking wait for that. Because DMZ was like one of my favourite fucking games, and no one played it.
Please bring it back.
But now it's coming back. It's coming back.
Yes.
In the new Modern Warfare. DMZ.2 is coming out,
game
right?
is great.
And it's going to be sick. But the one thing that they're not going to have in it is pleading now. You're not going to, you know, when you're pleading, you can say, please pick me up. They're not going to have that. If you're dead, you're dead. Right then. So what are you going to do now, boys? You're going back to the Gay Pride event.
Well, the thing is, I'm going to Web House this Saturday protesting.
Oh yeah, where are you going? Oh, the Web House. Yeah.
Because it's disgusting cunts.
Yeah.
Disgusting.
It's a cult.
And I've got a 14-year-old child, sister.
This is really suspicious, actually. Are we sure they didn't just dress some people up? Like, I can never prove it. There's this massive, like, fucking gammon fucking gathering. And these guys just show up. But they're all, like, the same. Like, I don't trust this.
I don't feel safe for her to walk back from her school to my mum's house.
Number one, it should just not be happening in this country. Is right.
And I told my boyfriend.
Don't forget to watch his streams, Fortnite. I'm going to get into gaming streaming, I think.
Yeah.
I'm just waiting for my fucking kids to get their fingers out their arses and help me.
I've just had to cover infamous in Manchester today. The owner of the Web House is here.
Yeah.
I can't, he's banned. He's fucking banned.
I know.
You can't.
I know.
He's dead.
It's crazy, isn't it?
He's dead.
Madness. Right then, lads. Cheers for that. See you in a bit.
See you, man.
Don't be fucking stroking too many ball bags. All right.
He always does that. I've got a girlfriend. So you do that. You did. Oh, whatever.
See you in a bit, boys. See you in a bit, the lads. Come on.
Were any of them even gay, do you think?
Let's go to Gay Pride! What I want to know is when are they going to have a straight pride?
I fucking hate this guy.
I'm a full-blown lesbian.
Hey! Oi, put it away! Put it away, you dirty animal! Hey! I can smell that from here! That Ghostbusters! What were they called? I forgot what they called. That's fucking shit, aren't that?
What's the backpack called?
What was it called?
What's that?
What was that called in the film?
Proton pack.
The Proton Pack.
That's it.
That is quality. Have you made it yourself?
No, it's what?
Oh, right.
It's right there, and we put it on for him, like filming it.
Go on. Stop being. Don't be a spoil sport. I'll see you later.
Some spirits.
Bye.
Hey.
Play some ghosts.
You got to slide that thing as well, the little toaster thing. Yo, don't be Oi, don't be shooting me. Shoot Slimer. He's got the fucking toaster thing. I love this.
Intensify.
Mate, that's sick. Have you seen what it says on your face? Can I just show what it says on your face?
I ain't afraid of no gays. I ain't afraid of no gays.
How much?
300 quid for
Fucking
that.
hell.
150 for the one.
Wow.
That's just a prop. I ain't afraid.
Is it open? All right then. Oh, it doesn't open. I see me like a big fucking kid. Does it open? Does it open? Make it open. Where's he got him, Simon?
You see what I mean? That like consumerist fucking tat is just a thing. Like all the rainbow capitalism shit really was just an extension of that. Like you're already a fucking consumer. Everything you like is already a fucking industry, you know?
Amazing, huh? That's impressive.
You alright, mate?
Yeah.
Yes, the lads and the girls. Look, the proton pack from
That Mrs. Kent.
mate.
Yeah.
Yes,
That Mrs. Kent.
the lads and the girls. Look, the proton pack from Ghostbusters.
Hold that. Tell me in a second.
When you get the ghost
There
in.
you go.
I thought that was going to be a butt plug then.
It's called wishful thinking, by the way.
Yes, lads, you enjoying the gay event? Yeah, baby. Are you loving it? Any nice food?
No.
I like your hat.
Oh, thank you.
I like your hat. Rick. I've got a bit of Rick there. Yeah, baby. It's right, the boys. I'm an alien. I'm a legal alien. I'm an Englishman in crew. Let's have a little fucking aerial view. Let's say hello to all the gays, yes, and the lesbians. You loving it? Yeah?
Hey, Jimmy Somerville in a minute.
Why not? I've been waiting. Oh, look at this beautiful little doggy woggy. I fucking love Chatwins. Chatwins. Handle. Look at the quash.
Was that the whole, like, pride thing? They just wandered around and left?
It's like, I support the LGB, I don't support the STI, social transition infection. Now they've gone there to report me.
Amazing. Wait, what happened here? They're at a police station. Is this more like Henry Novak shit?
Fucking
I've got enough content just from that.
Imagine, yeah.
I recognise that bloke, though.
Saying white lives matter and thinking there's a problem with it.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
All them trans people in there, they're all report.
Right, the problem with wearing a White Lives Matter t-shirt is who the fuck is saying otherwise? Like, what spurred that on?
Me for me, because I was like, I support the LGB.
Yeah, that guy, I'm sure that guy, was he the one that was, like, threatening people? Fuck, it was in a video. I'm sure it's the same guy. Like, threatening people at some, like, trans march or something. Was this one? Yeah.
White, straight.
This was pre Manchester ban. Or banned from Manchester now. Where was it? Yeah, this guy was like threatening people at this march. We got our good friend Warren here as well. I miss Warren. He should join my Discord again. Hang on. Yeah, it was this. Hang on. Whoa. Yeah, this guy. Look, yeah, you're right. Earlier, like, to this. Yeah, this person needs to go. He is causing a problem. He is agitating. What's in this? What are you?
Do it, bro.
I will not Yeah, the point is that guy was threatening people. It must be the same bloke. I don't know who he is. I haven't seen like a YouTube channel or something. But he's in with that group, you know.
I don't support the SDI.
That building. Well, this one I don't know. Opposite is the police station, I guess. There's been protests at police stations because of Henry Novak.
Social transition infection.
And like I get that angle because the police like really fucked up in like cuffing him and shit when he was dying. But then they make it about like white people. They make it about racism when it just wasn't about racism. So I don't know.
Now they've gone there to report me. That's the question you need to ask yourself.
They're saying go in there now because I'm recording.
Yeah, that's a great idea. Go and film inside a police station, you fucking loser.
Hello.
Problem?
No?
Sure.
No? Yeah.
Well, that guy there in the middle. Very much.
I'm not that guy there in the middle.
I bet that guy like threatened or something.
Have a present to contend stop.
I will tell him to stop.
Thank you.
I will. Do you know what? I will.
Thank you.
Because you're only young and that's yeah. Sounds. But how come he's saying that there's meant to be a 6-year-old there?
He was over there shouting to a 6-year-old, calling him and he's also
so he just went up to a random 6-year-old.
He was shouting about trans stuff and the kid's gone up to him and said he's wrong and he called him
Okay.
Thank you. And you can really
Hey, listen, he at least got the other side of the story. It's not often these fucking people do that.
What's a 6-year-old doing at a Pride event?
So they've just turned around and said this is what they're going to tell the busies. They've just turned around and said that there was a kid there. The kid came up to you and said you were wrong, and you said to the 6-year-old kid. So that's what they're doing.
Why have you got a 6-year-old kid at a Pride event?
Too shy, hush hush, I. Too shy, hush hush. If that copper comes over here, I'll talk to him. I've got a mullet as well.
It's a good mullet, that is.
It's a perm mullet.
Bringing it back, Kevin King.
You're right. How's things?
Okay, can people watch the slurs in my chat? I don't want to get fucking banned.
From Wolverhampton?
Yeah, I did say hello in Wrexham, but yeah.
Hiding my chat until people can behave.
Yeah, I know I did say no.
I've got a video of you fucking made me howl. You laughing at that lefty, it's all you can hear. It's funny. Don't know what the fuck that was. Yeah, just be careful. Here and there.
Yeah.
Everywhere.
It just makes it look like a state, doesn't it?
Yeah.
It just looks disgusting.
Freaks like this around the country now.
I think there's fucking loads of them. I think that this is one of many. Don't put your bodies on them paints there. They've got it all over them. They've got it over everything.
Where is it?
Are you happy with that anti-burglar paint? Are you happy with it?
Yeah, it's just vandal grease in it.
What are they? What is this place?
They fucking in there.
Look, so see that statue at the end?
Yeah.
That's their geezer that they lead. That leads them. Yeah, his head. That's a statue of Jesus, and his head's been put on it.
Well, it's
mad, isn't it?
Yeah, kids just are at Pride events sometimes, and like a lot of the ones, especially in like smaller UK towns, you're just not going to be seeing much of the weird fetish shit. And like, it's just fucking stupid, man. Like that guy is like fucking nuts. Like I said, I've seen him like I've seen him like threatening people at protests and stuff. And you know Ned's a fucking testicle-less fucking loser. He's not gonna like actually tell him, you need to fucking sort your shit out. You need to stop fucking shouting obscenities at children. You know, trying to intimidate parents with their kids, you know. Like, most people don't need telling that that's ridiculous, you know?
It's mad, mate. There's multiple of these around the country as well. This ain't the only one.
Let's get this here. Look at this. Look how tall this gets. On his head.
Hello.
They just do whatever they want. Like, what are you standing on that fucking wall for, you know? What the fuck are you doing? What a fucking idiot.
got like a cenotaph type thing.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
Round the back, they've got some sort of fire pit.
Round the back, they've got a fire pit, yeah. There's a cross with some cloth draped over it, and apparently, yeah, they buried the cat underneath it.
No, I think they built underground under there.
They're building underground.
Is it?
Underground.
Do you reckon? Yeah, because this used to be an orphanage.
Yeah, I'm telling you, that's it's all big things of concrete.
It's are you all from Crewe? No, where are you from?
Northwest.
No, it's like near Crewe though, isn't it?
Yeah, it's only like
Yeah. Imagine, right, having a house in your area, right, yeah, where women are being forced.
Looks like a place the police raided. I mean, what information are they getting just standing outside, fucking filming over a wall, you know?
Into marriage. Imagine joining a cult like this, yeah, and imagine working all your life, and then they say, come and join us, and you go, what have I got to do? And you've got to give away everything and all that. Do you know what I mean? What kind of a religious church would make someone do that? Do you know what I mean? It's a bit crazy, isn't it?
What kind of church takes people's money? Are you fucking serious, bro? Are you fucking serious? Guy pretends to be a Christian, doesn't know what the fuck prosperity gospel is, I guess. Wow, bro. Why don't you spend more of your energy fighting for the fucking purity of Christianity and like going against like what's that fucking guy's name? That creepy guy with like the jets and stuff. All these like mega churches in America and stuff. They're all obsessed with America as it is.
And then when it boils down to it, yeah, realistically, yeah, we shouldn't have anything like this in our country.
Maybe in a minute. I just want to have a quick look.
Like, what the fuck are we doing?
Just having a minute. I'm not recording or nothing. I'm just having a look. I'm not coming over. I promise you that. I'm just having a look, like, you know.
Just having a look, Tommy. He hasn't been here before. We just have to show him the way that
I've never been here. This is my first time.
This is his first time here, Tommy. It's growing. More people are coming.
What is this type of place, mate?
It's a cult.
The Phillips Centre.
He's double locked it, have you?
What type of place is this? I don't know. I haven't been told. I'm only getting told by these lots, you know what I mean? So.
Oh, mate, look at that.
Something like that, anyway.
Look at that. Oh, mate, let me say hello to your little doggy woggy. What's her name?
Luna.
Hiya, Luna.
Oh, most of these guys are massive Trump tards. Like, this English Ned guy literally has pictures of Trump up in his house. Kenneth Copeland, yes. Like, pricks like Ned ain't got nothing to say about people like that. No, he's got, like, pictures of Trump and stuff in his house. It's fucking disgusting. Look at this. 4 days ago. Hang on, move your head. Got this fucking Trump 2024 flag. Got the Hugh Anthony hats. He did have... where was the Trump portrait? There was like a Trump portrait somewhere. There it is. You couldn't see it in that one. Got a portrait of fucking Donald Trump. It's disgusting. They'll bang on about fucking Charlie Kirk ad nauseum. Got fucking dad tattooed on his arm. Like, not his dad's name or something that reminds him of his dad, just dad.
You're fucking beautiful, you are. You're beautiful. You are beautiful. Look how gorgeous you are. It's right, mate. Nice one.
I don't know, people don't understand. The UK right is fucking cooked. It's like gone fucking insane. And it's hard. Pretending to give a shit about fucking pride shit. When that's like far worse at the moment. And people, you know, you get all these idiots like Menno who pretend to be like left wing and then like fucking play endless cover for them. Nothing to say about all the rioting and shit. But oh no, there's, you know, there was a trans man in my fucking forest frolic. You know what I mean? It's fucking ridiculous. Mum and dad tattoos are crazy. Dude, I worked with a guy. On his forearm, it literally just said mum and dad, as in like mum and dad on his forearm. Like, what the fuck is that? What kind of fucking tattoo is that? Let alone everyone sees it every time you're wearing like fucking short sleeves, which is probably at least some of the time. It's like, why? I don't get it. I don't get it, man. I don't get it. I'm not saying that my tattoos are particularly good. I got most of them when I was in my 20s. Like, probably most of them are shit, you know, sure. But like What is mum and dad? That's the most impersonal like shit ever. I don't fucking get it, man. Like, your existence is like of your mum and dad. I don't know why you need mum and dad written on you, but sure.
Stay safe. Here's the police now. You're all getting...
They're just fucking loitering. What are you doing here? What is the point?
arrested now because you're here.
Like, there's just nothing... Is there nothing for these people to fucking do?
I hope you understand that. You're nit. I'm only joking. Just keep out the way and don't say anything. Don't antagonise them. Don't say anything and all that kind of stuff. You haven't done anything wrong. You have stood there. They're literally on their side. Listen. The whole government, the whole police. Well, not the whole police. And I'd say about 65% of the police are on our side, but there's like 35%, and they do what they're told and all that kind of stuff. Most policemen and women are decent and all-abiding people. Just remember that, yeah. There's a few of these horrible ones. They're just told.
The fact that I love my mum and dad is why I don't need to write mum and dad on me. I just find that strange.
What to do? It's like a job. If you go to a job and they say, and you're in a chicken factory and they say today you're fucking pulling out fucking giblets from the, you know what I mean? Yeah. You're like, you've got to do it. You either do it or you're not getting paid. It's one of them things, right? Yeah. But these are, well, they're not for us, are they?
This bloke's still banging on about the 6-year-old at the Pride event.
If they were for us, you've got a cult here, yeah, they shouldn't be fucking operating. Simple as.
Like, the bloke of it, this guy is a fucking thug. You know what I mean? Like, this guy is actually a piece of shit.
Smashed. Then they got one severe.
Well, do you know what? I prefer the police, yeah, whereas if you was doing something wrong, they wouldn't come and arrest you, just beat the shit out of you. Do you know what I mean? They would just literally give you a good kicking, grab hold of your ear like that, take you to your nans and say, and then you'd get another kicking off your nan.
Well, now Antifa does that instead.
Being naughty.
I think he's still missing part of his tooth, isn't he?
What do you think of this then? It's crazy, isn't it? Did you hear what he just said there? 52 children were taken out of this property, yeah, because they had no IDs, they couldn't tell who they were. And I'm not saying, I don't know how true that is, because I'm not saying it's true, so apparently that's true. But if that is true, wow, what's going on?
6 kids.
52 children have been taken out of this property, yeah, because they haven't got ID. That would be like someone coming to my house, yeah, and going, where's the ID for your 6 kids? And I just go, oh, I don't know.
How do you not know?
Exactly. Oh, there's more busies here now. Someone set fire to it?
Yeah, all this was set on fire.
Wow, well that's not very good, is it? That wouldn't be a very good move, would it? That's a bit daft. But I do like that sticker though.
So a bit daft, but will spread unconfirmed conspiracy theories, which is probably the reason that someone burnt it in the first place. Okay, man.
Anyway, I know you've already seen this, boys and girls. I'm not going to put my fucking hands on the vandal grease, but...
His feet will go all the way up, like. Oh, so are yours.
Cruise version of Epstein's Island.
Oh my god.
Newish, that is.
Yeah, that cross there.
Got a little circle of chairs.
That's not a fire pit, mate.
No, it's not, is it?
How many fucking cameras?
It's like you got to look under. It's like a portrait. So weird stand on.
Like 6 different people filming, like at least.
That'd be a ritual there.
For ritual.
But for what? None of them seem to know anything about what this place actually is. People just get worked up over like everything.
He's meant to be the second coming of fucking Mohammed or something, isn't he?
Guy from America. He claimed himself as the rightful Pope, hadn't he? And he said the Pope in Rome, the one who died, apparently this guy claims that he put a curse on him or did some kind of witchcraft magicry and caused the Pope to die and proclaimed himself as being a Pope. Oh, we can resurrect people as well at weekends.
Have you seen the early 90s footage of him on a chat show in America?
Yeah, where he's sat there.
This is where they're pushing the narrative of racism. If you go down the road, you see a group of white men in the corner, you will not think of anything. You go to the same road, see a group of ethnic minorities
running a workshop. It almost seems like that.
So you're going to think, what the fuck?
Like they're trying to get their fucking scouting badge and like fucking being a fucking camera prick.
Who were they?
at weekends.
Yeah, what was this guy saying?
Have you seen the early 90s footage of him on a chat show in America?
Yeah, where he's sat there.
This is where they're pushing the narrative of racism. If you go down the road, you see a group of white men in the corner, you will not think of anything. You go to the same road, see
yeah, that's the thing. Like, let's say that some shit went down in this place and someone came along who was showing you bits of it and actually knows some stuff about it and is like, oh, this is where this happened and this is where that happened, and shows a bit of like information. That could actually be like compelling. But these people just point their camera everywhere and rattle off a bunch of like fucking conspiracy theories like that may be true. I don't fucking know. I wouldn't trust any of these fucking idiots with it. Like, haven't you got anything else to do with your time?
a group of ethnic minority, you're going to think, what the fuck? Who were they? What are they doing there?
What are they doing?
This is where they're pushing racism.
Yeah.
Because it just doesn't work.
What the fuck is he even saying?
A group of white men in the corner or a group of Pakistani men.
It doesn't. But it doesn't work when you've got the busies fucking being sly like that. Like, we're not doing anything wrong. We're just fucking seeing what's happening. We're
Bro.
just concerned with what's going on in our country.
Because we had
Surely they are not trying to suggest, oh, these people are like keeping an eye on us because we're a group of white people. Surely not. I mean, you can't put anything past anyone now.
We had someone on our page the other day asking about a school. They've seen a lot of ethnic minorities on a corner. They contacted us to do research, so we went there. It was only a care home, and luckily enough, it was only a team switchover. So they were carers, South African carers.
Oh yeah.
But they were scared because of the ethnic.
Yeah, but that's stupid. That's the problem, though, man. That's stupid. That's why you don't get worked up over all this fucking race shit. Because sometimes it's just going to be people waiting to fucking go into work.
What's going on up and down the country? Yeah, obviously you're going to be worried, aren't you?
They're only standing outside the gate.
What's going on up and down the country? What? A guy got stabbed. Another guy got stabbed. By fucking nutters. Like, what the fuck are we saying?
Waiting for the taxis and that, but this is where it's pushing the racism, because if you've seen the white men standing there, you just walk past.
Have you seen all the stories where they come out like it's all about whataboutism? So basically, what about the lad, the black kid that got stabbed by all the samurai swords and all that?
Yeah.
And what about this fucking like? There was like a.
I'm thinking now both sides.
There was like a young girl in Bristol who would like try to do an attack and all this kind of stuff and all that. Yeah. But so what they do is you've got like these one or two incidents where that has happened, yeah, and what they do is they tarnish us all with it. Oh, look at this one person, look at these two, look at these three.
This is not in any way analogous to a bunch of people assaulting the police because of the Henry Novak thing. Isn't that the same fucking impulse? Which none of these fucking pricks are saying anything. I mean, someone like that, he's wearing a fucking White Lives Matter t-shirt.
3 incidents here, yeah. Look at this. You're all the same. But then, when they try to be
What about trans people? We're all indoctrinating children in school. I haven't been fucking in a school since I was, I don't know, what fucking school age was I? 17, 18, whatever.
Someone on the street, when they kill someone on the fucking street with a fucking ceremonial blade, when they do all these things, yeah, what, that doesn't tarnish all them? So now they're all individual, but we're not individual, we're a collective. That's
it's so fucking. I hate these people. How are these people getting away with this? How is the massive fucking media blitz of utter bullshit around the fucking Henry Novak thing just allowed to happen? Like, what the fuck does this solve? Okay, well, other people generalize. That doesn't mean you should. How many retarded as fuck comments did I get on my fucking Connie video? Oh, well, all journalists lie, actually. Yeah, that's still a fucking bad thing, retard. That's still a bad thing. I don't fucking get it. I think everyone has just gone insane. There's like mass hysteria going on in my country. And they just hold fucking areas of the country fucking hostage. Where you can't, like, every fucking weekend there's some kind of protest going by. And some kind of bullshit. You know, if you live in a place where there's like a high street or whatever, and like cafes and places to eat, you can't go out and have a fucking cup of coffee or something to eat or whatever. Without some fucking screaming pricks coming by, shouting about fucking deportation. I wish those fucking people would get deported. You know what I mean? Fucking get rid of them. They're the ones that are causing the problems around, like, in these areas. They're the ones that, like, making everyone's lives fucking miserable.
It's a bit wrong, isn't it?
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
It's nobody from their community condemns it.
No, that's it.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Red flag. So to me, that makes them complicit.
Yeah,
Just as
definitely.
bad.
Yeah. Definitely.
We condemn the white man. If a white man attacks, we condemn him.
We condemn him. When.
Bro, when did these people ever talk about, like, crime done by white people? Unless there's an angle where they can blame, like, queers on it or something. You know what I mean? That's part of the problem, is all you ever hear from these people is like, oh, look at this fucking brown person that did a crime, and look at that fucking brown person that did a crime. You're just picking and choosing the ones that you want to talk about. And yeah, other people do that too. Again, like, the point isn't supposed to be, well, this side does a bad thing, so we're going to do the same bad thing. The point isn't supposed to be this fucking race to the bottom, you know?
Jamie Bulger got killed by them two lads, yeah, right. I remember looking at the school, I remember looking at the videos on the news and all that, and I remember families all trying to get to them busy vans to get to them two evil children, right?
Yes, which was also dumb, but okay.
Where's the when this other community causes atrocities? Yeah, where's the outrage from them all? It's just pure silence.
Terrified of being called racist.
Well, no, I'm talking about from their community.
All right, yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Where's the massive march to it? Them saying around saying that doesn't represent all of us.
Bro, let's say, like, when it's like minority groups, it's gonna be all these lot that kick off. Those people in the minority groups, they're probably not going to join you because they think they're going to get attacked by you. Like, it's nuts. Like, what kind of analogy is this?
There isn't one. It doesn't happen. So it must mean that they're all right with it.
True. The worst motto the left I hate is when they say no one is.
Yeah, all these people making me wish that I never got any tattoos. At this point, is like alternative to not have anything.
It's illegal.
They are illegal.
You broke into a country.
Yeah, you're illegal.
Exactly.
Yeah. If you break into a country and rip up your passport and you've got no ID, that's illegal.
Yeah, can you imagine you get deported
that's
from
all they
anywhere?
say.
If you claim asylum in a country, right, they need to know who you are.
Yeah. Which it can't.
We've invited people into this country who have done stuff, right, and they've murdered people in other countries.
Yeah. Come on in.
I would never talk to them.
Yes, I'm sure they deliberately invite people in that are murderers. I'm sure that's what's happening.
Stories about
the Sikh community condemn what happened. Well, yeah, nothing's ever good enough for these people. Of course they condemned it. They're probably not going out fucking marching because they don't want to get fucking fucked with by these people. And more to the point, like, what's the point? What are the marches for? Why are people rioting? Like, what do they want? No more two-tier police. Well, what the fuck is two-tier policing? How is two-tier policing evidenced by fucking Henry Novak? How is there police racism based on that case? There's, like, no evidence of it there. It's so annoying, man. I hate it. And you can't say anything. You get so much shit for trying to talk sense about this kind of shit. Everyone has lost their minds over this. There was like, Jesus Christ, I'm trying to think. Like, King Critical did a video about the Henry Novak thing, which I mostly agreed with. And I actually respect him a lot for actually saying something. But people get pilloried and fucking shat all over for this kind of shit. I don't know if the video's still up. Yeah, no, it's still up. Listen, I respect him for doing this, honestly.
Negative comments, you're all just going to be so mad.
The narrative is like fucking insane around this shit. Like, I'm trying to think who else I even heard, like, talking sense about this. Fucking... I think I watched a Queeman stream, but did he even, like, post a video about it? It would have been on his second channel if he did. No, he hasn't posted a video about it. He wouldn't have done it on his main channel. Like, it's like... We've just been completely dominated. Like, truth isn't real anymore. Whenever stuff like this happens, this fucking mass delusion takes over. And we have to believe this, that, and the other. Or we're like terrible people. And we see what happens to the fucking police that had nothing to do with the fucking incident. They just work at the same fucking place. And surprisingly enough, aren't willing to let this massive fucking mob of hooligans go up to the killer's fucking house. Wow, I wonder why they wouldn't want to fucking do that. And I'm supposed to sit here and fucking go on about fucking TRA fucking dipshits. When those people are at this fucking low ebb, where no one respects those people anymore. I'm supposed to sit here, oh, look at this Jammy Dodger video. Look, Jammy Dodger, another video about fucking JK Rowling. Isn't that crazy, guys? Like, I'm supposed to fucking do that shit. I ain't got the energy for it anymore. Because there's just worse shit going on, you know? I'm supposed to, like, all this whole LGBT indoctrinating the kids stuff when this shit's going on. I don't know, man. I don't know. I'm losing my mind over this shit. Maybe it's different when you live somewhere that's, like, besieged by these fucking people most of the time. But, like, I don't know. I don't know. I'm losing it, man. I'm fucking losing it.
Like from Belgium, that the Belgian authorities have told the British authorities, yeah, that there's been a fucking influx of fucking really bad fucking criminals coming over on the ships, right? Yeah, and the authorities here don't seem to give a shit.
Bro, we left the European Union. Might that have something to do with it? We're not sharing intel the same way anymore.
About it.
They don't see it.
Yeah.
Nazis, just doing your job, just like the
Nazis, there we go. There we go.
Nazis dead.
Remember when it was all the left calls everyone Nazis?
Yes, sir, no, sir, I'm a Nazi, sir.
What side would you be on if Civil War broke out?
What a fucking retarded, shitty fucking question. I see these people when I go out. Not often. I don't go out that much. Mostly I just go out to buy food and come home and cook it and stuff.
Would you side and protect?
Talking about civil war. I'm supposed, like, am I making any fucking sense here, man? These people are openly talking about fucking civil war. I don't fucking get it. I don't fucking get it. I don't fucking get it.
What side would you be on if Civil War broke out?
Fucking licking her lips at that. That's what they want. That's what these people fucking want.
Would you side and protect your families, or would you just go against it?
It's not just that we have weird, racist, loud fuckwits yapping like psychos. Is that anytime anything happens, these people are fucking out there trashing fucking streets. Fucking marching down places. Making everyone's lives a fucking misery. And then you can't question any of it. And when you do, you're either fucking 26 viewering like me right now, or you're getting the fucking shit ripped out of you because everyone is fucking nuts now.
And just be told what the king tells you to do.
A simple question. What would you do if Civil War broke out?
They were talking in my ears.
What fucking question is that? They're not going to answer that. Like, you get these, like, I watched some other protest, and this guy is like going up to every police officer, asking them like what they think of like the Henry Novak thing. Like, they're not going to answer you. And then they treat it, because they don't answer, that is indicative of something. It's indicative of them doing their fucking job, believe it or not. Like, the ACAB fucking brain rot has, like, crossed over to the right. And the right brings in all this, like, brain rot shit. All the left are doing it, so we're going to do it 10 times fucking worse. So now the ACAB shit is, like, 10 times fucking worse than it used to be. So now they're calling everyone Nazis. Not actually listening to anyone. Just calling everyone Nazis. Everyone that doesn't think like me is a bigot, just in the other way. Constantly bleating about fucking anti-white racism and two-tier policing. Just doing it 10 times fucking worse than the left ever did.
protecting this.
They're not allowed to say that. They've got to be impartial.
If you weren't in your uniform.
Yeah, impartial.
If you weren't in your... Yeah. What a fucking retard.
But this copper has got a mullet.
That's why I say that.
Yes.
I saw your TikToks, I thought I might as well go the same.
Well, but you don't perm yours like mine.
Right.
Mine's more. Well, I'm fucking 48.
He doesn't perm his, he's just part sheep.
Do you know what I mean? Mine's more 80s, a bit more stylish, do you know what I mean?
A bit more retro. It's a bit more retro, you're more...
Here to make sure that everyone's safe, just like the 500 coppers, just like the 500 coppers that came here and raided it, tried to come here to protect people too. That's why they took 52 children away from this property. 56 children away from this property when it got raided because they had no ID. Imagine that. Imagine having kids in your house and you don't
even... now instead of protecting the public, they're having to make sure that none of you dipshits are going to do anything.
Even know where they're from or who they are.
Don't even know their date of birth.
Imagine the busies break into my house and I've got like fucking like 10 children and they go, who are they? I go, I don't fucking know.
This is going to look hilarious in hindsight, I'm calling it.
I don't know.
Just find them
They're just my slave.
In before this actually happens.
I don't know, they just turned up here. Do you know what I mean? Anyone know who Yaki Dai is?
Yeah.
Mate, if you don't know...
Oh, he's a fucking retard.
Who Yaki Dai is, it's Y-A-K-I space D-A-I, yeah. He's a YouTuber, he's from South Wales, and he is the funniest man you'll ever watch.
He's another one of those people that, like, he doesn't take no for an answer. Like, it should be an unwritten rule. And that Connie Shaw dipshit is a prime example of someone who doesn't follow this. It should be an unwritten rule that if you're filming in public and you start talking to someone and they say, oh, I don't really want to talk actually, that you just move on. Like, just move on. You ask someone a question, oh, I don't actually want to talk to you. You just fucking move on. This guy is like, oh shit, hang on. Yeah, this guy, I forget what I watched. It was probably at some trans thing. And I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised that this dipshit likes this dipshit, but, you know. I know.
He goes up to him, to the busies, and he oh my god, he's the funniest geezer. Yeah. And he speaks to him, and he says to him, he goes, when he talks about his camera, he goes, look into my magic box. And he does it, and he goes, what else does he say? He says, yes, Mr. Ossifer. I mean, I've said it a few times on my videos now, but I've been saying that since I was a kid, do you know what I mean? That's what we've been saying. But he's been saying it, but you need to watch Yaki Dai. He is one funny man. See you in a bit, you sexy fucking bastard patriots. Yes! See you in a bit. For the
nice
lifts.
One, brother.
Nice one, mate. Nice one, boys. I'll see you on the next one, yeah?
He doesn't shout out this guy. I really want to know who this person at the front is.
Nice one for the lift. I don't usually get lifts, mate, so I appreciate it. Cheers for that, kidder. See you in a bit, boys.
There's not going to be else on this. Now, who did I see? Is his name Mark? Yeah, I think it was this guy. Like, this is the thing that British people are doing now. It shows up, it was at Blackpool Pride. I'm trying to think. At Bolton Pride.
The judgment will be passed on to us. This is why I'm here, guys.
Used to work on building sites with, yeah, I'm not surprised. Yeah, we've got these people now. This is one of Steve's little friends. Like fucking Billboard Steve, not hooked up, but like linked up with this guy in fucking Blackpool. Preaching the gospel. It's like, it's not, like, what are we doing?
To me. That's why I'm here to warn. In love, in love.
got many liars coming out saying this, that, and I've just stood here and preached the words of Jesus, that's all. In love. We're getting people coming out of Specsavers making lies up.
What? Hang on. Someone in a wheelchair comes out and I think argues with him.
I never Jesus born again of the water, which is baptism of repentance. John the Baptist did it to Jesus, so we can take that example and do it. He says, go into the whole world and preach to all creation. Sorry? I don't know what you're saying, sir. For all have sinned and fallen short of the glory of God, even me.
I think he's just filming him. You getting any arguments in this one? What happens here? Oh, he comes over.
Of this land, I am allowed to preach free speech.
Ned needs a shower. He needs shearing is what he needs.
And preach the word of the living God.
Oh, they're praying together. Okay, wow.
Account of the whole life, not just this, everything. It says all will be laid bare, all secret deeds, all secret thoughts will be laid bare in front of all, and you will have to give an account on the day of judgment. And all those without Jesus Christ, who can have their sins forgiven with his blood, he says they will perish. But Jesus says, I wish none shall perish.
We need to ban this crap. Jeez, if only.
Receive everlasting life. We're just trying to give...
Unfortunately, I have a feeling like if I want as much free speech as possible, you kind of have to allow this kind of shit.
Give the information so you can reach heaven. That's all. Come 20 miles to preach.
It's like, when did people stop? When did people forget that no one wants this shit shoving down their throat? You want to complain about like people being indoctrinated any other way? Like, this is the same shit, just in a different direction.
So you can reach heaven. It's not to condemn you. I don't want you to go to hell. I want you to go to heaven. You're not, brother. Not according to the Bible. You were baptized. Well, it doesn't matter. There's many people who have been baptized. They're still going to hell, sir. Jesus said you must be born again of the Spirit. You going to heaven? Yeah, yes, sir. I'm born to be born again of the Spirit.
What's going on with his shirt? He's like tucked in on one side but not the other. He's getting angry as well. This is good. You going to heaven?
Yeah, yes, sir. I'm born again. True born again.
They're always born again, aren't they? Almost none of these people like grew up Christian or like, you know, have always been about it. I bet this guy has not been born again for more than a few years. I fucking bet you. Like, English Ned, how long do we think he's been a fucking Christian for? Not very long, I wouldn't have thought.
If he was born, Jesus said, you can tell a tree by its fruit. Yeah, what's your fruit right now? This, sir, preaching the word of God. What's your fruit, sir? Condoning to homosexuality. So that's your fruit. Homosexuality is not love, sir. It's vile passions of the flesh. It's passion. It's vile, it says. No, it doesn't. Yes, it does. I will get it out, sir. Book of Romans, let's give it. Book of Romans, yeah, go on, tell me. I know it. Read it then. If you know it, tell me. I know what you're referring to, Romans 1. Yes, go on. You read it. I will do. So I met you at the ring. How are we doing? Yeah. Thank you so much. Wow. Wow, hallelujah. was all bandaged up last week. He couldn't move his arm. I prayed for him. His back, he's had it all took off. Praise Jesus.
Really, really.
That's why he just come to tell me that he's been healed. Glory to the King.
How is this not like, is it blasphemy? Is it blasphemy when you're like pretending to be fucking Jesus or whatever? How is this not that? I don't get it.
So we should not condone these things on the day of judgment. You have to give an account. Especially in Islam, you will have your head cut off. God bless you, sir.
Do they know anything? They know how to talk out of shites.
One man, one woman, children, marriage. God bless you. God bless you.
That's God bless you, by the way. God. Yeah, this guy was in the Blackpool video.
I've got it. He says go out and preach. I've got it. I'm sorry, guys. I've got to preach. I completely understand. Jesus loves you. He does love you. You've got some up in
Can I get more about that?
I can't hear shit, and whoever is singing in the background is really not very good.
And all the Pharisees, the Pharisees.
Oh, okay. Hello.
Old Testament, he's the Word made flesh. He says, as in the beginning, as created, he says, man, woman, children, marriage. He said, because that's love.
Can I just
when you don't have children and like your own, when you have children, you know what real love is. Real love, sir. I have three. I have a grandchild as well. When you think you know what love is, especially when you and your mum and your dad, you think I know love. But when it's your own child, it's completely different. Don't need to challenge.
We're preaching, which is challenging.
I'm just telling you the way
This man has chosen to be straight. He has chosen to wait. Delicious man. He has chosen to be straight. Isn't that right? Can I just... So what I'm saying is, you've said, when did you choose to be straight? When did you choose to be straight?
I thought it was all about love.
Okay.
Love was love. Why are you not loving me?
I could love you. Right.
I love you guys.
If you want me to love you, I'll love you all night, baby.
Right, let's calm it down.
I mean, that's sexual harassment.
So, this is really fascinating here because it brings me up really important. In Genesis, God created man and he created woman.
Said God multiplied was beautiful.
Absolutely. And in that...
I've just read Leviticus. It says, do not lie with another male and abomination.
Let me get there. Because I don't take that translation. That's
But you won't do.
Let me finish.
You're not being truthful.
I am being truthful, just like... Don't let me respond. If this is either a conversation or not a conversation, what I'm saying to you is fundamentally, in a marriage between a man and a woman, the reason God created that within Genesis, in Adam and Eve, was that there'll be a representation that through and through...
The representation of one man, one woman and children.
Yeah. Which is... what is that representation of? That's representation of two people coming together.
Yeah, a man and a woman, sir.
You're not letting me talk, which is actually quite rude, right?
I'm just reading the word of God, not mine. It's not my word, it's the word.
It's a translation. It's not the Kahoni Greek.
All Bible
You're not speaking in the Kahoni Greek or the Hebrew, are you?
Listen, I'm not reading
Is it the Kahoni?
King James, brother.
It's the King James, yeah, which actually is a translation of the Latin. It's not even a translation of the Kahoni Greek and the Hebrew. So you either know it or you don't know it. Is it the King James? Which is a translation. Who's it translated by? Tell me.
It's from the ancient Eastern manuscripts. Okay? Ancient Eastern manuscripts.
Which was discovered by who? You don't know what it means, that's what's funny.
You don't know. I know what one man, one woman,
is the
multiply and procreate. I know what that means.
Yeah, which is a representation of through
what you're
love,
saying is
through love creates
male
life.
and male. It says lie with each. You shouldn't lie with each other. As with a woman, you shouldn't be having sex.
With a man and a woman comes together in procreation.
You need to be with a woman so you can have children. Sir.
Yeah, is he wearing mixed fabrics? I think that's something you're not allowed to do either.
Have a family and real love.
Children are a representation of life in the relationship. If someone was to adopt, is that not love?
Like that looks like two different kinds of fabric to me, you know, the shirt, maybe three with the hat, the backpack.
He's talking silly.
Just pray. I know you can't.
No, it is called spiritual abuse. I'm happy for you to pray for me. I'll pray with you, but I'm not going to be prayed. No, I'm not going to be prayed for, because you praying for me is spiritual abuse.
Because you're scared of the truth.
Bible translations. Yeah, I know a bit about like the King James stuff. I don't really follow a huge amount of like, I never got into like atheist content and stuff, so mostly as long as it's not people like this, I don't give a fuck if someone's religious, you know.
And set you free, bro.
You're trying to pray the gay away, which is inadvertently.
But for you, it's not. If it's all rubbish, it's not going to happen, is it?
It isn't. But why would I put myself through it? Always the shame that you guys put on everyone else.
I haven't put any. I'm just reading the Bible.
You're reading it. You are saying that they're
wearing. You're both wearing crucifixes.
I am literally a Christian. Yeah, I've been to church my whole life.
Yeah, you're mocking God's covenant.
I'm mocking God's covenant. What does this covenant mean? Tell me what it means.
That the flood, he won't flood the earth again between him and man. That was his covenant. He won't flood the earth. And pride have hijacked it. Satan's hijacked his covenant.
No. Why won't he flood the earth again? Why won't he flood the earth again? Why won't he flood the earth again?
Because there was an abomination.
Which abomination?
Sodom and Gomorrah and the rest of them.
That's not why he flooded the earth, because that's after.
You said it's all we're all eating. We're all eating. People were lying with beasts.
Jesus said nothing. Well, I think he's taking all his stuff from the Old Testament, right?
People was lying with beasts.
Isn't the Old Testament the Jewish part? I can't remember. I guess Christians like take both the Old and New Testament.
It's really bad.
But then everyone believes like different things anyway, and everyone takes different things from all of this kind of stuff. Probably know more about theology. Yeah. Guys like this, I swear to God, I will be surprised if this guy was a Christian like fucking 5 years ago. Most of these people are the same. It's all like those like Tectone, like Asmongold types that are all suddenly like Christians and all suddenly like fucking diehard fucking rightoids. Like none of those people were like that like 5 years ago. I bet this guy was not a Christian 5 years ago.
It's really. Why are you here then? Fuck off. Honestly.
Pointless for you.
You're the one not building a point. He's building his point. He's building his point. You're not. You're just.
Yeah. Okay, that's it. God bless you.
God bless you too. How was the sign?
We was having a really good conversation. We were, and he was, you know, a little bit more.
And he tried to do a bit.
And he's come with a lot of aggression.
I've come with aggression. I've come with that.
He's very angry.
He's come with depth. He's come with depth. He's come with depth. He's come with depth.
I'm over here now. I'm here. You're like, right, you know.
He's having a conversation with you.
Very defensive, isn't he?
Has made a way to rest himself back onto him.
Are there any more fun conversations there? I can't remember. Ooh. Oh, this guy's back. Hang on. I think he's like staying out of the frame.
You've come to.
I've not seen Bob from Speaker's Corner, no.
Somebody took the part of God's creation to make man.
God created you.
Your heart, can I talk about your heart? Your heart was turned to Satan. The hatred of Satan is turned to you. And you have said, yes, I will accept that hatred. I will accept that hatred of my fellow people, creations of God, creations of people. How much blood has been delivered to Satan because of gay people, transgender people? How much blood? How many beautiful creations?
Satan is the father of all lies.
He is the father of all lies. Why has your heart given in to him? Why has your heart given in to Satan? To turn away from God's creatures.
He came there and he was a lot. He was like, he was down, and then soon
I have given you this water. I've given you the water in the interest that you shouldn't hate people like me.
I don't hate you.
I'm giving you a gift in the hope of peace.
I want you to go to heaven. I want you to go to heaven. That's why I'm here.
You've come to a meeting.
He got delivered from homosexuality straight now through God.
Your heart was turned to Satan.
Tell him, sir. Please give me your testimony.
There are many of God's beautiful
He's lost, sir. He's lost. He's been healed.
It was a beta move, by the way. When someone's arguing with you, talking about them to someone else. Like, beta as fuck.
I don't know. It's such a... Why are you here? I just came to... I knew the bride was on. I came to have some people killed. You've always fixing anyway. And then I should have realised that...
Hello. If anyone wants prayer, I can pray.
I've been given... to recognise that it's a demon.
He says, if you take my children away from my word, it's better to die a millstone around your neck and jump in the sea. He says he's for the seniors. I just say the words of Jesus.
Yeah, guys like this don't make heaven sound very appealing, you know what I mean? Like, if I go to heaven, do I have to, like, am I in the same place as this guy? Am I in the same place, like, with lots of these guys? I don't want that. That sounds shit.
You guys, you can be delivered. I can pray for your families. If anyone's going through any illnesses, I can pray.
I've just been speaking to your friend there. He is not allowed a relationship. He is not allowed the love that you can have. You can have love, but he is not allowed that. God will not allow that. How can a loving God do that to someone?
Because it's not love, it's sexual gratification, sir. It's not love. Real love is one man, one woman, children. That's love.
Have you ever had sex with a woman?
I've got married, sir.
What does he think of the fact that Billboard Steve has no children?
Then you have demonstrated sexual gratification.
No, it's love. Because when you first meet each other, it's
every
love.
single time you have sex,
we date
every
and
single
stuff,
time you have sex
and then I got on my knee and I got on my knee, and that's when it became love.
How many children do you have?
I have 3 children.
Okay, so you've had sex with your wife 3 times? Okay, then you've experienced sexual gratification.
I'm married though, sir. I'm married. I'm married, one man, one woman.
The only reason for sex is procreation. Yes or no? It says
you've used unnatural use of men, sir. That's what you do. It says in the Bible. It says you've been given over to a reprobate mind.
What is the purpose of sex? What is the purpose of sex?
Right? Do you know your
answer the question? What is the purpose of sex?
Your anus is for excretion, sir. It's not for.
I don't care what you do with your anus.
Yeah, it's about for excretion of waste, sir. That's why God created it that way. It's not to put stuff.
What is the purpose of sex?
It is not. That's not what you should.
What is the purpose of sex?
Amen. Opinions are like assholes. Everybody's thinking.
Exactly. Everyone's not one. This man's heart is turned to Satan.
Excuse me.
This man agrees with me.
Put your hand on me.
Okay, I'm sorry. I was gesturing to say that your heart has turned to Satan.
You slapped me 3 times on my shoulder. Don't do that, please.
Okay. I won't do that.
I don't mind that.
This man's heart has turned to Satan. Truly.
Pray for you to be healed.
He wants to say to that man man cannot love. That man is not allowed to experience the love that God has given him.
One man, one woman, marriage.
This man has sex only for sexual gratification. He goes against his own words.
It's all on camera.
Own words. Yes, it is on camera. I will broadcast to the world that this man has turned his heart to Satan. Truly. Because he's willing to take away the love that God gives people and say, you cannot have that, because that specific part of love is not right.
Can I pray for you, sir?
I do not accept your prayers of Satan. I give you my gift. I hope you turn to be loving to all people. All people. You can have all the questions you like.
To disagree.
Yes, Satan will always lose. The people in there are winning, you're losing.
Okay.
Just enjoying life. You alright?
I'm good, sir, yes. Hallelujah. He's good. He's good. God is good all the time.
Oh, this guy's called Mark. Mark the Street Preacher. He was shouted out on Steve's channel, though.
Would you like any food?
I've got that bottle of water. I'm alright. I'm not ready to eat. I'm alright.
Yeah, he was hanging out. He was in Blackpool. Oh, this was the one that English Ned was at, wasn't it? Yeah, he got a guest appearance from English Ned. Forget where it was. Yeah, there he is. Fucking sheep man right there. Aspect ratio is strange on this. In Primark.
We must repent and put our trust in Jesus. He's the way, the truth, and the life. No man, no woman comes to the Father except through Jesus Christ. He died on the cross 2,000 years ago for each and every one of you guys.
I'll tell you what I wanted to watch, actually.
Well, no, I
wanted to see what this Michael Knowles thing was on Piers Morgan. Also, like the stream, etc. Please, thank you. Not optional. It is optional. You don't have to, but it's free. So I know, man. Yeah, I haven't seen this yet. This is Pride Month related. We're still being topical, vaguely. Apparently, Michael Knowles. So James Barr is like some gay guy that appears on Piers' show, and for the most part, just says like the dipshit, basic bitch, like woke shit. Michael Knowles is Michael Knowles. I don't like James Barr like at all, but I know who I'd rather be locked in a room with. And it ain't fucking Michael Knowles. Anyway, let's see what this was. Yeah.
wish you all a very happy Pride Month, that special time again. You all look forward to it as much as I do. And then it's all over in the blink of an eye. Well, 28 days or more. 30 days, is it? Hang on. I meant exactly the complete opposite, of course. It's impossible to keep track of all the celebrations and well-wishings that may interest viewers all over the world, but we do have a short selection. The New York Times has 9 comic books to celebrate Pride, while the London School of Economics found 14 Pride books. Darlington Cinema, up in the heartlands of the British working class, has a season of LGBTQ plus films, missing quite a few digits and numbers there and letters. Great news reaching us from the small town of Bedford, Massachusetts.
Piers Morgan is very funny.
Where officials have approved his Pride Month banner for the 5th consecutive year. My own beloved Arsenal Football Club has taken a break from celebrating the Premier League title to celebrate Pride. Israel is enjoying one of the biggest Pride festivals in the world at the biblical site of 2 very famous cities. And there's plenty, as always, for the kids. Sesame Street.
Hey everyone, Israel is like gay friendly and shit. Israel is gay friendly as long as you don't live in fucking Gaza.
Barney and Snoopy have all met this important moment 20 years ago. The gay rights charity Stonewall ran a famous campaign called Some People Are Gay, Get Over It. Well, exactly. That's always been my view, and I wish we'd all stuck to it. It wouldn't be Pride Month without a visit to the Uncensored studio by comedian and commentator James Barr. And I'm glad to say this year he'll be sitting...
You know what is really weird? I guess he's only doing it to a certain extent. Like, he's not labouring it too much. But it's actually been really difficult finding like Pride Month shit. And like the people making this kind of content or whatever, they're the ones like amplifying it at this point. Like Pride Month has never been more like ignorable, which I think is it's a good thing, to be honest.
to the Uncensored Studio by comedian and commentator James Barr. And I'm delighted to say this year he'll be sitting alongside Michael Knowles, who I'm sure is equally thrilled to be celebrating Pride Month.
Happy Pride.
Welcome back. Welcome back, James.
Spiritu tuo. Exactly.
Why couldn't we just say everyone can be what they want, get over it, and get over it? Why a month of celebrations? I don't get an hour for being a straight guy. Make the point.
But why are we still talking about this year? Why a month of celebration? Like, no one's fucking talking about Pride Month anymore. It's like background noise now.
Year in, year out to you.
I'm sure you do get an hour with your lovely wife to celebrate being straight.
Nobody else celebrates
or
my
maybe
hour.
it's less than an hour.
It's always like, oh, everyone else has left. I'm like, it's just so fucking. Everything's just, oh, where's our version of this? Where's our version of that? Why isn't there a holiday celebrating me personally?
But
I don't go out and see straight.
I thought participation trophy shit was meant to be bad, you know?
Flags or
you're
banners
straight,
or
as I've said
cartoon
before,
strips.
you are a straight flag. You are the pinnacle of the straight movement. I think a lot of straight people watch you and feel that they are visible. But gay people, queer people, we don't have that representation.
Really?
No, Piers, we don't. We grow up.
Where do you feel invisible?
Everywhere, all year.
You personally feel invisible. I've seen your stage outfits.
You know you're being ridiculous, okay? Straight people.
Why do you get a month? Why gay people?
They're really dumb. Like, why are we talking about like visibility? Oh, gays don't get enough attention. It's the same shit from the other side.
You are a straight flag. You are the pinnacle of the straight movement. I think a lot of straight people watch you and feel that they are...
The straight movement. I don't know. Like I said, I watched that Tiptoe thing. There are times where like the main character and the bad guy and stuff are like interacting. Where it's just obvious these are two people with fucking chips on their shoulder. Oh, your people are responsible for bad things. No, your people are responsible for bad things. Like, I hate this shit.
Are visible. But gay people, queer people, we don't have that representation.
Really?
No, Piers, we don't. We grow up.
Yeah.
Where do you feel
visibility and representation? Yeah, that's what fucking matters.
Feel invisible?
Everywhere, all year.
You personally feel invisible. I've seen your stage outfits.
You know you're being ridiculous, okay? Straight people.
Why do you get a month? Why gay people?
What do you mean, why gay people?
Why do you get a month?
Well, it's not.
Actually, I can't fucking take it, man. I can't fucking take it. Why does this exist? Why are we having this conversation?
Not just gay people, it's LGBTQ plus people.
Well, what's the exact number of...
It is a month.
Well, hang on.
It is a month.
Hang on.
To
LGBT plus... You missed out Q.
It is a month.
Why did you leave out Q?
You can't
exclude people. Who's included?
Shut up, Michael.
No, but hang on, because it's now LGBT plus 2Q and then...
Of course.
Hang on, I've got to hear.
Listen,
do you know...
Hey guys, remember when it was funny to make out that there's too many letters? Hey guys, did you know that that acronym has kind of too many letters in it these days? No one has ever made that point before. I'm a genius.
What it is? Do you know the exact latest one?
Well, because it changes lots, and
so what is
it's
it?
lots of different communities celebrate lots of different versions of it.
What is the official
overall,
one?
It's LGBTQ plus.
No, it's LGBTQIA2SL plus.
Right. 2S isn't fucking UK though, is it? 2S is Canada.
Right, sure.
What does any of that mean?
Are you now going to test me on what that is?
Yeah. Because I've no idea.
That's amazing.
You know, two means two spirit.
That's
I
right.
heard that one.
Yes, two.
It's a modern Indian thing.
What's that about?
Queer or questioning, and then also intersex, asexual.
Okay, and then two spirit.
Yeah, two spirit.
Yeah. What's that?
I think that is a American. Canadian. I actually, to be honest, I don't know.
Idea.
But listen,
we're celebrating.
Yeah, he's British. No British people know what the fuck two spirit is. Sorry.
You've no idea what you're celebrating.
In the interest of pride, I'll tell you what it is.
Oh, great.
Dude, this is all you get for Pride Month now. It's just the same fucking argument that's been going on for years. You don't get like the pro Pride Month. Oh my god, I'm so happy it's Pride Month shit. You don't really get any of that anymore. It's just this now. It's just, hey, there's a lot of letters. There's a lot of letters in the acronym actually. There's lots of letters. Why is there a plus? Plus isn't a letter. Why is there a plus?
say that Two-Spirit was this ancient Native American sexual identity. But it's not actually. It was invented in 1990.
How does Michael Knowles know?
It was coined in 1990.
Because I'll tell you exactly why.
Every year.
Because Michael is more obsessed with gay people than even I am.
Actually true. Actually owned. Actually W James there. W James. There we go. It's on now.
And I sleep with men. That's why Michael knows what
it's so amazing. We social conservatives, we're always accused of being obsessed with these issues.
Well,
and I say, hey, no, listen.
You know what Two-Spirit is? You're not even Canadian.
I didn't invite myself to sit here and talk about this with you.
I'll tell you how we won't talk about it anymore. I like the way things were before Pride Month. I like the way things were for years with the men go to the men's bathroom, women go to the women's. People kind of be quiet.
You're happy with gay marriage?
No, before that. I'm happy when we had real marriage.
You want to go all the way back?
Yeah, to like 2015.
I
want to go all the way back to 2015. Yeah, to like the real meaning of marriage. So anyway, I'm totally fine with that. And then it was the social revolutionaries who wanted to...
But it's the trans people that are like forcing their shit on everyone else. Like, social conservatives, Christians, those kind of people, they never do that. We should never worry about any of this like rightoid shit. It's just always trans bad. That's all that matters.
Change everything.
Why do you have
and then I just object to it and I say, hey, I don't think that's
we've got an entire side of the political aisle fucking lying to us about basically fucking everything in my country right now. But trans people are bad. We're going to trash every street corner because we've made up the idea that the police are racist against white people. But because don't forget about trans people. There's still at least one trans person that thinks that kids should transition. Therefore, that's much more important.
A great idea. And you say, why are you so obsessed?
Why?
I say, I didn't change anything.
Why is it not okay for men to marry men, women to marry women?
Because they can. It's like, why can't a circle be a square? It just isn't.
Well, that doesn't make any sense. That's not an answer to my question. Why do you believe that isn't okay?
James kind of mogging suddenly. He's kind of mogging.
Because marriage in its nature is the union between a man and a woman for the purpose of procreation. According to marriage, according to what it is.
According to the Bible?
No, according to nature.
Right.
What the fuck are you saying?
Insane. According to nature.
Yeah. It's
what are you talking about? According to nature.
Well, marriage.
You've seen in nature that there are gay animals, right?
Yeah, that's not marriage. They're not married.
No, because marriage is what? Like,
but Michael, the union between a man and a woman.
It's a social contract. It's a natural institution.
But Michael, do you accept?
Because as you just quite rightly pointed out, animals don't get married naturally.
I'm about to say something. I'm about to say something you might agree with. So shut up a minute. Right? Do you accept that his proclivities to having sex with other men?
But it's also love. I want to make that distinction.
And love, but is a natural thing.
I think that there are all sorts of kind of weird deviancies and aberrations that come out.
That's not an okay word to use about.
But if it's natural, why is it deviant?
Well, because we mean natural in two different ways. We mean natural like things that just happen, like animals will kill each other and eat each other. Or the cannibalism is natural, I guess, in that way. And we also mean natural as man's participation in like the moral law, in the eternal law. So you say, well, it's maybe cannibalism is natural in a certain sense. But really, it's totally contrary to the natural law. It's not good for human beings, so we shouldn't do it. And so
this is a completely invented version of the word nature, natural.
I think marriage is a natural institution. All I'm pointing out
is... Do you think he's a deviant for being gay?
Yeah, but...
there is no argument here. What are you saying?
Deviant, yeah, a little bit.
But that's your own opinion of it. The thing is, people that are homophobic, which you are being a little bit right now, are always closeted gay men afraid of their own feelings.
Hold on.
The research says it.
That offended him.
Wait a second.
Michael, what I think is happening here is that closeted gay men afraid of their own feelings.
Hold on.
The research says it.
Wait a second.
Michael, what I think is happening here is that
there was like a bit of anger in his face for a second there. You can't take that back.
It's so much about
you are
myself.
afraid of your own closeted homosexual feelings, and that's why you're saying it's not natural.
What's amazing?
Well, interestingly,
that's what's happening.
Interestingly,
have you been to gay conversion therapy?
Hold on, I've never made it.
I think you should try it because it worked on me.
No,
well, that's why I'm gay.
What's so amazing about that rejoinder, which you always hear, is if you express the view of homosexuality held by Christians, religious Jews, Muslims, like perfectly ordinary people. Hold on. If you just express that view, notice what the really pro-LGBT activists will always say. The very first thing they'll do to insult you is to say, well, actually, you're secretly gay. No. And I say, I wasn't even using it as an insult. You're the one using it as an insult.
I didn't say you're secretly gay because of that. I said you're secretly gay because you're being homophobic and saying I'm a deviant. That's why I said you're secretly gay. But that is because you're afraid of gay people. And the only reason that would be is because of that. And let me just come back to what you said.
Okay, it's getting retarded again. Like he had a moment. He had a couple of moments there. Listen.
About religion, Leviticus, which is a chapter in the Bible that most people are drawing on.
It's a book of the Bible.
A book, sorry, chapter, whatever. I don't mean to offend anyone here, but that was written by the Jewish people after the Babylonians invaded as a sort of strict moral code. Right? Yeah. You're impressed by how intelligent I am, sounding briefly. That is not God's word. That is the word of a strict moral code that came in after an invasion, after a war. There are so many other chapters that are ignored, other texts that are ignored.
Just for your edification, Christians and Jews and Muslims believe that the Bible is in fact God's word.
Yes,
and
but
not that God literally
isn't God's word.
But I'm just pointing out to you, you say that a Jewish scribe wrote down the book of Leviticus, therefore it's not God's word. The Christian belief is not that God, like literally a hand came out of the cloud to write the Bible.
Yeah,
it's that God inspired the men who wrote the Bible.
Okay, but why are the men that wrote that book correct and the other books that weren't included incorrect?
What other books?
Okay, I want you to read a book.
Why are books that are not in the Bible?
I would like you to read a book called The Queer Thing About Sin, which dives into this quite deeply.
Can you explain the point? I'm trying to get.
I think the point is that a lot of books were written around then, and only certain ones were chosen. Also, you're only handpicking certain
books that were not the Bible were also written at the same time.
From that book.
All right.
Why are you not worrying about what you eat?
All right. Let me just ask again. But let me ask again. Regardless of your individual views about this, okay? Why do you get a month to just go on about being gay? But why do you?
It's not.
You already fucking asked this question like 3 times.
A month to go on about being gay.
Have a day, have a Pride Day, but why a month?
We have lots of different Pride events all over the world. I think it's an important month because it shows people that we're okay, we're allowed to exist, and that the world supports us.
Yeah, but surely you've reached a point now where this is.
Piers, we haven't, because there's idiots like
I'm
Michael sat here.
Listen,
bless you. And I'm a fan.
I'm from New York.
You're a fan of an idiot.
Yeah.
I don't want to offend you.
And he's here sharing a platform with a deviant. I mean, I'm a little bit confused. Look, he's happy to share a platform with a deviant. You think you're a fan of an idiot. I mean, forgive me if I'm sitting here feeling a little bit confused.
Listen.
So, wait, now you're confused? Does that mean that you are part of the LGBT?
Not about my sexuality, no.
No, listen.
He's not acute.
I've never harboured any indecent thoughts towards you.
I think your question is a bit, you're simplifying it slightly, and I think you know why.
No, I'm genuinely confused. I get.
Yeah, listen, the messaging is all wrong. Pride Month isn't important at all. It's just a thing now. Get over it. Just ignore it like everyone else does now.
Why certain days get celebrated as a day, right? Well, you have a day where the world's focus is on, that day, and there are many, many, many days like that, and I'm all in favour of that. That's fine. Right. And I'd be totally fine with a Pride Day around the world where everyone who's LGBTQIA 2SL, you don't even know what 2SL means, just to your point.
Well, it's 2S, I think. Wait, 2SL? Where's the L? 2 Spirit. There isn't even an L in there. I think he's hallucinated an extra letter there. Wait. This can't be right. 2S LGBTQIA 2SL. But what's the 2? I think AI overview is like losing it. Like, what's going on? Oh, 2 Spirit loving. Or same gender. Like, oh, I don't know, man. What the fuck is going on? What is humanity? What is humanity anymore?
Piers, hang on. It's a term used by some indigenous North American people to describe individuals whose spirits are a blend of both masculine and feminine.
But it was invented in 1990 by a woman who said it came to her in a dream.
Right, to me, a lot of that lettering and stuff is complete nonsense.
Let me just speak to my
and as always, when people talk about things like two-spirit, whatever, and I start to say, well, I can identify as whatever I want, and I do the old, okay, I want to be a two-spirit penguin, and then you all go, well, that's ridiculous. But here are you supporting a month, celebrating a series of terminology which you don't even know what some of it means.
As a gay man, I'm supporting anyone in the LGBTQ plus community.
Why would you exclude the two-spirit?
Anyone, Piers. You're trying to cancel me within my own community.
No, I know what you're doing. I think there'll be a shock. They will be as shocked as I am. You can't describe what the two-spirit
I think in the UK we don't have two-spirit, so I'm not completely across that. And I don't.
Would you like to apologise to the two-spirit community?
Would you like to apologise to the two-spirit community?
Why?
Because
he supports them. He's including them.
Right, great.
I've included them. You haven't.
Yeah.
What do you want?
Would you like to apologise?
Can I tell you
to the two-spirit community for not knowing what they mean?
Yeah, sure. I apologise to the two-spirit community for not knowing what that means.
But do you apologise?
But I would like to understand.
But you accept this is part of the problem that we're spending a month celebrating.
Of what problem? Like, what are we saying?
Maybe
stuff which you can't even.
It doesn't matter anymore.
Explain what we're celebrating.
You won't even let me get a word in. And the reason that I don't understand what it is because people like you are just shouting over LGBTQ plus people who are trying
you wouldn't have understood it however long I gave you.
You're literally still shouting.
You wouldn't have known however long I gave you.
Can I tell you why I think a Pride Month is important?
Yes.
I think it is important because when I grew up as gay at school, I lived in Section 28, which was a law in the UK that banned teachers or anybody discussing gay people. So nobody knew what gay was. So when I was bullied for being gay, and people still get bullied all the time in the UK for being LGBTQ+, two-spirit around the world, that is very difficult. And I think Pride Month gives TV shows, stations, conversations like this a platform
but you're not
to say
explaining
to people
again.
That feel alone, that they are not alone.
I get it. And look, it was illegal to be gay when I was born.
Exactly.
Right? So I'm not oblivious
Which is why you're not gay.
Yeah, but also it's why I hope you would say I don't have a trace of homophobia about me. I've always been completely tolerant of LGBT community.
Well, you hide behind that.
I lose it when you get into all the other letters because even you don't know what they mean.
But I'm not those letters, so why would I necessarily know what they mean?
Wow, so you only care.
No, I don't only care about.
You only care about certain numbers of letters for Pride Month.
Do you know about every single different type of straight person all over the world?
It's not me wanting a month to celebrate.
Okay, but it's not.
What are the different types of straight people? This is news to me.
You're oversimplifying
You mentioned the T. Forget the two-spirit for a second. You mentioned the T. In Pride Month, are we really expected to support the T? In other words, am I obligated to believe this ludicrous notion that a man can really be a woman? Am I a hater? Am I a bigot?
Hey, we get down to it. We get down to what really matters. Yeah, well, there's men that say that they're women.
Am I secretly trans if I don't believe in that?
I don't think that you are obligated to believe or support anything if you don't want to.
Great.
But I personally do.
But publicly I have to because pride is everywhere and you get a whole month.
literally don't.
Bro, these days you don't have to be like trans affirming anymore. You actually just fucking don't. Piers is doing bad right now. This is just normal. He's just always like this. He's a fucking idiot. Like that's the draw. Like, you know, you don't actually come here expecting a serious conversation. You get a stupid question. You get a dumb argument around that stupid question. Then you just get the same stupid question again. And then you get the attempted gotcha about men getting pregnant or women having penises or whatever. And then you get dipshits like Zach Polanski that go on there and affirm the stupid question and give him the clips that he wants. This is just like par for the course.
All over the public square, there are flags everywhere. There are lessons in schools. There are commercials on TV.
Would you mind if we had a straight day?
No, I wouldn't mind at all.
What if we had a straight year?
You do have a straight year, but if you want to have one specific.
So if I went out and had a load of flags celebrating,
I'm fine with that.
Straight
you know
day.
They did that in the US and no one showed up. It
really?
Bombed. I think it was Washington or somewhere else.
That'd be quite funny.
You should have gone.
I know I didn't get invited. Maybe they thought I was gay. This is my problem with the Pride Month.
Right.
One Pride is like the queen of all sins. And now the sin of all queens, some might say. But why does one have to have pride when you could just say, look, it's a crazy world. People sometimes do some aberrant things. We all like Cole Porter and Noel Coward. Why, in other words?
Why is what I'm doing aberrant? Sorry, abhorrent. What are you talking about?
Because men, the natural
why
end
do you
of
think that?
the natural
and
end
why
of
are
a
you
man.
sexualizing love?
Here, I'll tell you
so
why.
much. That's why I'm saying you're in the closet, because you immediately think of gay men.
Sex involves love.
Wait, you think of two gay men and you immediately jump to deviant, abhorrent. Like, really, what we're talking about is love. Okay? No, you decide to take it sexual. I'm not talking about
I think
sex.
gay stuff is sexual. Is that not? Am I wrong in believing gay stuff?
So when I think about you and your wife, do I immediately jump to that being sexual?
That is a sexual
Do you look at
relationship.
Minnie
Sex
and
is what
Mickey Mouse
defines-
and be like, oh, they're actually definitely having sex?
If they're married, then sex is involved.
So when you look at Mickey and Minnie Mouse, you think they're having sex?
Well, they're mice. They're not people.
Well,
I don't know their.
Not usually what I hear from married men. If they're married, sex is involved. It's not usually what I hear from them.
If you were
I don't know if they're legally married.
But if you were to see them celebrating Pride, you'd be offended and you'd say, how dare they?
You ask, why do I say it's deviant? I'm not saying it, I'm not like,
Well, no, I asked you why you're not offended when you see two straight cartoons, but you would be offended when you saw two straight gay cartoons.
Because like marriage, straight relationships are normal and good.
You are just repeating yourself. You're not answering my question.
I am.
Why are you sexualizing two...
You know what? Trans people are normal and good. There you go. Owned.
Two men in love.
Who have sex. Why? Because that's kind of what defines it.
But that's not what pride is. We're not saying, oh my God, look, we're all having sex. We're all fucking each other. That's not what pride is.
Well, that
pride
is how the pride parades actually do generally play out on Main Street.
Pride is literally saying...
Like there's like leather and weird spankings and things. It is. That's how it plays out.
But the straight community do that as well.
No, we don't have...
Yes,
we just acknowledge we don't have
parades. Oh my God,
parades.
you are joking. Straight people have so many kinks.
We do not have any
What's your
spank
porn
parades
category?
ever.
What do you watch when you're watching porn?
I do not watch pornography.
Come on, you must.
I don't.
What's your category?
I don't watch pornography.
Really? You don't?
I don't.
What's this? Is this your hand on the Bible?
Yeah, I don't have a Bible on me. I don't have Leviticus either.
Okay, you've never watched... What about when you were at college?
No,
what did you
I might have seen a naked lady once or twice, but I don't watch pornography.
Okay, and what kind of naked lady are you into? What are your kinks?
I don't...
What do you like doing with your wife? Well, if you're going to sexualize my community, if you're going to do that, I'm going to do it back.
He goes, why do you think gay people are having
Because I'm playing the same game, because I'm doing this, because I'm giving it back to you.
Here's why we would say it's deviant, is because man has like natural ends, like the eye is for seeing, the glass is for drinking water out of, and man has a sexual end, which is sexual congress with women, which creates babies.
Okay, why do you have a...
Noel's ever been to a Pride event? I'm guessing not. I'm guessing mostly just seen the clips from Twitter that everyone's seen.
G-spot. Why'd you have a G-spot in your bum?
I don't.
Yes, you do. You actually do. That is scientifically proven. And if you go all the way back to ancient Rome, men have been having sex with men.
I just want to clarify for the audience. I do not have that
insane.
Where he said
what you are talking about is
the TikTok clips from this are going to blow up.
You
I just
are
want to say that.
literally lying. You are.
Yeah, James has been the least bad. I'll say that much. He's been the least bad in this conversation.
You're like missing out on so much. You could be doing.
I don't have a G-spot.
Well, you do, and your wife, and you should enjoy playing.
Let me just conclude things by saying, James, I have no problem with who you have sex with. You can have sex with whoever
It's
you
not
like.
about sex. Stop bringing it back.
Or who you love.
To sex.
Or who you love, or who you want to marry. You have my blessing for all the rights that I enjoy, and I believe that firmly. So on that, I totally disagree.
Well, but I agree, Pierce, because I would say I totally believe in your right to marry. I want you to have every right that I have, which is to marry a woman.
By the way,
that isn't going to happen.
When you said that, maybe he's in the closet, a lot of gay guys eventually go the other way.
What you're suggesting that I'm going to marry?
I think you're probably one of the least likely gay people I've met that would turn the other way. But you never know,
much. And listen,
you never know.
I'd love, Piers, to celebrate your Arsenal win. And I'm very proud of the guys for celebrating Pride. So anytime you want to take me up the Arsenal, I'm ready.
On that note, I can't even describe what that note was, other than a surprising note. But on that note, I will draw this debate to a close. Thank you both very much.
That was utterly painful. I don't know what the fuck I was expecting, but that was utterly painful. I think one of the reasons that they laugh so much when they do these is that they desperately want you to think that this is funny when it's like just stupid. There's even like, love people having a laugh while debate. Like, they ain't having a laugh. They're just making twats out of themselves. Like, forced as fuck. I know, man. I didn't have much planned. Don't know what else he's been up to. Been out of the loop a little bit. God. Okay, listen. I wasn't gonna get tilted over this, but I am gonna get fucking
We've gotten to a point where the invocation of racism is so powerful that it can cause the cops to ignore the fact that a young man is saying, hey, I can't breathe, and I was just stabbed.
Why did Faraj do what he did in each incident? It depends on the skin color of the victim and the skin color of the
identity
killer.
Politics. Bring it down
Period.
straight to identity politics, as usual. That's all you do.
The guy looks like Epstein. Reminds me of fucking Epstein.
Skin color of the
identity
killer.
politics. Bring it down
Period.
straight to identity politics, as usual. That's all you do.
This was completely cold and calculated. It was Hitlerian.
He never called for violence. He never called for people to take to the street.
J.D. Vance, the Vice President of the United States, who said he should be alive today, and he would be if the last few generations of European elites of the United States, who said he should be alive today.
What the fuck is this saying? What the fuck are you talking about?
And he would be if the last few generations of European elites had stood their ground against the politics of self-hatred and the mass invasion of migrants.
I do think he makes a really important point about self-hatred, and I'll actually go a step further and say it's actually white guilt.
The shocking murder of Henry Novak has sparked an overdue debate across the Western world about two-tier policing. Many believe, as I do, that post-BLM hysteria led to a climate of reverse racism, an overcorrection in which racism was to be assumed until proven otherwise. As a sideline to the truly harrowing details of the Novak case,
There's Chud logic going on about this. So it's like, oh, Floydism. Oh, it's Floydism, innit? It's Floydism.
The UK in particular is now experiencing an outbreak of two-tier virtue signalling. Politicians here had no hesitation about taking a knee for George Floyd, for example. Many are resharing this image of the now Prime Minister.
Almost like the George Floyd thing is completely uncomparable to the Henry Novak thing.
Keir Starmer taking a knee while socially distanced from his then deputy, David Lamb.
I think this is the most pathetic attempt to, like, appealing to hypocrisy that I've seen in quite a while, actually.
The UK's Deputy Prime Minister was a big supporter of the Black Lives Matter movement. He condemned those refusing to take a knee as disrespectful. He now has a different view.
Some commentators are suggesting this is a take the knee for Henry Novak moment. Would you take the knee for Mr. Novak?
He's not going to fucking answer that, is he? He's not going to want to take sides. He's not going to want to show as being, like, partial in one way or another. Or signing up to an ideology that he doesn't necessarily agree with. Oh my god, a politician gave a non-answer that's kind of cowardly. Yeah, what the fuck do you think they're going to do? It's fucking Labour. What the fuck do you think's going to happen?
Look, I think to honour what that
Was it yes or no, Mr. Lammy? Would you take the knee for Henry Novak?
I think no, because, look, I don't think that the family are asking for symbolism. They're asking for genuine common sense policing, and for them, they want to see a reduction in knife crime, and of course they're concerned about some of the police.
The family also didn't want this politicising, but hey.
So you agree, taking the knee is mere symbolism, isn't it, really? It was a bit of a charade at times.
That was a moment back then when we were still in the pandemic.
Yeah, you could argue it was just symbolism. Didn't really mean anything.
This is today.
Don't know why it matters that it was the pandemic, but...
It's difficult to overstate the extent to which BLM, an initially justified outpouring of collective fury, became a weird craze. Across the world, major companies changed their logos around billboards or TV campaigns about their anti-racist credentials. A spate of official reports condemned as racist everything from English cricket to the British countryside. Premier League footballers began taking a knee before every single game and continued to do so for several years. Official police guidance, as we now know, was updated to eradicate colourblind policing and actively pursue a
There's an utterly retarded angle for this conversation.
called equity of outcomes. Well, to begin with, like many people, I was...
Yeah, there was a line in some police, like, handbook or something. It was just about, you don't necessarily treat people of different, like, cultures the same. It's like that kind of colourblindness thing. And, like, everyone has taken that to mean, oh, the police are, like, racist, therefore.
was in lockstep with the sentiments of BLM. But despite that, I never personally took a knee, nor did I participate in the Black Square event on social media. I don't believe in performative virtue or in corralling people into social statements by force. As I said last week, if you reject identity politics and sincerely believe in the ideal of a colourblind society, then you shouldn't now be repeating the same mistakes. The difference, though, is that so many of our politicians and celebrities clearly do believe in performative virtue, as long as it's their version of it. And not for the first time, they've been exposed as a bunch of raging hypocrites. Well, joining me in the studio is Leda Cunningham.
Not really.
Reform UK's candidate for London Mayor, and political columnist Ashok Kumar, Joe Walsh, the former Republican presidential candidate and host of The Social Contract, and the political commentator Kaizen Asedu. Well, welcome to all of you. Welcome back to you, Kaizen. I haven't seen you for a long time, so it's great to have you back, as well as the others. OK, let's get into this. Ashok Kumar, my problem with all this, in terms of the reaction, is precisely what Nick Ferrari exposed there with David Lammy.
Yeah, it's not about the rioting and the absolutely insane shit coming out of the right wing. It's that David Lammy said he wouldn't take the knee, but he did for BLM.
The UK's Deputy Prime Minister, because he didn't have a good answer for why he wouldn't take the knee.
11 police officers injured that had nothing to do with the actual situation people are pissed off about.
Henry Novak. The stories are very similar. They're different, but they're very similar, actually.
They're not very similar.
They're about police misconduct when somebody is dying, where if they take more care.
What the fuck does that mean? Police misconduct when someone is dying? Yeah, you could say that about the Novak thing. How would you describe fucking George Floyd as police misconduct whilst someone was dying? Why the fuck was he dying, retard? Like, what are we doing?
Care and consideration, then perhaps the person may have lived.
This is how you know this shit is cocked. No one can say what they actually think about this shit. And most of the people being platformed are the ones saying the fucking party line that everyone has to say.
The fact that Lammy couldn't answer that, to me, is just blatant hypocrisy. It's just, he can't explain why something happens in America and he's falling to the knee as a symbol of his virtue, but when it happens on his doorstep in the UK, he can't do it. Can you make sense of it?
Well, yeah, no, I agree with you. In large part, I think the knee taking was completely performative. It was superficial. There were genuine concerns about police misconduct. It is a fact that in this country, and you can go on the Home Office website just today and see that if you're a black man, you're 3.5 times more likely to be stopped and searched than someone who's white. You are twice as likely to be arrested, and you're 7 times.
Yeah, this is the kind of stuff that is why they had those kind of handbooks and stuff. You know?
As likely to be killed, restrained to death through positional asphyxiation by the police. Those are...
No, that was police negligence. Yeah, I guess. Like, I have not seen any compelling evidence that the police had anything to do with Novak's death. Like the coroner, was it the coroner report? I read the last remarks of the judge, and the coroner was saying that like a major vein was like severed when he was stabbed in the chest. And that his lung was caught. And by the time they got there, like, my belief is that he was fucked, you know? Like, it was far too late anyway. What they did do was, like, you know, he died in indignity because of them. And it wasn't right. But it's just not the same thing at all. It's just bizarre. I don't know why we have to... Every time something bad happens, we have to compare it to something else. And make these kind of hypocrisy things. Like, I don't know why that is at the forefront of anyone's mind right now with this kind of shit. And we just avoid the question. I think this person's going to weigh in on the Nigel Farage. Very, very close to like telling people to go fucking riot, which they then did, you know.
Real issues. The whole performant black square and the taking the knee, and that's correct. That's identity politics. We shouldn't make this about identity politics. We should make it about police accountability. Just like the Sarah Everard case, you know, where Wayne Couzens, a police officer who was called the rapist for years by the police force, was allowed to do that. Well, did this, and then you know there was genuine concerns about how do we hold the police accountable, not through identity politics, not through various different tokenistic measures, but genuine accountability, and that's what we need to do here. You need to say.
I agree with this.
How do we hold these police accountable? How do we actually have accountability boards? How do we charge police the same ways that we charge everyone else? They're not exceptional, rather than make this a race issue, which it certainly is not.
OK, I mean, we don't actually know that. I mean, I hear what you say. We don't actually know it wasn't a race issue, because we don't really know.
We don't know that it was. If you're going to say that his race was part of why he was treated that way, you need to bring the evidence. You're the one making like the positive claim. Like, what we say, or we don't know it wasn't a racist thing. Okay, well, prove it was then. But you can't.
what was exchanged between the two of them leading up to what happened. So we don't actually know for a fact what went down, which caused this situation to happen. So I think it
doesn't matter.
We shouldn't rush into saying it is, but we shouldn't also perhaps rush into saying it definitely wasn't. We don't know, right? Kaiser, you want to say something?
Yeah, well, what we do know is that the killer tried to invoke race.
I think reform have shifted further to right because of Restore. I'm not sure. I'd have to have a look, I guess. I haven't been, listen, I've been a bit out of the loop on a lot of stuff. I've been quite consumed by this stuff because stuff has been happening like around the country, like all these riots and all this kind of shit.
As the reason that he killed the other person in self-defense. And I actually think that indicates something about the cultural psychosis that we're in. We've gotten to a point where the invocation of racism is so powerful that it can cause the cops to ignore the fact that a young man is saying, hey, I can't breathe, and I was just stabbed, and I'm bleeding.
Bro, it's not that I disagree that when the policeman was told off the bat, this guy can't, like, this guy is like, he's got blood coming out of his mouth and he can't sit upright. It's not that I don't agree that they should have taken that shit seriously off the bat and that wasn't a fucking huge problem. But like, when you talk about like, oh, accusations of racism are so powerful, they reported to the police that the guy assaulted them. A guy is saying that he was assaulted and he's got a witness. Like, yeah, they're gonna treat him as a suspect from the off because that's what they've been told. That's what's been fucking reported to them. That ain't got nothing to do, like, they're gonna do what they're gonna do until they know better, unfortunately.
Bleeding onto the floor, but the cops are more focused on viewing him as the perpetrator because he was accused of racism rather than addressing the fact
he was accused of assaulting some bro. Fucking hell, man. Like, if all he'd done apparently was call someone the P word and then genuinely just run off and hurt himself and then they call the police, would it have been the same? Like, who fucking knows?
Fact that he's bleeding out.
But he was like, the police were told that this guy was a danger. He was violent. Like, that matters far more than the racism angle.
So race is involved. And you know what's interesting? It's the fact that the man who killed Henry Novak knew to use race as his defense. He knew how powerful it is to say, this man attacked me for racism. So that is the racial component that we do know.
I think that's absolutely right, yeah. Layla?
I think you're right, because, a stabbing victim should never lose his presumption of innocence because the offender screams racism. And what we saw after Stephen Lawrence and George Floyd was...
No, not a hate crime. He was assaulted. That's what he said. He said that he was assaulted. It wasn't just a hate crime, it was like violent.
Guidance to the police was changed. And initially, I think the guidance was to eradicate racist conduct, which we cannot deny did exist within our police force. We saw with Stephen Lawrence. But it's changed to...
Yeah, he lied. He used like race erroneously. Like, what am I supposed to take from that?
To equalize equality of outcomes, irrelevant of offending...
Like, how do you change that kind of culture? Like, that just, I don't know, man. So what, we just kind of scrap any notion of, like, hate crime because someone might, like, misuse it and mislead the police a certain way? Like, I don't know what the point being made here is.
History, and that's where the mistake has happened. And I think public servants, and listen, I was a senior Crown prosecutor, so I know this, are so scared of getting the race issue wrong that it clouds their judgment and forces them to get operational decisions catastrophically wrong. We saw it with a young girl here.
What is the evidence of any of that?
Relevant of offending. Evidence was to eradicate racist conduct, which we cannot...
Like, this woman is a fucking shill. She's just going to be, like, sucking Nigel off the whole time.
...deny did exist within our police force. We saw with Stephen Lawrence. But it's changed to equalise equality of outcome.
What did colourblind policing have to do with anything? They were going to respond a certain way because they were told that a guy assaulted someone.
Irrelevant of offending history.
Like, here's a violent fucking racist guy who just attacked a guy for seemingly no reason. That's what they're told. They have to go on what they're told. Like, they believed him a little too much. But that's like a, that's like incompetence on the back of the guy that attended, People are desperate to make something of this, just doesn't exist. Like, you're always going to get people taking advantage of all sorts. Like, if a guy wants to frame an old person for something, then he'll use like dementia or some shit. You know what I mean? Like, if a woman wants to frame a man for something, she'll make out that he like tried to rape her or some shit. Like that is always a potential, but like that doesn't mean you don't take that shit seriously. Because 99 times out of 100, you'd imagine that that was what happened, you know?
And that's where the mistake has happened. And I think public servants, and listen, I was a senior Crown prosecutor, so I know this, are so scared of getting the race issue wrong that it clouds their...
There's no evidence that they treated him the way he did because of the racial element, ultimately. Like, what people are talking about is two-tier policing. What people are talking about is specifically, like, against white people, there's, like, police bias. And there's just no evidence of that.
Their judgment and forces them to get...
I don't know if they even did do what they were trained to do. Like, are they trained to not listen when someone says, actually, this guy's, like, seriously injured? Again, like, people just make claims and don't fucking evidence it. Are they really trained that way, or did the guy do something he shouldn't have done? Okay, of course you're all agreeing with each other. I don't know, man. I'm ignoring chat. I'm ignoring chat. How do I hide this? There we go. There we go.
Operational decisions catastrophically wrong. We saw it with a young girl here who was killed by her father. Her name was Sarah Sharif, and her father was a Muslim Pakistani, and he covered her hair to hide the bruises. And the two adult females in the family had not had their hair covered, and social services were too scared to ask why her hair was covered and the others weren't, because it feared being called Islamophobic. And I'm not saying it led to her death, but as a result, questions that could have saved her life were not asked. And so
there is an argument. There is.
Okay. Again, where's the analogy? How do you say, oh, the police could have saved his life when he died, like, what, 2 minutes after they showed up?
There's another component to this, and it involves your boss of your party, Nigel Farage, where I think there is a clear double standard in his attitude to this, because obviously he's been heavily criticised for what he said in light of what happened to Henry Novak. Let's take a look at the clip.
Henry's family have responded to this in just the most extraordinarily dignified way. But I suggest the rest of us respond to this with pure, cold rage.
Lock him up for this, to be honest. Fuck Nigel Farage.
This is wrong.
Now, the problem with that rhetoric, Layla, is that I saw a senior member of the Sikh community on Sky News this morning, very eloquent, very well informed, talking about the fact that this particular young Sikh had not used the ceremonial kirwan to commit this murder. He'd used a large Turkish knife, which was an illegal act anyway, and is now serving over 20 years in prison for doing that, right? So this idea this was a Sikh issue... Actually, well, hang on, I haven't finished it. And my point is that what Nigel Farage did by saying what he said...
Yeah, how much more than 2 minutes was it then? It was not long. Like, according to the coroner's report, there was nothing they would have been able to do. So to act like, oh, well, they could have done stuff that would have saved his life, to use that as an analogy just doesn't make any fucking sense.
Said is he was deliberately trying to stir up the very rage we then saw down in Southampton, where a bunch of thugs turn up and start attacking the police. And the reason I think that he's a hypocrite is because I want to remind you, we just had Ashok remind us about the story of the murder of Sarah Everard by the Met police officer Wayne Couzens. Now, that too sparked anti-police protests, but at the time, Nigel Farage said we must not allow the tragic murder of a young woman turn into attacks on men and attacks on the police. Very, very different language and rhetoric to what he used this time round.
Even this is like a dump. Why is the hypocrisy angle always the one? Why is it always, oh, well, you said this like 10 years ago? Why you said this like 5 years ago? Telling people that they should respond to this with rage and then they start fucking rioting is incredibly irresponsible.
What's the difference?
So, a few things to unpack there. I don't think that the public are robots and wait for Nigel Farage to voice anger.
Well, the family specifically said they didn't want people to use it for the reason that he then exactly used it for.
So you say there was a backlash against what Nigel said. It was a backlash amongst the political class. I think what you'll find...
But the family deliberately said they didn't want people using it for political motivation.
But he's not using it for political motivation. No, it is not the job of politicians to suppress the public's anger. It is the job...
Is it their job to whip the public into a rage where they start attacking policemen?
No.
And if so, why didn't he do that over the murder of Sarah Everard?
You're conflating two issues. We're focused here on...
Two people got killed by... Two people got...
Why an ambulance wasn't called? Well, they weren't given the impression that anyone was seriously hurt. There was no weapons involved. There was just a bit of fisticuffs. It wasn't until the end of the call, by the time, you know, the police had already been dispatched and one was there. It wasn't until then where they at least said that, oh, we might need medical assistance, actually. And even then, they said, oh, there was no weapons present. So, like, initially, they were just responding to, like, an assault call. Arguably, they could have called an ambulance anyway, but, like, it's really not important.
Killed.
It didn't seem strange. Jesus Christ. This is what I mean. This is what I mean, man. Brain rot everywhere. It's not strange that they didn't bring an ambulance because they had no reason to think that anyone was that seriously hurt. Like, I don't think they normally bring ambulances to, like, common assault things, you know?
One by a police officer and one by one by a young Sikh, but you could argue that the inaction of the police, based on the reasons we saw from what Kaizen said about the presumption of believing the allegation that the victim had been racist, that you could argue the same thing had happened there. And yet Nigel Farage decided to make political capital, whipping up a rage amongst a mob with this one. It's hypocrisy. But not with the other one. It's
are you going to let me answer?
It's a two-tier reaction.
I don't think it's a two-tier reaction.
Yes.
I think when I saw that video, I felt...
One by a young Sikh, but you could argue that the inaction of the police, based on the reasons we saw from what Kaizen said about the presumption of believing the...
He's not using it for political motivation. No, it is not the job of politicians to suppress the...
Didn't he do that over the murder of Sarah Everard?
You're conflating two issues. We're focused here on...
Well, two people got killed by... Two people...
I don't know. Why can't people, like, check what procedure is with this kind of stuff before, like, talking about how weird it is that something didn't happen? Well... if that's not procedure, then it's not weird that that didn't happen. But, like, you can check these things, you know? People can check these things. No one checks anything and just jump in and moralize this kind of stuff without checking any of it. And that's part of the problem. Everyone just jumps to conclusions that they want to be true. There has to be some angle where the right isn't just completely fucking bullshitting people over this and excusing, like, insane violence, like assaulting the police and stuff.
People got killed, one by a police officer and one by one by a young Sikh, but you could argue that the inaction of the police, based on the reasons we saw from what Kaizen said about the presumption of believing the allegation that the victim had been racist, that you could argue the same thing had happened there. And yet Nigel Farage decided to make political capital, whipping up a rage amongst a mob with this one. It's hypocrisy. But not with the other one. It's
are you going to let me answer?
It's a two-tier reaction.
I don't think it's a two-tier reaction.
Yes.
I think when I saw that video, I felt cold rage.
I agree it's not two-tier, because I don't think two-tier really exists.
Public felt rage, and he's not talking about rage against Sikhs. He's not talking about rage against each other, rage against the community. He's talking about rage at a system that treats people differently according to the colour of their skin. And naming that anger is not what caused people to protest. It's the actual video. I find it remarkable that people are focusing on the reaction as opposed to the content of that video.
He wants to be Prime Minister of the country.
Yes, hang on. So I have teenage boys. I have teenage boys of that age, and I do not want them growing up in a country where if they are stabbed and the police arrived and they are not believed. Naming that anger is not what caused people to...
But why is this that likely to happen because it happened to one person? Where they'd already been told not to expect, like, a stabbing because there were no weapons involved? Because it didn't seem like the blood was apparent, like it was just in his mouth. That could have been from, like, a broken tooth or something. You know, if it's all internal bleeding, then it might not be obvious straight away. Again, how do we know that this wasn't just incompetence and a lack of due diligence on the day? Why are we trying to abstract that this is going to happen to more and more people? Well, it might happen to people. But is that two-tier? Is that like a racist pattern? Or is that just incompetence in some way? Is that just you're not always going to get someone that's going to see the critical information at the critical time? So why is this spawning these, like, insane conversations about fucking two-tier?
Why did Nigel Farage urge, in light of what happened here, why did he not urge the same restraint he urged after the murder of Sarah?
Well, there isn't two-tier. The first solution is tell the truth and stop fucking lying to each other. And stop, you know, playing cover for this fucking ideology that's, like, bringing fucking insane violence to people's fucking communities. And it's just okay. Like, we could start telling the truth to each other. That'd be a good fucking start, I think. Like, there isn't two-tier. There isn't fucking two-tier. Where's the two-tier justice based on this case? Where is it?
Nigel did not say go and attack the police. After Sarah Everard, he said there was no reason.
He wanted people to react with pure cold rage, and within 24 hours, a bunch of hooligans went down and picked up police.
So you think that those hooligans were purely reacting? Are you seriously saying that?
Yeah,
purely
I
am. Peers are so fucking dumb. But like, if someone like Farage is going to say something like, "Oh, react with rage," that is going to influence people. That is going to suggest people should fucking act a certain way. That is kind of someone fairly prominent giving his blessing to all sorts, because react with rage is a very nebulous thing. That can refer to a lot of things, including attacking the fucking police.
Well, I fundamentally disprove
Really? Who else are they reacting to?
They're reacting to the video. You think they're just robots that whenever Nigel says move, anger, they do? You have such a disrespect for the public.
No, they're reacting to the video, but they're being led a certain way by it. And people like Farage are encouraging that. He is encouraging people to see more into it than what they see.
No, I don't.
Yes, you do.
I don't respect any public that beat up. I don't respect any public that go and beat up the police. One. Secondly, it is incumbent on everybody, particularly in public service, politicians, to be extremely temperate.
I know the problem with saying that there should be different training is that you don't know what the training is currently. You don't know that they aren't trained at all to act the way that policeman did.
With what they say in emotive moments like this. And he was the complete opposite. Actually,
I'm sorry, this was completely cold and calculated. It was Hitlerian. It's like you see something happen. Let's remember, for 10 days, he was nowhere because he'd gotten £5 million from a crypto creep and he didn't want to answer any questions. And then all of a sudden, he sniffs out an opportunity, crawls out of a sewer, comes out, fuels a race riot, and then goes back into hiding.
What is
this was so obvious.
Let me bring in Joe Walsh. Be waiting patient. Joe.
Can we have
hang on, let everyone speak. Joe.
Pierce, to your point, this is just hypocrisy. Why did Farage do what he did in each incident? It depends on the skin color of the victim and the skin color of the
identity
killer.
politics. Bring it down straight to identity politics, as usual. That's all you do. That's what we want. We want equality under the law. That's it. What is so hard for you to understand?
You have equality under the law.
That's why
there is nothing about this Novak case that shows inequality under the law for people of different races.
That's why Nigel got outraged about this incident and called for restraint.
It wasn't the skin, to be clear, though. Hang on, Joe. Hang on. Layla, let me handle the panel, please. It wasn't about the skin colour of the victim because they were both white, actually, in both of the cases. Right? The difference is that you have a police officer committing the crime in the first one, and in the second one, you have a young Sikh man. Right? And it seemed to me
it is not about the Sikh man. It's not about the stabbing. It is about the.
You know what? Farage wouldn't have really been able to politicise the Sarah Everard thing in the same way. That's what I think the difference is. Like, this Henry Novak thing was ripe for the fucking picking.
The stabbing victim not being believed.
If it's not about the...
You're conflating two issues.
If it's not about the ethnicity or skin colour of the perpetrators, why in the first case was Farage asking and demanding for restraint, and in the second case doing the complete opposite? I don't understand.
Because we have a fundamental principle in this country that it is equality under the law. Justice must see conduct and not colour.
Why was there no equality in his rhetoric?
The fundamental question...
Why is there no... The fundamental question for you, Leila, you may want to, as a classic young politician, you may want to reframe my questions, but my question remains the same. Why did Farage give one response over the Sarah Everard case and another to this?
Because they are two fundamentally
The only difference is, in this case, a Sikh committed the crime. And we saw now there have been a number of threats against members of the Sikh community, which, by the way, is about. I'm saying it's not unlinked. I'm not saying it's caused it. I'm just saying there is clearly. Hang on. Let me finish. Hang on, Joe. When there is a politician who wants to be Prime Minister, who's leading in the polls, which is Nigel Farage in Reform, you have to be careful what you say. When you say down the barrel of a camera, you want people to respond with pure cold rage, then you see within 24 hours, that pure cold rage manifests itself on the streets of Southampton with brutality against the police.
So you're saying that had he not given that speech, those people would not have attended.
We won't know, will we?
Well, hang on, but are you sure? Because that is the premise you're
I'm saying you shouldn't say it.
No, but you are accusing him.
I'm saying Farage shouldn't have said it.
So hang on, let's reverse it. You are accusing him.
Would you say it as London Mayor?
Yes, I would, because because it is my job to speak for the people. Yes, politicians will dance around the issue. Most people.
My job to speak for the people. Said every fucking dishonest as fuck politician ever.
People felt.
I fucking hate populists. I hate populists. I hate fucking Zach Polanski. I hate fucking Nigel Farage. I hate fucking Rupert Lowe. All of them fucking suck. oh, we're the ones that really speak for the... No, you fucking don't, bro. The argument the guy that died was white and that's why the police let him die, because a Sikh dude said he was the victim of racism. I mean, maybe. Like, the whole thing is, people want us to think that the police are anti-white because of that case, where there's just absolutely no evidence based on that case that the police are anti-white. And for some reason, I don't know, I try my best to like focus it on those points because that's what I'm hearing over and over. What was the police policy regarding response to the people? I'm not aware that there was a specific police response to treat these people these way and these people these other ways. I've not seen that. Like, you'd be better off like looking it up and bringing it if you think that it indicates anything. But I don't know why we're even talking about police policy when no one seems to know the police policy. I'm more interested in the people fucking smashing up fucking every street every time something happens when there's no need for it. You know? I'm interested in how you can't speak out against this shit for the most part. Unless you've got fuck all viewership like I do, or you're prepared to get fucking shat all over, you know?
Rage watching that. I felt sorrow, rage and disappointment at our country. And I don't think there's any issue in calling... He never called for violence. He never called for people to take to the street.
What he didn't call for... Hang on, Lex. What he didn't call for, notably...
He said something that could be interpreted as go out into the streets and throw bins at policemen.
And this is where there's been a real disparity between the two incidents. He didn't call for the same restraint he called for in the case of Sarah Everard and Wayne Couzens. He didn't. And so I would simply like to know why in one case he demands restraint and in the other he demands cold rage.
I'll tell you exactly why.
I want to bring in Kaizen and then I'll bring in...
Because he can politicise one and he can't politicise the other.
Joe, Kaizen.
Okay, well, the answer is we don't know. Right?
How do you know that the policeman that attended even read that thing that said to consider race and to not use colorblind responses? How do you know that he even like read that or took that in, you know?
Right, because we're not...
Like, that is a complete nothing burger.
That's true. That's true.
I think what we should be identifying is what should he do? Like, ideally, what should a leader do in these circumstances? And I think multiple things can be true at the same time, right? You can acknowledge the rage of the public because people are angry, irrespective of what you say. You should also tell people...
You don't think people love riots? Did you watch the riot footage? There are plenty of people at these riots that are clearly fucking enjoying themselves. Have you watched any of these like auditor types that bring their cameras there, that make shit tons of money off of it, that get like shit tons of subscribers? Sometimes getting like, you know, retweeted or restreamed by people like Asmongold, like massively up in their profile. Those people fucking love that shit. That fucking UK sploosh person, he was on the next fucking plane or fucking ferry or whatever to Belfast when that stabbing happened. He was there quick. He was there fucking quick. Some of these people fucking love that shit. There was a lot of fucking glee from what I saw.
People that you can keep your emotion, but don't act on it by retaliating against police officers or member of the Sikh community or by going out in the streets and burning things.
But politicians are not parents. They are not there to tell the people.
That's
exactly right. That's exactly what any sensible politician
Please don't do that because I'm not going to do it to you, okay?
Her face is like really annoying me.
Thank you. And the third thing that you do is say, hey...
Yeah, someone like Ned. Ned fucking loves that shit. He lives for that shit. There's some fucking psychopaths out there.
Here's what we're going to do so that this never happens again, because I think that's what people are most interested in, right? Not whether a politician takes the knee or says you should be angry.
And Kaizen, on that point, we now know, obviously it's now been widely disseminated that the police up and down the country were given instructions that they should not be colourblind. In other words, they should not practice.
This is a complete nothing burger.
Real equality in terms of how they look at these things. They should be aware of people's skin colour, ethnicity, and so on. And I've always felt that is completely...
How does this tie into the Novak case? How did this affect the outcome? How do we know that that specific police officer even read this handbook?
The wrong way for police forces to go...
If you asked him around the time what that policy said, how do you know he'd even know? How do you know he'd be able to answer?
About their job. They should obviously to be colourblind, shouldn't they?
I agree. The whole point of the law is that it's neutral and it's evenly applied. That's what it is to be principled. And the reaction to the George Floyd incident is to hyper-racialize everything, where now, rather than race not being a consideration at all, it's the first consideration that police are making in situations like this, which is what led to their neglectful behavior. So, yeah.
We don't have this. We don't know this. We don't know this at all.
I totally agree.
Yeah, Joe Walsh.
It was reported that it was a racist attack, and then what happened. We don't know that it was because of the races of the people there. We don't know that it was because of fucking Floydism or whatever shit. We just don't know that.
We saw the reaction to George Floyd. And in the moment, at the time, I watched that video, the 8-minute video of him being killed. I thought it was horrific. I thought that the worldwide anger was understandable. I had no problem with people taking the knee. I chose not to myself because I don't believe in forcing people to signal their virtue. If you want to do it, you can. I didn't do the black square on Instagram on that day either. I just don't think any of that makes any real difference. But the taking the knee became a huge global thing. My football team, Arsenal, all the players took the knee. They had many black players on the team, and they felt very passionately about it, and I understand that. But I've been very struck by the embarrassment of our same political leaders this time when they're being confronted about why you wouldn't do it for Henry Novak. And this is the problem with virtue signalling.
This is fucking embarrassing, dude.
If you only signal it when it suits you, it's not real virtue. It's a two-tier virtue. It's a double standards virtue, isn't it?
Pierce, you're right. It's a double standard, and it's whatever fits the public figure's narrative, the politician's narrative. I mean, my God, Farage called for cold rage. No public figure should call for that. But why did he call for that in this case? Because this fits his narrative. A brown, a black immigrant is the killer. Both the left and right do this. Both the left and the...
Yeah, that's what matters. That's what matters. More pedantry, please. More pedantry.
He was an immigrant because he was brown.
Let me finish.
That's your assumption.
Let me finish.
He wasn't an immigrant. He was British.
Let me finish a complete thought.
You assumed he was an immigrant because he's brown. That is your assumptions. That's the left.
He's actually retarded.
Assumptions.
That is my assumption. Yeah. Yes, he called for cold rage because of who this killer was. There's no accident here. No public figure should ever call for that in any incident like that. This is utterly irresponsible, period. Both sides demagogue whenever this happens, when an incident fits their narrative. Now, there needs to be an official investigation. And Pierce, you nailed it. There's no doubt.
Cold rage, anger, that kind of thing. The kind of feeling you might have if you hurl bins at policemen or just kick them and stuff, assault them.
There's racial bias in the policing here, but let's remember, let's have an investigation instead of demagoguing this thing.
Well, I agree, but also
we don't know.
But hang on. Okay, let me bring in. I agree. Let me bring in Layla back because one person who completely.
Oh, we haven't heard enough from her, I guess. Fuck me, dude.
He got this wrong, and in my view, in a deeply inflammatory way, just as Nigel Farage did, is J.D. Vance, the Vice President of the United States, who said Henry Novak died the same way a civilization dies, abandoned, handcuffed by authorities, neither trusted nor cared for him, and accused of hate crimes he didn't commit. His murder is as tragic as it's enraging. He should be alive today, and he would be if the last few generations of European elites had stood their ground against the politics of self-hatred and the mass invasion.
What the fuck does this... what a fucking utterly stupid thing to say. I know. Are you in office in America right now? You just shouldn't have an opinion on stuff like this. Just shut up, J.D. Vance, you're in office in America right now. Just shut up. Just shut up. That's all we need.
Of migrants, many of whom despise the West and the people who love it. Henry was far from the first to so needlessly lose his life, and I fear he won't be the last. Each time a life like this is lost, the proper response, the only response, is righteous anger. One of the most important things the Trump administration has proven to the world is that stopping the flow of mass migration and defending national sovereignty is a matter of political will and leadership. Anything else is an excuse. It's because we love the West, we want to preserve it, we love our civilization, we love our country, we love our children, and nobody should ever die the way Henry Novak died. May God comfort those who loved him, and may God rest his soul. There's just one problem here. If you take J.D. Vance's line here, that Henry Novak would be alive if the last few generations of European elites had stood their ground against the mass invasion of migrants. Well, here's the problem.
Yeah, he was of Polish descent. It's just the most retarded shit. You just, if you're American, you just get away. You're just allowed to say the most retarded shit fucking ever. And people will just fucking... it's so annoying.
Yes, you might have stopped the family of the killer coming in to the United Kingdom, okay? But you would also have stopped the family of the victim, who was half Polish heritage. So what J.D. Vance has unwittingly proven with this statement, other than his utter ignorance of this story, is that it's very glib to say the problem is all mass migration, right to the point you realise the Novak.
I don't know. I kind of wish they focused more on the race issue.
Family, under his rules, should have had the.
I kind of wish it was more about all this rhetoric around two-tier policing. I kind of wish we unpicked that more in this. I kind of wish we I wish the question around this was more about, well, how does this show two-tier policing? What about this case proves that there is two-tier policing in the UK? How would we show that if a white person said, oh, this brown guy like beat the shit out of me and called me a cracker and a whole bunch of stuff and said, this is because you're a white person and I'm attacking you racistly, that it wouldn't have had a similar response? Like, we just don't know. And that's the problem. Everyone's gone insane over shit that we just don't know.
European elites standing their ground and banning them from entering the United Kingdom. And that, again, right there is ignorance bounded with double standards. Let me bring you, well, let me ask later, first of all, your response. What do you say to J.D. Vance? He's wrong, right?
The fundamental question...
Is he wrong? Don't keep asking your own fundamental questions. Answer my question.
Because you keep diverting... What...
The fundamental question is not the one you're about to ask yourself. It's the one I just asked you.
I've got four people...
Why don't you answer my question?
What is your question?
My question is, do you agree with J.D. Vance?
Not with everything he said, no.
Do you agree specifically that if the last few generations of European elites had stood their ground against a mass invasion of migrants, this wouldn't have happened and he'd still be alive?
No.
Right. Okay. So J.D. Vance is...
I don't agree with that premise of what happened to Henry Novak.
It's obviously complete bullshit.
Yeah, I don't agree with that.
The Novak family wouldn't be in the country.
No, and my parents are immigrants. I don't agree with that premise. But we do have an issue where a dying boy was disbelieved because someone said he was racist.
That is true. And
that's not necessarily true. We don't know if it was because they said he was racist. We don't know if that's why they didn't believe it. Why is everyone so dumb? I hate it. I hate it. This is the shit that everyone is going insane over in my country. This is the shit that is emboldening people to terrorize fucking neighborhoods. We already had last year all the fucking hotel shit. Just protests every fucking week like fucking clockwork. Screaming fucking middle-aged white fucking pricks down the street. Making everyone's life a fucking misery. And now it's like this stuff. It's just ridiculous.
But we do have an issue where a dying boy was disbelieved because someone said he was racist.
That is true.
Prove that. Prove that now. You can't.
And there was an immediate rush by the police to believe the killer with the full story of racism. And that is why they didn't initially believe the victim who was bleeding out in front of their eyes. And that is, I think, Ashok, and correct me if you think this is not right, but that is...
He says he was bleeding out in front of their eyes. Like, you watch the video, you can't see much blood. It's not clear as to why he's bleeding and whether it's serious. Just because someone's bleeding, it doesn't mean it's serious. Like, I accidentally, fucking caught a scab earlier on my ankle, and it was bleeding slightly. It wasn't serious, you know?
A problem of the fallout from the George Floyd thing, which is that actually the rush for DEI, the rush for all these new rules and regulations about effectively not treating people the same, but making a point of treating people from...
I just don't, again, where's the link here? How do you show... Pre-George Floyd, would any of this happen the same way? Like, someone called, or someone fucking beat the shit out of me and called me a pea slur, you know? You do all that. Would it have been treated differently? You don't know. That's the thing. Like, believe it or not, police still responded to assault cases pre-George Floyd, you know? If someone says they got beaten up by a bunch of racist hooligans, the police show up, you know what I mean? Like, occasionally people lie to the police. Occasionally people use these kind of things in a Machiavellian kind of way. That's just always going to happen. Police didn't pay attention to his injuries because it didn't look serious. Like, the thing is, they should have acted differently. What other reason? That doesn't matter. That doesn't matter. You can't say it's something because nothing else can be proven. That doesn't make any sense. Yeah, they should have taken it seriously, considering as soon as they showed up, a guy was saying he's unsteady and he's bleeding in his mouth. And they didn't. But they made a judgment call based on information they already had, which was that there were no weapons and it was a guy who attacked someone and jumped over a fence and hurt himself. And they took too much stock in that. But that doesn't have to be because of like racism. That doesn't have to be because of DEI or like colorblindness or anything. Like, they made a poor judgment call. And the officer's kind of perspective seemed biased by what information he was given, where he should have been more open-minded that maybe it's not quite what it seems, you know what I mean? That part's fine, but there's no proof that any of that is linked to like the race aspect. The race aspect was just what was reported. Like, it was reported as a fucking racist hate crime. That doesn't mean that that actually influenced in any way how they responded.
Certain ethnicities or skin colours differently.
Jump to conclusions.
Right? Then it inevitably, in my view, is going to lead to a situation like this where the police, with that in the back of their minds, think we better take this seriously, what this Sikh is saying, or there may be a backlash against us for being racist.
Bro, they reported an assault. They're going to take it seriously, obviously.
That's the problem with it.
Okay, so a few things here. Firstly, I want to go back to really quickly the question of why Nigel Farage did this at this time and he wouldn't have done it a month ago. It's because Restore is taking 8 to 10% of his base and he has to reignite his base. He can go two directions.
Someone suggested something like this earlier. It is possible.
He could either broaden his base.
You know, making statements like this will kind of curry some favor with the people that are leaving Reform behind for Restore. It is possible.
Or deepen his base. His base is hollowing out, and he has to reaffirm that by calling for a race threat.
Polls?
I have.
I don't know what you're talking about.
The recent by-election poll Restore's at 8%.
Who cares?
But the reason that shot for Restore's gathering popularity is because Elon Musk fell out with Nigel Farage, is now full square behind Restore.
In part, it's that. In part,
and he's now giving them the most gigantic platform of his own X feed on his own platform.
He's also speaking to a certain politics that exists.
Yeah, isn't there a saying, like, never attribute to malice what can be explained by incompetence? I don't think, like, never is the right word, but quite often people just fuck up. And I think to too many people these days, there has to be an explanation for everything. Nothing can be an accident. Nothing can be someone just didn't see something that they should have. Someone was not using 100% of their brain or whatever. Like, that can never be the case. And the problem is, people are more likely to be taken in if you say, oh, it's definitely this, it's definitely this, as opposed to, well, I think there's a combination of factors as to why this happened, you know? Like, but like, you're fighting a losing battle at this point, trying to convince people that they shouldn't be going fucking crazy over this, or finding some way to justify, like, the response, you know? But it's like screaming into a void. It doesn't matter. For every person like me trying to see what's really going on here, there's like 100 fucking videos on YouTube about this like racist fucking police epidemic and this like 2-tier stuff. Like I said, what have I seen? Who have I seen talk sense about this? Oh, King Critical, Queeman. Okay, wow, 2 people. Congratulations. It's a fucking sea of like insanity. And like only I don't know. I don't even know how to say it. I don't know. It's just frustrating. It's just fucking frustrating. It's frustrating when you live in places that are already fucking besieged by these people who are now using this as the most recent example and reason. And everyone is just talking utter shit about this, except for a handful of people with fairly small viewership. And, you know, I like, the only person I think that posted a standalone video was King Critical. And most of his fucking comments were like shitting him up over it. It's just the truth is fighting a massive losing battle over this. And like, it drives me insane, you know, like, it shouldn't be this way.
Overlap with Restore and Reform. The second issue is that the statistics are very clear. It is still the case that black men in this country are 7 times more likely to be killed by asphyxiation by the police. We don't know the full details of the story, but the police clearly were in the wrong here. We don't know the details, and it's very easy.
Okay, sure. Let's examine the police policies. What do you have to say to the politicians jumping on this? What do you have to say to the people calling it racism? Do you think there was any racism at play? Do you think this is appropriate? That people are rioting? Like, I care more about what's happening as a result of it, because it's like destroying fucking communities.
The police, every time they're wrong, they said, oh, it's because of the race issue. No, you've made mistakes. There's one party in this country, the Green Party, that's calling for neighborhood and democratic accountability, and that they're tried like everyone else, and that we have anti-bias trainings, genuine anti-bias training, so we don't look at race as a factor. It's not that the Labour Party or the Tories or Reform are calling for any of that. They want to strengthen the arm of the police, hold them less accountable, and have no forms of accountability, no boards to hold them accountable. So none of the reforms they're calling for, they're not even calling for any reforms. They're just calling for cold rage, not actually holding the police accountable. That's why this is opportunistic. That's why this is so clearly an exploitation of a tragedy.
All right, can I ask you one question? Do you think a white person can suffer from be a victim of racism?
I think, yeah. I mean, it's very possible that race for me, like Stuart Hall, I'll answer this. Like the great British political analyst said, Stuart Hall, race is a modality in which classes lived. The police attack working class people consistently, preserve the rich. We see this time and time.
What are you talking about, the rich? Do you think a white person can suffer?
Of course they can.
Okay,
working class people, white people.
What evidence will convince you that a white victim has been treated differently because of race? What evidence do you need?
We don't have that.
To acknowledge that?
Any? What do you mean, what evidence would you need? Oh, what evidence would you accept that actually there was a fucking racist thing? Well, fucking anything actually fucking brings her. I don't know, man. Oh, I hate it. I hate it so much. What the fuck you say? What do you mean, what evidence would convince you? What would be the right answer? What would make you think the same way as me? Well, I don't fucking know. Why don't you actually fucking bring something?
Can suffer.
Of course they can.
Okay,
working class people, white people.
What evidence will convince you that a white victim has been treated differently because of race? What evidence do you need?
We don't have that.
To acknowledge that?
It's possible.
What evidence?
Yeah, we don't have any evidence. That's the point. How can you ask what it would take to convince someone when there's just nothing being brought?
So it's possible.
Yes, of course it's possible.
And what about if you look at the...
But do you think it's wrong that black men are 7 times more likely to be murdered by the police in restraints? Do you think that's wrong? Do you think that's a problem?
Of course it's a problem. Racism is abhorrent no matter which way it flows. But there is we look at racism...
Guys. Racism is like so bad, you guys. Like, can we just be real for a second? Like, racism is like so bad. Oh my god.
For a very narrow
let me bring in Cousin.
Yeah, so Piers, you put up that
Hang on, Joe, I'll bring you in after.
Yeah, so you put up that statement from J.D. Vance, and I think it is overstating it to say that Henry...
A lot of people are convinced this whole thing is about race. A lot of people are convinced that Henry Novak was treated a specific way because of his race. And because of his race compared to someone else's race. Where white people are at the bottom of the totem, which is what like the two-tier policing refers to. There's just no evidence based on this case that is what happened. There are more sensible explanations. Like that's the whole thing. That's the same shit that fucking JD Vance whatever jumped in for, you know?
Nowak would be alive if it wasn't for mass migration because...
Need a meta study? Yeah, I'd agree with that. The problem is, based on this one case, people went apeshit. And there's like misinformation everywhere. And there's people trashing fucking communities.
Even if Europe had a rational migration policy, which it has not, we don't know if that particular family of Henry Nowak would have gotten into the country and the killer's family would have gotten in. But I do think he makes a really important point about self-hatred. And I'll actually go a step further and say it's actually white guilt. We've created this cult.
Who is this guy? Who is this person? He is like insane. Like white guilt. What has this got to do with this fucking case? What's white guilt got to do with Henry Novak? Man. Okay. Alex Pretty was not a powerless victim. Okay, wow, yeah. Sure, man. Okay, man. Yeah. It is good when ICE just shoots people in the back.
Culture in the West where...
Actually, he kicked a taillight out of a van a week before he got shot, so it's all good, actually. He was no angel, actually.
I think white people have been demonized and have been demonizing themselves for the sins of their forefathers. And it's been to to ignore the wins of their forefathers as well, right? There's a lot of focus on the fact that the British Empire engaged in slavery, which is of course awful, but there's an ignorance of the fact that the British Empire was also the first major power to end slavery across its empire and force other empires to end slavery too. And I think what's happened is that many white people feel so consumed by guilt that they're reacting in a way to be defensive and avoid being labeled as racist no matter what. And I think that's what happens in incidents like this, where
there is no evidence for this.
Yeah, you could say it's racism against white people, but I think it's deeper. I think white people are scared.
I think part of this picture is sort of revenge for the George Floyd riots. It's our turn now. I'd agree, to be honest. I'd agree. It's like cancerous as fuck that that's even a mindset for anyone. But there's an awful lot of that. Oh, well, these people are doing this, so we should be able to do that. Oh, these people get this, so why can't we do that? There's an awful lot of this kind of like resentment. And it's not good. It's not healthy.
And I think when you have policies that are based on fear, you get undesirable outcomes like this. So when J.D. Vance says that you've been teaching people self-hatred, I think he's right. I think self-hatred is the reason why people don't have rational immigration policy where they say, hey, we can allow immigrants in, but we need to make sure that they're culturally compatible with the project, whether it's in the UK or America. It's not about
like schizoanalysis.
Race. It's about making sure that they're a fit for what we're doing here.
Okay,
and in both America and in the UK, you just allowed anyone in. Right? And that doesn't.
Yeah, I mean, part of it is that we're not having enough babies, so we need other people to make up the workforce. Part of it is when people show up claiming asylum, you do in fact have to process them, and some of them are genuine asylum seekers.
Yeah, a lot of truth in what my fellow panelists just said. Point number two, really quickly, let's be careful. The police screwed up here big time. We don't know where that screw up comes from. Pierce, I think a lot of what you said.
True. Listen, I called him Epstein earlier, but, you know.
About the DEI policies and the racial policies, the biases in the police, spot on. But this also could have just been really shitty police work. I mean, let's be real. The murderer called into the police. Yeah. That doesn't happen often. And to an earlier point made, he said, a young white drunk man just attacked me.
Class has more to do with colonialism. Yeah. I think we're long overdue, like focusing more on like class than identity.
Yeah.
So they came looking for a young drunk white man.
I don't disagree with you. I don't think we should make any great presumptions about it. It just seems to me, but it seems to me there's been this treading on eggshells in these kind of scenarios.
Yeah, listen, you could make a much better argument for two-tier when it comes to the elites versus the rest of us than for people of two different skin colors. Like, I'd be a lot more amenable to that personally. But people like fucking Farage don't want to push shit like that because, you know, why would they? They are those people, you know.
Which is why an investigation.
Ever since the George Floyd murder, and I think
by the way,
this is going to be correct.
But we saw it with the.
Hold on. My last quick point is Pete Hegseth, our Secretary of Defense. It wasn't just J.D. Vance. 2 days ago, the anniversary of D-Day. And Hegseth, that punk, is in front of Europe, lecturing Europe about an invasion of immigrants on a solemn anniversary of D-Day. Talk about taking advantage of what happened to Nowak, the young white man. It's horrible. He did the same thing Vance did.
The thing is, Joe, in England, we've moved from the premise of the police treating everyone equal under the law to a fundamental principle that treats people differently according to their identity and their race. And that's what
well, not seeing race. Like, it's not even really established, like, how you treat different people differently. You know, like, this is flimsy. There's just nothing to this, you know.
We're trying to establish.
But I would argue,
you know, everyone speaks for so long.
I would argue that what Ashok said is probably more.
Yeah, to be honest, Epstein dude's been okay. This guy in the middle's been okay. I fucking can't stand Layla Cunningham. I think she's like fucking abhorrent. This guy seems like a fucking dipshit. Piers is Piers, you know.
Accurate, which is actually, I mean, to me,
he has at least gone some way to like challenging, especially Layla Cunningham. Like, I will give him that. Like, Piers Morgan is not like all bad. He's like mostly bad. Occasionally, there's like glimmers of, oh, this guy could actually be a real journalist. Occasionally, you know what I mean? Like, this could actually be like genuine attempt to like push back on something.
The pendulum thing. We saw it with Me Too. We saw it with all these things where there is a necessary movement, but sometimes the pendulum goes too far the other way, and then you have to have a correction. You know, I think we're seeing the same thing here because actually,
what has this got? Again, this is what I mean. He just picks up the idiot ball again.
Pretend that the Met Police in particular, going back, say, to the 60s, 70s, 80s, didn't have racism in its ranks. Of course it did.
We're not pretending that.
No, but what I'm saying
since
is...
then,
I'm
not saying there wasn't.
Wait, you're missing my point. So it wasn't...
Well, you won't let me make mine.
The police weren't operating, actually, from a position of racial equality before.
But the guidance was to do so. Now the guidance has changed.
The guidance was to try and correct that problem in light after what happened to George Floyd. But the pendulum's gone too far, where I think police are now subliminally so worried about being accused of being racist or accused of having a bias that they are now making decisions in the moment, as we saw here, and that may be the reason we don't
100% speculative. We just don't know any of this.
Know for sure, but it may have been the explanatory reason for why they believed the killer over the victim in this.
It's just not as likely as like procedure. It's not as likely as they kind of have to go on what they're told. And he took it a bit too literally. Like, it doesn't help. What doesn't help is like the killer called with like a witness. It wasn't just the killer. It wasn't just one word against another. It's like, no, his brother called with him in the background.
Case. And to me, it's all these policy initiatives they've taken. When you see phrases which actively encourage a "do not be colorblind" here, that really rings alarm bells with me.
No evidence this has anything to do with the case. We're kind of circling at this point. Like, it just doesn't. We don't know if any of this matters.
Absolutely, we should be colorblind. I don't think we were before George Floyd, and that got exposed quite regularly. Racism in the police, and I think we've got.
I can buy that this happens and that there is an element of truth to this. I just don't see why it ties to the Novak case. I don't see how it goes any way to excusing like the response and like Farage calling for like rage and Tommy Robinson holding a fucking rally in Southampton and a bunch of people assaulting the police and stuff. Like, if we're gonna bring this kind of thing up, we should have a way of like tying it like conclusively to this case. You know, it should actually make sense for the subject.
Gone too far the other way, and there needs to be, as we've seen with Me Too in a different way, needs to be a correction. It needs to come back to a place of common sense and a genuine colourblindness where whoever you are, regardless of skin colour, regardless of your religion or ethnicity or anything, you get treated exactly the same by the law and law enforcement. And we are a way off that. You know, and we have been for different reasons going back decades. So we need to sort it.
It's also true in the reverse. We saw with the grooming gang victims, people were so scared of being called racist or Islamophobic. We saw it with Salman Abedi, the terrorist who caused the Manchester attack. The security guard was so scared to call it out.
Yeah, that's the thing. The claim is like systematic racism against white people. Like, that needs to be like evidence.
Who would be called racist. I've spoken to people from the Met who have told me that if there's a mob of white people, they will use the adequate force to contain that. If there's a mob of black people, ethnic minorities, they will use less force because to be called racist, they will be thrown under the bus. Our public servants are so petrified of getting the race issue wrong because the repercussions of that are more severe than letting a victim die or failing a victim. And that incentive has to be reversed.
Okay, I agree. Look, I think what happened, what was going on before had to be reversed, and this now has to be corrected. And we need to get to a place of common sense where actually we do get to a place of equity and racial equality and colour blindness. That would be a utopia for
justice.
For any society. Yeah, I'm in favour of that. I don't think we've ever had it in my lifetime for reasons one way and the other. So we need to get to a place like that to stop these kind of things happening where there is a presumption that's what may have been behind it.
But the problem is that anyone who tries to discuss it is called, when I tried to discuss the Pakistani grooming gangs, it's called a dog whistle. And listen, I think the
no one said that to you on this panel, so let's not use that as an excuse now.
The problem is certain communities are too scared to highlight the issues within their communities. For instance, I'm of Middle Eastern background, Middle Eastern Muslim background. I recognise that within my community there's a higher propensity for Islamic terrorism. And for me to call it out, I'm not demonising all Muslims, I'm not demonising all Middle Easterns.
Sick of jobless leaders telling the police how to do their jobs. Yeah, true. Everyone's got an opinion. Everyone's got an opinion. Everyone's an armchair expert. Everyone knows. You know, everyone knows how it should be. Everyone's got fucking 20/20 hindsight.
I'm pointing out an issue, and we can't be scared of pointing out the issues and being called racist and divisive and spreading hate.
But nor should we be like someone like Tommy Robinson, who's out there going around America.
You're pointing out extremes. You can be.
No, but he has a big influence over what Americans think. It's why people like J.D. Vance and Elon Musk.
Dude, Tommy Robinson is an insane amount of influence, or has had an insane amount of influence over the UK right. Like, why do you think the UK right in general is like super pro-Israel? That's at least partly his fault.
And others have the view they have. It's largely down to someone like Tommy Robinson, who's
like, Tommy Robinson isn't really an extreme at this point. He's like fairly emblematic of like one side of the fucking political aisle in the UK now. Like the United Kingdom rallies were fucking huge. His talking points are like mainstream, like very common.
He's over there preaching his mantra of genuine Islamophobia. If you want to know what Islamophobia looks like, listen to Tommy Robinson. It's all he talks about the whole time. I mean, anyway, look, we've got to leave it there. We've run out of time. It was a very good panel. No one's accused you of dog whistling. You've had your say. I think you've heard respectfully. Well, it's good. Yeah, and you nearly remember what camera to look at too, so we had a win-win all round. Thank you all very much indeed. I appreciate it.
Piers.
Wow. I mean, I don't know, man. That was cathartic at least. I got to get my thoughts out. Probably against my better judgment. But I'm very frustrated over a lot of this shit right now, to be honest. And like when you know you're right about something like this, but like everyone is on the other side. It's like tough, man. It's tough. Like there's like hysteria taking over. But I don't know, man. I don't know. What can you do? What can you do when you've got 20 viewers and you kind of say what you think about shit and that's your life, you know? Could be worse. Anyway, thanks for watching. I need to stop now. I need to get dinner going. My girlfriend's going to be home soon. It's been good to see you people. Sorry if I'm a bit cranky today, I guess. I'll be back at some point. I don't know when. I want to try and, like, at least once or twice a week would be good for, like, streaming. But I do want to keep doing more scripted stuff because I think it's just better content in general. But yeah, I don't know. Thanks for watching. Have a good one. Bye.